The year was 2025, and the game called Shen had been announced. A game so revolutionary that its power could be brought to reality, which naturally ended up causing a series of catastrophic events and countless disasters that transformed the world. And it was in this scenario that Qin Feng, who was about to reach the peak of his power, ended up being betrayed by the very person he trusted the most, something he never imagined could happen. Although he had fallen, the divine equipment he had received gave him a unique chance to start again. And this time he vowed that he would choose a completely different path, deciding to awaken in the middle of the darkness, to strengthen himself alone without relying on anyone, moving silently through the shadows, becoming the very shadow that no one could stop. In front of him, everything was destroyed. The scene was a real battlefield ravaged by a violent storm, where a woman was watching and commenting that Qin Feng was really powerful, because even though he had suffered the effect of accelerated aging by 100 times, he had still managed to completely clean up the ruins of the ancient god. But his real goal was to take possession of the legendary artifact known as the Eye of Judgment. Qin Feng, even badly injured, asked the reason for that betrayal, and with deep sorrow realized that the person standing in front of him was his own adopted sister, Qin Xiaoyu, who coldly replied that he had never been her real brother, as he was just an insignificant child her parents had adopted, and that they didn't even share the same blood, questioning how he still dared to call her his sister. While Qin Feng was still trying to understand the betrayal, Song Fei, Qin Xiaoyu's ally, approached and added that this was not the way to treat someone who had helped so much. But he still made it clear that the whole situation had been extremely useful, because without Qin Feng, they would never have gotten the divine artifact, revealing that they had gone to great lengths to get the soul-stealing blade, a weapon that was now stuck in Qin Feng's chest to drain all his life. Song Fei then asked ironically if Qin Feng had liked the farewell gift, while Qin Feng, even though he was dying, remembered that it was he who had raised Qin Xiaoyu after the death of her adoptive parents, who had dedicated everything to protecting her after the game brought chaos to the real world, risking his life countless times for her and sacrificing everything he had. Even so, Qin Xiaoyu didn't hesitate to despise him, saying that after the death of their parents, he had interfered too much in their lives, always trying to control them, and that now that they had the divine artifact, Qin Feng had become useless to them, a burden they needed to get rid of without hesitation. In this way, Song Fei prepared to kill him once and for all, guaranteeing that she would take good care of Qin Xiaoyu. But Qin Feng, even on the brink of death, swore that even if he went to hell, he wouldn't let them get away with it. Yet with one final blow, Qin Feng was beheaded without mercy. It was then revealed that in 2025, the Shen game had been abandoned and dropped into the real world, forcing anyone who fell asleep to be dragged into the game, where the only currency was lifetime, and when you died in the game, you lost part of your real life. Those who accumulated large amounts of time could bring their skills to the real world, becoming capable of destroying war tanks with their bare hands, cutting airplanes in half with their swords, and even resisting nuclear explosions. From that moment on, the world was plunged into unprecedented chaos, and Qin Feng, together with his sister, fought with all his might to survive, facing countless dangers and difficulties, managing with great effort to become one of the 100 strongest in the world. And after going through countless trials and defying death several times, he finally conquered the ruins of the ancient god and obtained the divine eyes, the artifact that would give him the qualification he needed to reach the absolute top. But it was at this moment of victory that he suffered the cruel betrayal of his own adoptive sister, something he could never have imagined, but which he refused to accept as his final fate. Qin Feng thought that if he had the chance to live again, he would follow a completely different path, fighting alone without ever trusting anyone. And then, unexpectedly, he opened his eyes and found himself lying in his own bed, not understanding where he was, wondering if this was really the real world, until he realized that he clearly remembered having died both in the game and in real life. And it was only at that moment that he understood the truth, because he was once again in the year 2025. He had returned to the past, before the game Shen descended to Earth, thus receiving a new opportunity to rewrite his destiny. The next moment, Qin Xiaoyu was already breaking down the door of the house with force, demanding to know why Qin Feng hadn't answered her calls, while Qin Feng, upon hearing her voice, quickly remembered that that was exactly the day the Shen game would arrive in the real world, and also recalled that that same day they had argued violently over that Song Fei guy, which only made matters worse. Qin Xiaoyu kept shouting, saying that she only wanted to help her brother Song Fei and asking if Qin Feng didn't understand how important this was to her. But Qin Feng silently reflected that before the game started, Song Fei was nothing more than a fifth-rate underground idol, and that Qin Xiaoyu was absurdly obsessed with him, unable to see that, despite his glamorous appearance, Song Fei was actually a scoundrel who deceived innocent fans in order to get money out of them. For this reason, Qin Feng had always forbidden his sister to go near that guy, trying to protect her in any way he could. But in the end, he he was unjustly accused of wanting to control her life. While now, in the present, Qin Xiaoyu wouldn't stop hurling insults and shouts at him, asking him in an aggressive tone if he was deaf and if he thought it was normal to ignore her like that. She still accused him of being to blame for Song Fei's fall in the rankings that month, causing Qin Feng, already completely out of patience, to raise his hand and slap her straight across the face, which left Qin Xiaoyu incredulous, asking if he had really dared to assault her. But Qin Feng, completely annoyed, coldly replied that he had neither the humor nor the time to put up with this shit, and even threatened that if she continued barking like a dog, she would be slapped again without hesitation. Qin Feng then took out a bank card and threw it at her head, explaining that this was the money his parents had left him before they died, money he had never touched or used for himself, and now she could spend it as she pleased, making it clear that, for the sake of their parents, he wouldn't stoop to her level, but that if she insisted on this behavior, she wouldn't even be considered his sister anymore. Naturally, Qin Xiaoyu began to cry copiously after that, while Qin Feng, looking at her, thought that in his past life he had always protected Qin Xiaoyu in every possible situation, sacrificing countless opportunities and losing valuable treasures, dangerous dungeons, and unique chances just to save or help her. But now, with a new life before him, Qin Feng wondered how far he could get without carrying that burden on his back. Without any more hesitation, Qin Feng took sleeping pills, determined to use all the knowledge he had acquired about the game to get ahead of everyone this time, and with cold determination thought that Qin Xiaoyu would no longer be in his way, and that Song Fei would have his fate sealed, as he would mercilessly rip his head off himself. Soon afterwards, Qin Feng fell asleep and entered the world of the game, appearing in the huge career selection hall, where he clearly remembered that, in his first life, he had felt nervous and insecure when faced with choices, but now, with his past experience, he knew exactly what he wanted to do. In his previous life, he had chosen the warrior class, a decision made only to protect Qin Xiaoyu, recognizing that although warriors were strong, that class never really suited him. But now, free of any weight or responsibility, Qin Feng knew that he needed mobility, agility, and quick reactions, and so he chose the assassin class without hesitation. At the same moment, the system detected the presence of the Eye of Judgment in his inventory and announced that the artifact had been activated automatically, granting him the highest rank and talent possible, which left Qin Feng relieved, as it proved that the Eye of Judgment really did recognize its true master, even after death and rebirth, completely ignoring the fact that it had been stolen in the past life. However, before he could act, mysterious shadows hit his chest and crossed his entire body, causing the system to congratulate him on achieving a hidden profession, a secret specialization that few had access to, transforming Qin Feng completely and giving him an even more terrifying power. Now, Qin Feng had become the Shadows, the most powerful secret profession in the entire tree of assassins, something that was completely different from his old life as a warrior. And just by assuming this shadowy form, he already felt an absurd power flowing through his body, a power that this time he would use exclusively to walk his own path without mercy and without regrets. Qin Feng thought that, in theory, any player who entered the game would have a small chance of getting a hidden profession. But thanks to the authority of judgment he possessed, he had received this opportunity for free, without having to rely on luck like the others, and the Eye of Judgment had not yet shown all its true power, because as the protagonist of that new future, Qin Feng knew that he would receive even greater benefits over time. The authority of judgment was considered the most genuine and ancient of all the primal authorities in the universe, a power that surpassed the rules of the game and even the cosmic order itself, something so great that he could not yet fully activate it, since he did not yet possess his divinity. But even so, the passive effects of this authority already worked at decisive moments without him having to make a conscious effort. Qin Feng reflected that, in his past life, it was only in the 7th year after the God-Forsaken game began that a player finally managed to leave the God-Forsaken realm and reach the far-flung realm of Order. And it was only then that humanity discovered the existence of the power of Order, an extremely rare power that, even then, so it was unbelievable that, this time, right at the start of his journey, he had already obtained an authority that surpassed this power. And while thinking about this, Qin Feng determined that his new goal was to leave the Forsaken realm, reach the realm of Order, and obtain his divinity in order to finally activate the full potential of the authority of judgment. While he was thinking about all this, the system asked him to complete his choice of starting point, and Qin Feng, aware of his new path, decided that he would begin in the shadows, befitting his new profession as an assassin, and was thus transported to a starting area within the abandoned realm of the gods, a devastated land full of countless monsters, where the initial task was to leave the safe city, hunt monsters, and accumulate lifespans, knowing that within the city, players could not attack each other, as it was considered a safe zone. While observing the surroundings, Qinfeng realized that the other players were as confused as he had been in his first life, muttering among themselves, asking what this place was and trying to understand what to do, because it was clear that many players had already entered the game and that powerful figures from all over the world would soon appear, each trying to survive in their own way. Feng himself caught the attention of several players right from the start, as he didn't seem to be just an ordinary assassin. His posture and presence were different, and as more people appeared in the teleport portal, it was possible to hear complaints that the monsters outside were extremely strong for someone of level 1, with players reporting that they had lost half their actual life expectancy just trying to fight. Many players, desperate, asked a girl called Lizzie what they should do, and Qinfeng noticed that she carried a short bow as her starting weapon, a sign that she also possessed a hidden class. And it wasn't long before Lizzie approached Feng, commenting that he also seemed to have a special profession, and sensing the danger outside, offered him the opportunity to join her group, claiming that together they might have a better chance of survival, since they had experience. Qinfeng refused without hesitation, stating that there was no need, as in his mind he despised the supposed experience of that group, since the only thing they seemed to have was experience of being defeated, something he knew all too well, and immediately Lizzie's group became angry, accusing him of arrogance and predicting that he would soon return to the city auctioning off his equipment after being killed by some monster. Among the group, Eyes wondered aloud what exactly the shadow profession was and insinuated that Qinfeng was just playing macho, but then suggested that everyone follow Feng from afar, as they could learn useful information about the monsters, or at the very least, watch him die a humiliating death. While Qinfeng advanced alone into the dangerous areas, Lizzie and her group discreetly pursued him, worried that that direction was extremely risky, since, with years of gaming experience, Lizzie knew that entering unknown terrain alone was the quickest way to death, especially considering that the first monster in that village had massacred her entire group minutes ago. One of the people in the group commented that Qinfeng was carrying a dagger, similar to a small sword, and the group's assassin observed that he must therefore be quite fast, noting also that Feng's clothing was different from what everyone else was wearing, further reinforcing the impression that he possessed an extremely rare class. Lizzie thought that this shadow profession must be extremely special, and even without understanding all the details, she knew that players as confident as Qinfeng didn't appear for nothing. But while she was still pondering, Qinfeng, who seemed oblivious to everything, suddenly looked back with a penetrating gaze, making Lizzie wonder, startled, if they had been noticed. Before they could make any move, Qinfeng activated Dark Stealth and, in front of everyone's wide eyes, simply disappeared as if he had dissolved into thin air, leaving behind only the silence and confusion of those watching him. For this was no ordinary assassin's skill, it was something far beyond what anyone there had ever witnessed, and everyone was struck by the fact that, in the blink of an eye, Qinfeng had become unreachable. While some were still commenting on whether it was really possible that Qinfeng had turned invisible, Lisa suggested that the group head back to the city, remembering that they had already died in that area before and couldn't afford to lose even more life so early in the game, especially in such a hostile and unfamiliar environment. It was explained that the stealth ability of the Shadow class allowed the user to become completely invisible for a certain period of time, but that attacking canceled the effect immediately, although the first blow delivered immediately after coming out of stealth dealt extraordinarily more damage than normal, working in a similar way to classic stealth techniques such as that of the Chaco character in other well-known games. As he walked along hidden, Qinfeng wondered if no one was really able to see him, confirming that, as expected, the Shadow class was extraordinary. For while the stealth of an ordinary entry-level assassin could easily be detected by other players or attentive monsters, the Shadow profession possessed a unique passive ability called Mastery of Stealth, which made its presence absolutely undetectable to both players and monsters at the start of the game, giving it an absolute advantage at this early stage. Qinfeng thought that that group of players was too naive and foolish because the initial city didn't offer any kind of significant resource to strengthen a player. It was just a temporary shelter in this cruel, godforsaken game, where weak players were nothing more than prey for the monsters that prowled the outside areas, ready to devour them mercilessly. As time passed, Qinfeng felt that his stealth was running out, because at that level the duration of the skill was still short, although fortunately the recharge time to be able to reuse it was quite low, allowing him to use the technique quite often in quick combats. When he opened his character sheet, Qinfeng saw that he was a level 1 player of the Shadow class, with 75 years of available lifetime, and that his initial attributes were as follows: Strength 10 plus 3 additional points, Constitution 10 plus 3 additional points, Agility 10 plus 8 additional points, and Spirit 10 plus 5 additional points. Qinfeng mentally commented that all classes started with 10 points in each base attribute, but that depending on the class chosen, they receive specific bonuses. And he remembered that in his past life, when he chose to be a warrior, his bonuses were 3 points in Strength and 3 points in Constitution. Whereas now, with the Shadow class, the bonuses were much more interesting and balanced, and he still had 5 free points to distribute. While many players used to put all their available points into Strength or Magical Power, Qinfeng, with his past life experience, allocated all 5 extra points to Agility, bringing his total to an impressive 23 Agility points. Because he knew that at the beginning of the game, where the monsters dealt absurd damage, the most important thing was not to resist, but to avoid being hit, relying on speed to survive. While he was pondering his choices, a monster appeared, revealing itself to be a level 1 crawler, a creature in the process of evolving, and Qinfeng quickly realized that the crawler was still sucking life from dead players, probably the members of the group following it. Looking closely, Qinfeng saw that the monster was already visibly wounded, and knew that when a monster killed players, it absorbed their lifespan, and if it accumulated enough, it could evolve into even more dangerous forms, making the situation critical. When the creeper swooped in to attack him, Qinfeng reacted immediately by activating his dark stealth, completely confusing the two-headed monster, who became disoriented and untargeted, opening up a perfect gap for Qinfeng to execute a sneak attack. Taking advantage, Qinfeng landed a precise and lethal blow on the crawler's neck, causing 174 points of critical damage, eliminating the level 1 monster in a single attack and gaining 10 experience points for it. While the system explained that when attacking out of the enemy's sight, the damage was multiplied considerably, Qinfeng was surprised by the strength of the attack, because even though he knew that his class was powerful, he hadn't expected that a critical hit at that level could result in a real hit kill, showing that, with all the skills combined, the damage multiplier of the Shadow class was absurdly high and devastating. He also remembered the first time he had faced that creature in his past life, when he was still protecting his sister, and that at that time, the most critical damage he had managed to deal was only 40 points, requiring a huge and prolonged effort to defeat a single monster, which was in stark contrast to his new reality now. After the battle, Qinfeng observed the process of absorbing lifetime for the first time, realizing that, in addition to the 3 days of life he had gained from killing the monster, he had also absorbed the remaining time of the players killed previously, adding up to a total of 54 more years of lifetime, although he knew that this absorbed time, although valuable, could not be transferred or exchanged, somewhat limiting its immediate usefulness. At that moment, the authority of the Eye of Judgment spontaneously activated, and as a reward, Qinfeng obtained a new special talent called Infinite Evolution, further expanding his future possibilities and reinforcing his certainty that, this time, no one would be able to stop him on his climb to the top. The primal talent that Qinfeng had just obtained, called Infinite Evolution, granted him the ability, by killing monsters alone, to gain evolution points that could be used to increase his abilities, with each 24-hour cycle being able to accumulate up to 5 evolution points, and that by defeating bosses without help, he could obtain extra points, something that was simply impossible for a normal player at the initial stage. By now, Qinfeng had accumulated 5 points, and he was naturally deeply shocked, because in his past life he had never even heard of this skill, remembering only that, in order to obtain new skills, he depended solely on the luck of finding very rare books that fell at random from monsters. Marveling at the power he had gained, Qinfeng recognized that this talent was far above the order of the world itself, and, without hesitation, decided to use his points immediately to strengthen his combat style, choosing to evolve his Sneaky Strike, the skill used to attack immediately after coming out of stealth. Spending 4 evolution points, Qinfeng improved his skill, causing the duration of invisibility to increase from 12 to 16 seconds, the damage bonus of the attack coming out of stealth to rise from 60 to 90%, the recharge time of the skill to be reduced from 28 to 26 seconds, and attacks carried out from behind or out of sight of the enemy to cause 15% more damage, creating an almost perfect synergy with his stealth combat strategy. Qinfeng mentally commented that with these improvements, he would be able to maintain invisibility practically continuously, which would allow him to eliminate entry-level monsters with a single critical hit, even if they were full of life, something that not even in his most optimistic dreams would he have believed in his past life. As he finished adjusting his skills, a few people appeared in the area, commenting to each other that the game seemed very easy, as there was even a lone player killing monsters like it was nothing. And among them, a little girl enthusiastically stated that, with muscles as big as those of the knight accompanying her, it would be possible to do the same, to which the knight smilingly replied that he would protect the girl at all costs. However, while everyone was distracted, Qinfeng noticed a dangerous presence above them, noting that there was a creature hiding in a tree. And although the rider approached and asked in a debauched tone if Qinfeng was having difficulties and wanted to be carried by him, Qinfeng simply disappeared back into the shadows without paying any attention to the provocation, making the group believe that he had been intimidated by the rider's muscles. However, soon afterwards, reality set in brutally, as both the knight and the little girl were killed instantly, revealing the real threat, a level 1, bronze-class nourishing spider, which had appeared along with several smaller spiders under its command. But Qinfeng knew that this boss was not something a novice could face, as the nourishing spider had at least 1,600 life points, and was still leading a small horde of offspring. But he also recognized that it was the perfect opportunity to test how strong he had become after the evolution of his abilities. Without hesitating, Qinfeng came out of stealth and attacked directly, driving his dagger into the nourishing spider's eye with all his might, causing a massive 338 points of critical damage in a single blow, making the creature scream in pain as it gushed blood. But despite the success of the attack, Qinfeng also received 9 points of damage when he was hit with a glancing blow, which served as a warning that if he was hit full on, he would die on the spot. Even so, the feat of causing more than 300 points of damage in a single blow against a boss of that size was impressive, and Qinfeng knew that he had completely surpassed his previous limitations. Because in his past life, to defeat such a monster, his greatest critical blow had only been 40 points, which had made the battle extremely long and risky. Now, the enraged nourishing spider began to destroy all the trees around it, trying to find the attacker who had seriously injured it. And Qinfeng knew that, unlike ordinary monsters, intelligent bosses didn't stand around taking blows without reacting. So he had to act even more cautiously. Determined, Qinfeng used his stealth and, instead of attacking directly, threw a stone at the weak point in the nourishing spider's belly, causing 299 points of damage. Realizing that, thanks to his skills, the damage was applied not only to weapon attacks, but to any object he used to hit the enemy, which opened up new combat possibilities. Understanding that he could exploit this advantage, Qinfeng decided to wait for the stealth to recharge while continuing to attack with stones thrown at weak points, repeating the process with precision until the nourishing spider's life was completely depleted. With one more stone to the head, causing 279 points of damage and speeding up the end of the battle. Meanwhile, in the main city where all the players were gathered, a ranking system had been activated, and immediately the name Shadow appeared in first place after the death of the bronze-ranked nourishing spider, being also the first player to reach level 2, which left everyone present completely shocked, wondering if he was some professional undercover player. Lizzie's group, who had followed Qinfeng earlier, were terrified to realize that the guy they had despised was actually a real monstrosity capable of single-handedly killing a boss they would never have a chance against, showing everyone that Qinfeng, now known as Shadow, had started his journey to the top in an overwhelming way. The warrior from before, still surprised, asked if Qinfeng had really managed to kill the nourishing spider, along with all the little spiders that accompanied it, while the little girl next to him wondered if he was the same killer they had seen before. And while they were talking, Qinfeng, now called Shadow in the game world, was receiving 300 experience points, reaching level 2 and also gaining 2 evolution points and 1 reputation point, which marked his steady progress in the new world. Although he was pleased with his progress, Qinfeng reflected that, unfortunately, when he killed the main spider, all the smaller spiders died together, which prevented him from gaining even more experience, because if he had eliminated the smaller ones first, he would have accumulated many more points efficiently, a mistake he made a mental note of so as not to repeat in the future. In addition, he received 46 days of exchangeable lifespan, a skill book called Greedy Hand, and a new weapon, a corrosive dagger that granted 35 attack and 4 additional points of agility, items that left him extremely satisfied, especially intrigued by the newly acquired skill, because Greedy Hand gave him a 20% chance of obtaining additional rewards when killing monsters, which meant an increasingly rapid growth in power. Qinfeng reflected that he would never have expected such a powerful skill to be in the hands of a creature of that level, and that, thinking in the long term, this skill would be extremely valuable for the late game, because the more powerful the monster defeated, the greater the extra rewards it could earn, becoming a growth multiplier far above average. Even knowing that the activation rate was still only 20%, Qinfeng was beginning to plan to use his evolution points to improve this skill, because if he managed to raise the chance to 100%, he could guarantee twice as many rewards in every battle, something simply insane in terms of progression. Meanwhile, in the real world, at the school where Qin Xiaoyu was studying, her friend was asking if if she was going to call her brother and apologize, remembering that they had both missed the test the day before, precisely to help Songfei, which could have really annoyed Qinfeng. Her friend commented that her brother was probably very angry, but Xiao, without any remorse, replied that she hadn't done anything wrong and therefore shouldn't apologize, blaming her own brother for being late, clearly showing her lack of regret and her distorted view of events. Her friend tried to smooth over the situation, saying that at least her brother seemed to care a lot about her, something that, deep down, even caused a certain envy, but Xiao, with a cold expression, replied that this wasn't caring. It was just an attempt to control her life, reaffirming that he wasn't even her real brother and that, for her, Songfei was already more than enough to fill that role. Curious, her friend asked what had happened to Xiao's face, and she, lying without hesitation, said that she had tripped and fallen as they approached the classroom, quickly diverting the subject because in the corridor, a crowd of students was gathered around an unexpected scene. In front of them, a student called Zhang Wei was gradually becoming transparent, as if he were disappearing from the real world, and the frightened students commented that he had only mentioned that he was going to take a nap before entering this strange state, and then added that several similar cases were being reported on the internet, where people who fell asleep ended up slowly disappearing. Xiao's friend, worried, said she would call her parents for help, but Xiao, hardened in her stubbornness, replied that she wouldn't call her brother at all, letting slip in a moment of anger that she would rather he died right away, showing how her feelings were poisoned by Songfei's influence. Meanwhile, inside the game, Qinfeng, now as Shadow, used his newly won evolution points to increase the level of the Greedy Hand skill, raising it from bronze rank to gold rank, which increased the chance of obtaining additional rewards from 20 to 70%. A gigantic improvement that made all the difference on the battlefield. What's more, by completing the evolution, Qinfeng gained 2 additional evolution points and 46 days of exchangeable lifetime, which he considered a great profit, and he soon realized that he still only needed 3 evolution points to raise the skill to the next level, which would guarantee a 100% chance of doubling the rewards after defeating monsters. With this goal in mind, Qinfeng knew that he needed to speed up the pace of his growth even more, because in the real world, people were already starting to notice the changes that the game was causing, and it was only a matter of time before chaos took over. Equipping the new corrosive dagger, Qinfeng mentally commented that soon everyone would realize that it was possible to use skills and items from the game in real life, which would turn society into a real hell. And in order to extract the skills and equipment from the game, 2 conditions had to be met: reaching level 10 and having enough exchangeable life, which would require him to hunt much more powerful monsters, as defeating weak creatures would not be enough. While advancing in his plans, Qinfeng heard sounds of battle nearby, where a group of players were facing a level 2 bronze-class swift predator, and upon observing closely, he realized that the rumors of his past life were correct. For Meng, a player who would emerge as a legend, had joined a team composed only of people with hidden classes. Meng used a skill called Divine Barrier to protect himself from the predator's attacks, and Qinfeng noticed that his class was Divine Shield Knight, which granted twice the status of a normal warrior, as well as defensive skills that made him almost invincible at the start of the game, while a mage with the special class of Prophet cast powerful fireballs as her build doubled the power of normal spells, further increasing their destructive potential. Completing the group were an archer of the Sharpshooter class and a priest of the Oracle Priest class, forming a balanced and extremely strong team for the initial stage. But despite all this power, the swift predator continued to quickly dodge all attacks, even managing to break through Meng's divine barrier and causing the archer to comment worriedly that his attacks seemed useless against this creature. Meng, seeing the critical situation, asked only to be healed as long as he was alive on the front line, believing that if his companions managed to keep him on his feet, they could defeat the predator. And although Qinfeng thought Meng was being extremely optimistic, he also knew that many people forgot the real danger of that forest, where, while they were focusing on the main combat, monsters like the Corruptors, common level 2s, were beginning to approach from behind. In the middle of the confusion, the last person in the group appeared to help, someone who used a hidden class that Qinfeng had never seen before. But despite his efforts, his attack only caused 33 points of damage, because the Corruptors' defense was too high. And the situation quickly became complicated when the Corruptors began to spit a disgusting sludge that stuck to the knight's armor and also to the mage, causing her to scream in despair as she tried to flee. Suddenly, without anyone realizing where the attack was coming from, a sharp blow decapitated one of the Corruptors, something so fast and precise that it surprised everyone. And the knight, startled, commented that even an ordinary crawler would need about 10 seconds to kill that creature, but there's someone had done it in a single invisible blow. Soon afterwards, the second Corruptor also lost his mind, and the knight asked, confused, if it had had been the sorceress who had been responsible. But Lizzie, surprised, replied that it obviously hadn't been her, while Wang Meng, trying to remain calm, said that thinking on the positive side, at least whoever it was helping the group. With only the swift predator left in the way, Qinfeng took advantage and received 40 experience points for the defeated corruptors, also gaining another evolution point, a skill book called Poison Darts, and 8 additional days of exchangeable life expectancy, thinking that this new skill would be perfect for his combat style and deciding to evolve it right then and there without wasting any time. However, at this critical moment, Wang Meng was brutally hit by the predator, being completely pierced by its claws, and despite the priest's attempts to heal him, his spells didn't work, leaving Meng in a desperate situation as he shouted for his allies to flee immediately. It was then that something hit the predator's head, causing an impressive 845 points of damage, which left everyone present in shock, as a single attack had taken more than half of the creature's life, and with the poison acting inside the monster's body, the predator dropped Wang Meng, who screamed in pain, before finally succumbing and dying. As Qinfeng had caused 90% of all the damage against the predator, the system awarded him the lion's share of the reward, earning him 600 experience points, rising to level 3, gaining 2 additional evolution points and an extra 55 days of exchangeable life expectancy, as well as further strengthening his presence in the game. Qinfeng reflected that the Poison Dart's skill perfectly matched his stealth and high critical damage combat style, and he knew that, with his hidden abilities, he could take down opponents without even being detected. Wang Meng, stunned, wondered aloud who had done it, wondering if it was really a human, while he looked around, trying to find his invisible savior, and Qinfeng, without revealing himself, only warned in thought that trusting strangers in the forest was a fatal mistake. Wang Meng, grateful for the warning and the help, decided to leave with his group, while Qinfeng thought that Meng was a decent player, someone with solid support from the government, which could be useful later to sell the equipment that wasn't necessary for his progression. Seizing the moment, Qinfeng activated the Greedy Hand skill and obtained 3 more evolution points, 55 additional days of life expectancy, and a valuable item. The leather boots of the Swift Predator, which increased all elemental resistances by 5 points, added 9 physical damage, and increased the speed of skill recovery by 15%, and could be equipped from level 2. Mentally commenting that those boots were good, but that there were even better items to look for, Qinfeng decided that as soon as his backpack was full, he would go back to sell the unnecessary items and change his life expectancy, because now his growth rate was thousands of times faster than in his past life, and he would soon be strong enough to go after Song Fei and settle the score. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the gloomy forest, a larger group faced a difficult battle against the corruptors. But, unlike expected, a more powerful type of creature, probably a hidden boss, appeared and wiped them all out at once with a single attack, forcing them to reappear at the city's rebirth point. There, players commented on the strange phenomenon, saying that the monster appeared just when they had too little life to finish them off, increasing their desperation even more, and that, in order to get out of that hell, they would need to reach at least level 3, but without being able to survive the challenges, it seemed impossible. Some suggested that they should form even larger groups, but others refuted this, saying that they had seen teams of 10 people massacred in the same way, proving that just increasing the number of players would not solve the problem, as real strength was needed to make progress. Among the groups returning to the city was Lizzie's group, who, frustrated, wondered aloud why the game was so difficult, while one of her companions commented that their life expectancy was plummeting rapidly, showing that time was against them. It was then that Lizzie, looking at the leaderboard, realized that the shadow player, Qinfeng, had already reached level 3, something that impressed her with the speed of his progress, leading her to conclude that he must have discovered some special method or hidden trick. Determined, Lizzie proposed that they spread the word that Shadow should help them reach level 3, offering him a reward of 10 million as payment, believing it to be a sum impossible to ignore, and immediately her group began spreading the word to everyone. Meanwhile, Qinfeng continued to advance at his own pace, defeating yet another level 2 corruptor, gaining another 20 experience points and another evolution point, which he used to continue improving his Greedy Hand skill, firmly determined to maximize his rewards and accelerate his growth without depending on anyone. Now, Qinfeng had reached a 160% chance of obtaining loot after defeating enemies, and he also had an additional 20% chance that the items obtained would be of a much higher rank, which made him extremely satisfied, because he thought that if he continued to evolve this skill, he could soon reach a 100 or even 200% chance of upgrades, which would make his growth skyrocket compared to the other players. While advancing through the forest, Qinfeng eventually came across a creature known as the Master of Damnation, a bronze tier boss that consumed large amounts of life expectancy from the victims it encountered. And, observing closely, Feng realized that the monster would soon evolve to silver rank, deducing that this being had already killed many players on that battlefield. Feng mentally commented that encountering this boss was very unlucky at that moment, as his inventory was already completely full, so he decided to mark the location on the map and come back later, planning to clear his inventory and return quickly, as he knew that boss evolution was a time-consuming process, and that he would still have plenty of time to face it before it became an even bigger threat. Meanwhile, in the main city where the players were gathered, everyone was frantically discussing how difficult it would be to get out of that game without reaching level 3, and the name Shadow, now top of the rankings, was mentioned frequently among the players. Until, to everyone's surprise, Shadow himself, Qin Feng, appeared walking calmly. Without saying anything, Feng simply sat down on the floor and started selling equipment and unique skill books he had collected, leaving everyone around impressed, as the strongest player on the server was offering items that could be vital for his survival. A mage called Grey Rose, currently ranked 11th, approached him with interest and asked how much the ice spell that Feng was showing cost, to which he replied good-naturedly that it cost 100 days of exchangeable life expectancy. Rosa protested, saying that 100 days was too high, but Qin Feng explained that magic was extremely powerful and that in the future, this price would be considered a real bargain, rejecting any attempt at direct negotiation. When Rosa asked if she could pay with real money, Feng replied that if she had money, she could use it to buy life expectancy within the game and thus make the exchange, as he only accepted exchangeable life expectancy as currency. With no other option, Rosa consulted her group, who, after some discussion, agreed to make the switch, justifying it on the grounds that, with such a powerful spell, they could reach level 3 more quickly, something that, at that moment, was an absolute priority for everyone. Feng reflected that Rosa's group must have already killed between 30 and 40 crawlers to be at level 2, which explained their good performance, but he knew that they were far from reaching their own growth rate. As she was finalizing the negotiation, Lizzie appeared in the crowd, approaching Feng with arrogance and announcing that she was giving him the chance to help her reach level 3, promising that as soon as they returned to the real world, she would reward him with 10 million in cash. The proposal shocked everyone who heard it, and Feng immediately recognized who it was. Jiang Li, a young woman who, in the future, would become the leader of a large criminal syndicate, which would later be completely annihilated by state forces. Jiang Li tried to convince him by saying that his father was the director of Jiang Industries and that payment would therefore be guaranteed. But Qin Feng, already aware of the true value of things in that new world, refused without hesitation. Annoyed by his refusal, Jiang Li tried to seduce him by promising him money, luxury, and women, saying that if he joined her, he could have everything he wanted. But Qin Feng, without losing patience, just said that if she wasn't going to buy anything, then she should get out of the way. Feng thought that, very soon, money would lose all its value, as life expectancy would be the real currency of the world, and that its promises were therefore useless, which made him even more determined to ignore it. Jiang Li, irritated, insisted that she was giving him a unique opportunity and that she could even teach him a lesson right there. But Qin Feng only intimidated her with a cold stare, stating that if she uttered one more word, he would kill her to the point of reducing her life expectancy to 0, which caused everyone around to flee in terror without looking back. Taking advantage of the tense atmosphere, Feng managed to sell all the items he owned quickly, reflecting that no one there yet knew the real secret of the game, that the exchangeable life expectancy could be used to bring skills and equipment into the real world, and that by the time they discovered this, it would be too late to catch up. Meanwhile, Lizzie's group, completely humiliated and tired of running, gathered far from the square, and Lizzie, furious, vowed that, when she returned to reality, she would kill the man who had dared to defy her, vowing revenge without measure. It was then that a strange man approached her, introducing himself as Mao Lijun, saying that he was at level 2 and that, although he didn't normally teach tricks to anyone, he would make an exception for her, revealing a method to evolve faster. Mao Lijun explained that, in order to level up efficiently, it was necessary to put all the attribute points into agility, so that they could run away from the monster's attacks and reach the farming areas before the other players. And although Lizzie thought this idea was rubbish, as she had allocated all her points to strength, she decided to trust him, believing that he must know what he was doing. Lizzie proposed that they team up to increase their levels, offering 5 million as payment for Mao Lijun to help her, and he accepted without hesitation, commenting that Shadow might be strong. But he wasn't as intelligent as he was, mocking the fact that Qin Feng had turned down an offer of 10 million. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was already preparing to face the Master of Damnation, who, even while devouring the life expectancy of fallen players, had already evolved to the silver tier. Although Feng knew that it would still take 7 to 8 hours for that boss to reach the the gold tier, which gave him enough time to organize his strategy and defeat him in his current form. As soon as he found the Master of Damnation, Qin Feng didn't hesitate, and, coming out of stealth, launched his poison darts directly at the boss's forehead, causing 659 points of damage on impact, while the poison spread and caused a further 219 points of damage per second, taking advantage of the gap to disappear back into the shadows. The enraged Curse Master responded by charging a devastating skill that hit the entire surrounding area, destroying trees, rocks, and the nearby terrain, forcing Feng to move quickly to avoid being hit, thinking that the boss's life was at least 2 or 3 times that of a normal bronze tier boss, which meant that it would take 2 or 3 more similar attacks to defeat him. During the destruction caused by the area skill, Feng was almost caught by one of the collateral blows and quickly analyzed that the Master of Damnation was clearly a mage-type boss, specializing in area skills that caused enormous amounts of damage, which forced Feng to launch his attacks and immediately get out of the enemy's reach so as not to be annihilated. Although the Curse Master couldn't see Feng directly, he seemed to have a vague idea of where he was hiding, and Qin Feng knew that the time between him coming out of stealth and being able to activate it again was his most vulnerable moment, so he needed to act with absolute precision. When the boss finished its attack of fury, Feng took advantage of the moment of vulnerability, activated stealth again, and hit another poison dart, causing another 659 points of damage and increasing the boss's vulnerability to the poison, which suffered even more continuous damage, forcing the creature to flee in panic through the forest. As intelligent bosses, when suffering a lot of damage, tried to escape to survive, Feng thought that resistance was pointless, as it was only a matter of time before the boss died, so, approaching with speed and precision, he came out of stealth and plunged his dagger straight into the Curse Master's head, ending the battle. As a reward, Qin Feng received 10,000 experience points, reaching level 5 directly, also gaining 4 evolution points and 124 days of exchangeable life expectancy, incredulous at the fact that he had risen 2 levels in one go, a rise that, in his previous life, would have taken him weeks to achieve. Immediately using the Greedy Hand skill, Qin Feng activated the doubling bonus and obtained another 8 evolution points and 248 days of additional life expectancy, adding up to a total of 12 evolution points and 372 days of life expectancy gained from that battle alone, as well as promoting one of the items dropped from the silver tier to the gold tier. Feng thought, half in shock, that it seemed like the protagonist of this life was getting everything handed to him, thinking that although the work wasn't bad, the ease with which he was achieving everything was almost unbelievable. On the battlefield, Qin Feng noticed that the Master of Damnation had dropped 7 or 8 valuable rewards, and as his inventory only held 10 items, he mentally commented that it was good that each one was worth it, as he couldn't carry everything he wanted. Looking at the rewards, he was completely shocked by the quality of one of the items, recognizing that this one in particular was truly exceptional. And meanwhile, new players were returning through the portal to the main city. Wang Meng's group excitedly commented on how much more powerful they had become after getting new skills and equipment, finally reaching level 3, and Grey Rose regretted not adding Shadow as a friend, recognizing his importance. When they checked the rankings, they were surprised to see that Shadow, i.e. Qin Feng, was already at level 5, a gigantic leap that could only be explained by the defeat of an incredibly powerful boss, leaving everyone in absolute shock at the difference in power. Wang Meng, trying to stay focused, said that they shouldn't worry about that now, because the most important thing was to get back to the real world to tell their families and friends about everything that was going on. And so the group returned successfully. Upon waking up in real life, Wang Meng opened his eyes in his bed, surrounded by members of a police battalion who were extremely excited about his return, quickly calling the others to witness his recovery, creating an atmosphere of relief and celebration. Later, back at the police station, Wang Meng gave a full report on the events that took place in the godforsaken game, explaining that there were several people with special hidden classes, and that one of them, called Shadow, had been instrumental in saving them, detailing that, at the time, Shadow was only at level 3, but that shortly afterwards, he had suddenly jumped to level 5, which impressed everyone present. The police captain commented that the growth was really remarkable and asked if Shadow could be a professional player, to which Wang Meng replied that Qin Feng had probably killed a very powerful boss to get that absurd amount of experience in such a short time. Another policeman asked why, according to reports, Shadow had not yet returned to reality, suggesting that perhaps he had no family waiting for him, while a woman on the team speculated that he might be a migrant, as orphans with this profile often became strong very quickly. However, the captain interrupted the jokes, saying that this was no time for manhwa's inspired jokes and that they needed to treat the situation seriously, stressing that the information brought by Wang Meng was extremely valuable and should be analyzed and released to the public with caution to reassure the families of the people still asleep. Finally, the officers commented that the phenomenon of the game was beyond current human understanding and that it was necessary to consider paranormal possibilities. While the police commander determined that an official emergency notice would be issued and that some officers would be tasked with directly exploring the mysterious godforsaken game in order to better understand the threat and seek ways to protect the population. Faced with the seriousness of the events, it was decided that they would need to form a veritable army within the godforsaken game to carry out the mission of stabilizing the situation, as the events of the game were already affecting the entire world, and all nations were facing increasing chaos due to the alarming number of people in a state of deep sleep, which could trigger irreversible catastrophes on a global scale if not controlled quickly. It was determined that the captain of Team 1 would personally go into the game, and that Wang Meng would act as vice captain of the team, both having the freedom to choose the members who would accompany them. And during the meeting, it was mentioned that Shadow, the mysterious player who had impressed them so much, could be extremely useful for the success of the mission. Therefore, everyone was instructed to try to make friends with Shadow if they met him, as well as opening an investigation to discover his true identity as soon as possible, as understanding who he was and what information he had about the game was considered fundamental to the stability of society and was treated as a top priority. After these instructions, everyone was dismissed, and later at Xiao's school, the main topic among the students was also the godforsaken game, commenting that people who went into a deep sleep were transported into the game and were stuck in the starting village until they managed to reach at least level 3. One of the girls expressed concern that her own parents would fall asleep and, without any experience of games, would lose their way and put themselves at risk, while another said that, if necessary, they could go in and save them themselves. Meanwhile, Xiao was thoughtfully annoyed that Qin Feng hadn't sent any messages, convinced that he was too arrogant to apologize, remembering that even when she got angry, he always tried to calm her down without hitting back, unlike now when he had mercilessly assaulted her. Xiao bitterly remembered that not even her parents had laid a finger on her, and yet Qin Feng had dared to do so, deciding that even if he apologized 1,000 times, she would never forgive him, although deep down, she felt comforted by the fact that she had seen Songfei the day before, thinking that it had been worth any sacrifice. While she was lost in these memories, Zhao saw something on her cell phone that made her excited. Songfei would soon be joining the game too, and she thought that if she did the same, she could meet him inside. Determined, Zhao decided to ask Zhang Wei how he had managed to reach level 3 so quickly, sending him a message. And Zhang Wei, deluded by the opportunity to get close to one of the school's goddesses, promptly replied that the secret was to put all the available points into agility. Xiao wondered if this was suitable for magic classes, to which Zhang Wei assured her that it was, explaining that agility helped her cast spells more quickly, and that if she still couldn't win on her own, she could rely on level 5 players who created teleportation formations to rescue newcomers from the starting village. Happy with the answer, Xiao celebrated in silence, determined to show Qin Feng that she could surpass him in everything and make him swallow his pride, while at the same moment, her brother was in another corner of the world, analyzing the new equipment he had acquired. Among the treasures obtained, Qin Feng found the gold-level cursed ring, which increased all his attributes by 8 points, which equated to a gross gain of 32 status points, as well as obtaining a new skill called Instant Shadow Slashes, which launched invisible arrows in the direction of enemies, slashing them 3 times and causing absurd damage that was even multiplied if used in stealth. Feng realized that this skill was not only useful for direct attacks, but also for causing area damage, further increasing his ability to eliminate quickly, which made him extremely satisfied. And he decided that it was the ideal time to use his remaining evolution points to improve his skills, raising his greedy hand to a 220% chance of extra loot and a 40% chance of promoting the rank of rewards. Qin Feng found that, with this enhancement, each monster defeated was equivalent to 3 in terms of profit, speeding up his evolution exponentially. He then used the remaining points to further strengthen Shadow's instant slashes, increasing the range and damage of the blows, although the recharge time remained the same, considering the rare and extremely efficient skill. While organizing his new powers, Qin Feng was attacked by 3 level 4 crawlers, but using his new ability, he eliminated all of them simultaneously with ease, testing the efficiency of his improvements in practice, receiving 5 days of life expectancy and an 80 experience points as a reward. With that, Qin Feng noticed that his killing efficiency was infinitely superior to his past life, able to eliminate weak monsters with 2 simple attacks and defeat bosses with a few critical hits, and noted with satisfaction that his his total life expectancy was now 618 days, but he knew that he needed 900 days to be able to bring his skills and equipment into reality. He therefore decided to return immediately to the city to sell all the loot he had accumulated, planning to continue killing until he reached level 10 and began the real transition to the real world, where his power would make all the difference. Later, back in the forest, Qinfeng watched discreetly as Mao Lijun talked to Lizzie, who had finally reached level 3, with Mao demanding payment as agreed. Lizzie arrogantly assured him that the change was nothing to her and promised that she would make the transfer as soon as she returned to the real world. She also offered to buy days of life expectancy for 10,000 each, suggesting that she could get rich quickly at the expense of others if she continued doing business like that, while Qinfeng, from afar, just watched and prepared to take the next step in his climb to the top. Mao Lijun, satisfied, replied that there was nothing wrong with waiting, and commented to himself that it was clear that Shadow had been a complete idiot for not accepting Lizzie's proposal because, according to his logic, turning life expectancy into real money was a unique opportunity that only a true genius could realize, convinced that he was far ahead of the other players. Meanwhile, Qinfeng, unconcerned with other people's conversations, was in the city, activating a teleportation formation, taking advantage of the fact that he had reached level 5, which allowed him to open transportation portals and earning a reputation point as a reward for doing so. Feng was mentally commenting that the city's teleportation formation was two-way, allowing communication between cities only if both reached level 5 and activated their own formations. And he remembered that in his past life, Song Fei had settled in the city of Fireflies, so he was thinking of creating an alert that would automatically notify him if someone activated the formation in that city, so that he could act immediately. Even so, Feng reflected that, for him, teleporting between cities wasn't that important, as his real goal was to reach level 10 and move on to the Forsaken Realm of the Gods, where the real game would begin, with challenges and rewards on a completely different scale. Back in town, Qinfeng started selling all the items he had collected, and people quickly recognized him, as they remembered that last time he had helped a lot by offering powerful items. And now again, a crowd formed around him, quickly buying up everything he had to sell, with skills and equipment being sold in a matter of minutes. This time, the players were willing to pay very high prices, with some skills being exchanged for up to 300 days of life expectancy. And Qinfeng, observing their enthusiasm, thought that he had managed to sell absolutely everything in less than a minute, accumulating a total of 650 days of life expectancy in this operation alone. Adding it all up, Qinfeng now had 2,174 days of life expectancy. But even so, he knew that he was still far from having enough to transfer all his attributes, profession, and equipment to the real world, something that would require an even greater effort. While he was organizing his resources, a girl approached him saying that she had a treasure that might interest him. And as he watched her, Qinfeng realized that she was a player called Black Plum, who offered him a space ring capable of increasing the limit of his inventory by 12 spaces, something simply impressive and invaluable at that stage of the game. Feng, impressed, thought that in his past life an item like that would easily sell for 3,600 days of life expectancy, and curious, asked how much she wanted for the ring, to which Black Plum replied that she didn't want life expectancy as payment, but only that he agreed to add her as a friend and help her kill a boss. Feng accepted the proposal, asking which boss they would need to face, and Black Plum explained that it was a gold-level boss who inhabited a swamp. Although he didn't know its name, he only remembered that the scenario involved a ghost boat, which immediately made Qinfeng think of the rumors from his past life, where the ghost boatman was fiercely contested by all players due to the very rare equipment he dropped. Taking a closer look at Black Plum, Qinfeng deduced that she might be that player known as Pei Shi Koi from his past life, famous for finding rare treasures and bosses just by wandering around in nature, a gift that many thought was just hearsay, but which he now saw with his own eyes was real. Curious, Qinfeng asked how she had found that boss, and Black Plum explained that after finishing her offline meal, she had wanted to get into the game quickly to level up with her friends, but as they were at very low levels, she decided to go for a walk on her own, and ended up spotting the boss under a cliff. Feng reflected that, in his past life, rumors said that Wang Meng's group had a member with the so-called carp physique, who was lucky enough to find secret locations and hidden bosses without any planning, and now he understood that this player was probably the source of this legend. Black Plum, noticing that Feng was staring at her, asked why, but he disguised it by saying that he was just thinking out loud. Although at that moment, a hidden messenger had overheard the conversation and rushed to report to his boss that he had found the girl and that Shadow had taken her out of the city, prompting the boss to comment sarcastically that a brat like him couldn't resist a girl and ordering his entire group to be prepared to capture them. Qinfeng then proposed to Black Plum that they could fight the boss together, where he would concentrate on causing as much damage as possible to secure the best items and skills, dividing the spoils according to how useful they would be to each of them. Black Plum accepted the proposal, but asked for a small additional favor, saying that if Feng sold the equipment to Wang Meng's group or to others, he should give a small discount, and Qinfeng, thinking it was fair, agreed. Black Plum, excited, said that she would let Wang Meng know as soon as they got back, but first she wanted to confirm where they were going, and when she heard that they were already leaving to face the boss, she was completely terrified, saying that she was only a mage and couldn't withstand the attacks of that powerful boss. However, Qinfeng calmly replied that she didn't need to worry, as he alone was enough to defeat the boss, and that she just needed to watch, which left her even more shocked, thinking that it was absurd for a single person to believe that they could defeat a gold-level boss on their own. Before she could reply, Qinfeng activated his stealth and disappeared before her eyes, and the group of enemies chasing them, thinking that he had run away and abandoned Black Plum, decided to attack immediately. But, to their surprise, Qinfeng was just waiting for the right moment. As soon as they approached, Qinfeng activated his instant shadow slashes skill and eliminated all the opponents in one fell swoop, showing that his confidence in himself was not arrogance, but pure and absolute ability. After eliminating 5 players in one go, Qinfeng realized that he had only received 12 days of life expectancy in total, mentally commenting that they were so poor that it seemed as if he had only killed 2 ordinary crawlers, showing total contempt for the strength of that insignificant group. Black Plum, still trying to understand the situation, asked where he had gone, and Qinfeng calmly replied that he had realized they were being followed and had therefore eliminated them all quickly, while Black Plum, a little embarrassed, said she thought he had simply gone to urinate in the woods, taking the opportunity to ask if it was true that he could become invisible like that and kill players so easily. She jokingly asked if he could even go potty in the forest while remaining invisible. But Qinfeng, ignoring her teasing, just asked her to take him to the boss right away, as time was precious. Meanwhile, in the main city, a new player was entering the game, Xiao, who was impressed by the realism of the environment, although she noticed that she didn't feel pain even when she was hurt, and commented to herself that she had obtained a hidden class called Sacrifice, believing that this class would be more powerful than anything her brother had achieved, and that it could certainly help her get even closer to Song Fei. Xiao thought that perhaps Qinfeng knew about this secret attribute, but she was convinced that even though he always cared about her, when she needed him most, he wasn't there to help her, and she told herself that she didn't care, because now she could count on Wang Meng, who had promised to help her. Soon after, when she met Wang Meng, Xiao saw the player rankings and was shocked to realize that Shadow was already at level 6, commenting that Wang Meng bragged about being at level 3, but that the real professional was that Shadow, and she began to wonder how she could meet this extraordinary person. Elsewhere in the city, a group of players were bemoaning the lack of support from a healer, saying that they couldn't go on hunting monsters and bosses without proper healing, when Xiao approached, saying that she had a hidden class that allowed healing, immediately gaining their attention. Meanwhile, on the cliff, Qinfeng was carefully analyzing the scene before him, confirming that the boss really was the gold-level ghost boatman, and instructing Black Plum to hide well, as he would be dealing with this challenge alone. The system then notified that due to the presence of the ghost boatmen, the area had become a violent domain, where players would lose 100 times their life expectancy simply by staying there, which meant that 15 minutes in that zone was equivalent to losing an entire day's worth of life. Faced with the level 5, gold-ranked ghost boatman Qinfeng thought that it had been a long time since he had faced such a dangerous creature, but with 45 minutes of life expectancy left, he believed he could handle the situation. His first move was to use Shadow's instant slashes, dealing 549 points of damage with each blow, followed by a poison dart that landed a critical hit for 621 points. In addition to the continuous poison damage that ate away at the boss's life, Qinfeng reflected that killing the ghost boatman was extremely difficult, mainly because his weakness was not in his body, but in the boat itself, and that when he hit this weakness, the boss controlled the surrounding body of water to unleash devastating area attacks. Knowing that the damage from these pillars of water was absurd, Qinfeng used his high agility to dodge all the deadly attacks, but he knew that he would soon face an even bigger problem. The summoning of 12 aquatic zombies, each equivalent to silver-ranked monsters, renewed every 3 minutes during the battle. Even so, thanks to his stealth and enhanced skills, Qin Feng eliminated all the zombies with his instant cuts, keeping control of the situation while Black Plum, watching from afar, was increasingly impressed by the supernatural strength and skill that this lone assassin displayed. Qin Feng, via chat, warned Black Plum that he would soon die, leaving her extremely surprised, because until that moment he had seemed invincible, but he knew what was coming. When the Ghost Boatman reached half his life, he would launch an area attack using Cursed Souls, paralyzing all players in range for 5 seconds, more than enough time to cause instant deaths. As predicted, when he was hit by the skill, Qin Feng died, losing 326 days of non-exchangeable life expectancy and 1,087 days of exchangeable life expectancy, while the group of criminals who had tried to ambush him celebrated from a distance, believing that they would now be able to steal all his loot. However, when that same group stepped into the Ghost Boatman's violent domain, they were killed instantly without any chance of reaction, being sent back to the city, confused and terrified by the boss's absurd strength. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, already revived, was quietly collecting all the life expectancy orbs left behind, taking advantage of his enemy's recklessness to recover much of what he had lost. Intrigued by the number of orbs, Qin Feng asked Black Plum why so many were scattered around, and she explained that the group he had killed earlier had returned to try to kill him and steal his life expectancy, but had ended up being eliminated by the boss himself, serving as a source of additional resources for him. Qin Feng quickly realized that he had underestimated the strength of the Ghost Boatman, because in his past life he had seen many people suffer at the hands of this creature, even more so considering that it was a gold-ranked boss with many dangerous abilities and an absurd amount of life, and as much as he knew it would be difficult, he decided that even with half of the boss's life remaining, he would not back down and would continue fighting until the end. Taking advantage of the knowledge he had acquired earlier, Qin Feng threw a poison dart directly at the bell attached to the boat, which provoked the boatman's fury, who immediately began attacking the whole area with even more ferocity. But now, knowing the boss's attack pattern, Qin Feng was able to use his shadow instant slashes to attack directly and reposition himself quickly, avoiding damage. Meanwhile, the group of criminals who had been killed earlier returned to the cliff, and Black Plum, sensing their approach, decided to act to prevent them from causing any more trouble, casting a lightning spell directly over their heads, leaving them charred immediately, which made them even more furious, and caused them to run after her in search of revenge. However, another group appeared, trying to take advantage of the confusion, further increasing the chaos in the area, while Qin Feng, totally focused on the battle against the Ghost Boatman, felt the adrenaline rushing through his body, knowing that the boss was already very close to being defeated, despite still posing a huge threat due to his absurd strength. Qin Feng knew that his raw damage was still too low to deal with a gold-ranked boss, and he still had to deal with the constant threat of criminals and opportunists appearing in the forest, waiting for the right moment to steal his rewards if he faltered. As soon as he managed to kill the Ghost Boatman, Qin Feng immediately activated his invisibility skill to avoid ambushes, and was rewarded with 4,800 experience points, rising directly to level 8, as well as receiving 7 evolution points and 216 days of life expectancy. For being the first player to defeat a gold-ranked boss, Qin Feng also gained 3 reputation points, and this news quickly spread through the cities, impressing all the players who learned of the feat and consolidating Shadow's reputation as the strongest player of the moment, making Xiao, on hearing the news, think that he needed to get closer to him at any cost to achieve his goal of staying by Songfei's side. At the site of the battle, several precious rewards had fallen to the ground, and the group of opportunists were preparing to steal everything using their specific skills, with one archer using a ghostly hawk to reveal any enemies hiding in the area. But even with this skill, Qin Feng's invisibility was so advanced that they were unable to detect him. The archer, finding nothing, commented that Shadow had probably already fled, so the group prepared to loot the spoils. But before they could act, Qin Feng, taking advantage of the moment of carelessness, eliminated all of them instantly using his shadow instant cuts, bringing absolute silence to the battlefield once again. Taking advantage of the situation, Qin Feng used his evolution points to further increase his greedy hand skill, achieving a 100% chance of raising the category of the items, which represented an immense change in the quality of the loot he would win from now on. With the activation of the skill, Qin Feng received 21 evolution points and 648 days of life expectancy, as well as obtaining double the special item Phantom Fire Bell, whose description said that the item would not lose its duration even after death, and had a recharge time of 1,560 seconds, a passive soul-absorbing ability that increased the duration by 20%, with each monster killed, and when shaken, immobilized all enemies within 100 meters for 3 seconds, made all the more practical because the 2 bells only took up one piece of equipment. Meanwhile, Black Plum was shouting for help over the chat, saying that she was trapped on the edge of the cliff, surrounded by enemies on all sides, and Qin Feng, even though he knew she hated being called by that nickname, asked where she was. Desperate, Black Plum looked down and, without much thought, threw herself off the cliff, falling headfirst to the ground and cracking the soil, while one of the criminals commented that she was very determined, and Black Plum, already revived in the city, warned that she no longer needed help, as she had transferred all her life expectancy points to her captain before she died, ensuring that everything was under control. Qin Feng agreed and said that he would then pass on the combined items and skills to her, reflecting that he had been very lucky in that battle, as he had now accumulated 3,115 days of life expectancy and 21 extra evolution points. Knowing that he would need 210 evolution points to raise the greedy hand to the legendary level, which justified the very high cost given the absurd power the skill would achieve, Qin Feng decided that, for the time being, he would leave this evolution for later. He then used his points to further evolve his instant shadow slashes skill, significantly increasing the range and damage of his attacks, further strengthening his lethal and stealthy combat style, preparing himself for the even greater challenges to come. In addition to all the improvements he had already achieved, Qin Feng even increased the damage multiplier for attacks carried out while stealthy or invisible. And with this evolution, the damage of his stealth attacks had basically doubled, allowing a single stealth strike to now easily reach 3,000 points of damage. And adding up all the cuts from his instant shadow cuts skill, the total damage could easily exceed 7,000 points. Qin Feng had also won many extremely powerful items after the battle against the Ghost Boatman, and even though he shared some of the loot with Black Plum, what he had left was absolutely unprecedented, starting with the Ghost Boatman's double blades, which provided 136% attack, 22% agility, 24% attack speed, and 17% armor penetration, plus the effect that each normal attack counted as 2 blows. Something that, although it wouldn't be used as much now because Qin Feng was concentrating more on skills, in the future, especially in prolonged combat, would be of enormous use due to the synergy with his skill recovery speed. In addition to the blades, Qin Feng also obtained the Ghostly Fire leather armor, which granted 25 physical defense, 50 fire resistance, 14 damage blocking, and an additional 419 life points, which made him think that with this protection, most players wouldn't even be able to damage him efficiently. And he also planned to make his armor invisible to keep his body protected without losing the strategic advantage of stealth. In the midst of this preparation, Qin Feng also acquired a new assassin skill called Ghostly Shadow Blur, which gave him a 15% chance of completely dodging a blow, guaranteeing total immunity to the skill's damage if the dodge was activated. And although he remembered that this skill was considered weak in his past life, for him, who could evolve any skill indefinitely, it became an important part of his survival. Determined to finish the business, Qin Feng prepared to return to the city and divide up the spoils that Black Plum deserved, as well as finally taking the promised space ring and selling the rest of the items collected. But as he turned a corner, he came across the group of criminals who had tried to kill him earlier, and instead of confronting him, they began to run desperately. But even so, Qin Feng killed them all quickly, even without gaining anything from it. One of the criminals, in desperation, begged Qin Feng not to kill him, claiming that he had less than a year's life expectancy left in the game, but Qin Feng only asked him if he thought about the consequences when he attacked his innocent victims, and without hesitation, threw a poison dart straight into the criminal's face, killing him in the same instant. Because he had killed so many players, Qin Feng had been given the status of assassin, which meant that if he died, he would lose 75% of his entire life expectancy, but he thought that this wouldn't be a problem because no one there would be strong enough to kill him anyway. Returning to the city, Qin Feng found the predictable scene of eager players waiting for their new sales, at which point one of the players, who had previously planned to steal his items, approached him, offering a skill book as a bribe, trying to prevent Qin Feng from revealing his treachery to everyone. The skill book was called Impulse, a blow that stunned the enemy for 2 seconds, and although Qin Feng accepted the bribe, he knew he would only do it for now, as he would still decide how to deal with them in the future, while the other players, furious, promised that next time they would kill that traitor without hesitation. The leader of the criminal group, on the other hand, insisted that they weren't seeing the whole picture, claiming that Shadow probably had a hidden secret, and that if they discovered his identity in real life, they could kidnap him or do anything to force him to reveal his tricks. And since they had heard his voice, finding this person would become much easier, especially now that the leader claimed claimed to have a contact who specialized in locating people in the real world. Meanwhile, Qin Feng went to Little Black, as he called Black Plum, to share everything they had agreed, although she grumbled that he shouldn't call her by that nickname, but she still thanked him immensely, saying that the skills and equipment she had received had multiplied her magical power several times over, making a point of showing her gratitude. Qin Feng replied that everything was as agreed and that he now wanted the ring, the space ring, making it clear so that there would be no misunderstandings, and Black Plum happily handed over the ring and commented that, while trying to escape from the forest, she had found a mysterious underground cave, asking if Qin Feng would like to explore it together with her. Qin Feng, observing that Black Plum had a natural talent for finding unique places and opportunities, thought that befriending her was a huge benefit, as she had already found a gold-ranked boss and was now discovering a secret cave, which made it clear that sincerity and mutual benefit would be essential to maintaining this partnership. Equipped with the new space ring, Qin Feng now had 27 spaces in his inventory, a significant improvement for his growth, but he asked Black Plum where Wang Meng was, as he still wanted to sell him some items at a discount, as agreed. Black Plum explained that they were training the group's new priestess, and that she had marked the exact location of the entrance to those mysterious ruins for Feng on the map, indicating a stone slab hidden behind bushes as a reference point. She said that she just moved the slab and found the entrance, but as she took a few steps into the cave, she heard frightening screams coming from the depths, which made her run out in terror. But before she could say anything else, Qin Feng had already disappeared, activating his stealth and running quickly toward the forest, determined to explore the new location before other players found out. Qin Feng had originally thought that he would only find places like that when he reached level 10. But since he had found these ruins now, there was no reason to turn down the opportunity, as he knew that there were three main types of ruins for beginners: tombs, cursed ruins, and temples of faith. And regardless of which one it was, the common monsters inside were usually bronze ranked, with a few silver ranked ones. No great threat to someone of his current level. Thus, Qin Feng advanced into the cave hidden in the ruins, knowing that the monsters themselves would pose no real challenge. But that, as was customary in these areas, at the end of every ruin, there was always a gold-ranked boss. And in the cursed ruins, the monsters were even more peculiar, as they had been cursed by ancient and evil gods, many of them being former humans who had gone mad, or ghosts who continued to wander even after death. Looking closely at the murals on the walls, Qin Feng recognized the place, because it was a temple of faith, a very familiar environment for him, and from the symbolism, he soon deduced that he was in front of the temple of the elder god of judgment, the same place where, in his past life, he had obtained the legendary Eye of Judgment. Meanwhile, in the forest, Wang Meng suffered trying to defeat a predator, being thrown far even with his shield up, while the team pressured Xiao to heal quickly. But Xiao, trembling with fear, didn't know how to use his ability correctly and, without thinking, dropped his staff on the ground, which resulted in everyone's death and a forced return to the main city. Black Plum, trying to defuse the situation, asked the captain if they had already tried to buy new equipment, explaining that Shadow had not yet returned, and the captain replied that they would try again later. But the group's archer exploded in fury, calling Xiao useless, stating that she was worse than the last member of the group. Black Plum tried to argue by saying that it was normal to die a few times in games like that, but the knight pondered that, in just 1 hour, they had already died 3 times in a row, something that was greatly hindering the team's progress. And to try to solve it, Black Plum suggested that she herself could help, as she now had very strong equipment and skills thanks to Shadow. Wang Meng thought the idea was reasonable and accepted, saying that he would do his best to collaborate, but internally, Black Plum thought that group was completely incompetent and secretly planned that as soon as he had direct and constant contact with Shadow, he would leave them all behind, as he considered most of them to be useless. Meanwhile, Qin Feng continued to explore the Temple of Faith, advancing through the corridors until he came across followers of the level 10, silver-ranked Elder God, monsters that, even with all his strength, he couldn't defeat straight away, as his instant cuts only took about 1/5 of their life, showing that they were enemies far above average for beginners. Despite this, the followers didn't attack Qin Feng, even though he had revealed his position, which made him suspect that perhaps, due to the presence of the Eyes of Judgment, they still recognized him as the representative of their god, or perhaps they were simply instinctively obeying a higher authority. Taking advantage of the situation, Qin Feng mentally asked the followers to guide him into the temple, and they began to walk, but on detecting the presence of intruders, the followers fiercely advanced against an invading group, which was precisely the Grey Rose players' group, wiping them all out quickly. quickly. Qinfeng, observing from afar, was surprised to see that they had found that spot so soon, but he didn't regret it, as by defeating the group, many days of life expectancy were left behind, which he promptly collected, further increasing his earnings. After confirming that there were no traps or hidden treasures in the area, and even if the two followers obeyed him, Qinfeng killed them in cold blood, securing another 4,000 experience points, rising to level 9, gaining 4 evolution points, and 188 days of life expectancy, as well as multiplying all the gains thanks to his Hand of Greed skill, which left him increasingly impressed with the efficiency of this skill. Among the rewards, Qinfeng obtained a gold-level piece of equipment for assassins, which reduced the recharge time of skills by 20%, increased his agility by 15 points, and even summoned a devoted follower, which he was very pleased about, as the active and passive effect of the item was simply perfect for his stealthy and aggressive style of play. After defeating the bosses and scouring the area, Qinfeng noticed a type of hidden button, and by pressing it, he activated a mechanism that revealed a hidden elevator, which took him to a depth of at least 300 meters below the Temple of Faith. Now, Qinfeng found himself inside a real underground labyrinth, and with his past life experience, he knew that there was a certain chance of finding these labyrinths in ancient ruins, and that these places were full of deadly traps. But as long as he remained attentive and careful, they wouldn't pose much danger to someone like him. The traps, although fatal, could be overcome with intelligence, and Qinfeng was already thinking of using his new ability to summon a devout follower, sending him ahead to activate all the traps before heading off, thus guaranteeing his own safety while he calmly explored the treasures hidden in the depths of the temple. Qinfeng, analyzing his options, decided to use his evolution points to increase his dodging ability, raising the rate from 15% to an impressive 75%, something that bordered on practical immortality in combat. But even with this absurd advantage, Feng thought that he still wouldn't be able to evolve this ability from epic to legendary, because the cost of evolution grew exponentially, requiring 10 times as many points with each level increase, which made it clear that in order to raise all his skills to legendary level, he would need to accumulate an almost absurd amount of evolution points, and at the moment, he only had 11. He also decided to improve his stealth skill, which still had a slightly high recharge time, but which, with time and further improvements, would become practically permanent, further increasing his mastery of the battlefield. While exploring the labyrinth, his summoned follower ended up stepping on a trap and was crushed by a giant rock, causing Qinfeng to realize that his summoner had died, so he decided to wait for the recharge time needed to summon another follower and continue using him as bait to activate the trap safely. At that moment, Grey Rose's group returned to the Temple of Faith, cautiously advancing to the place where they had previously encountered monsters. But when they arrived, they realized that all the enemies had disappeared, and they were deeply shocked, as it was unusual for silver-ranked creatures to simply vanish out of thin air. Suspecting what might have happened, Grey Rose remembered that they had seen a strange person before being attacked, and thought that perhaps it was Shadow, wondering if it was really possible that someone had defeated 2 such strong bosses in such a simple way, which made her realize that the power of this mysterious player was even more terrifying than she could have imagined. Meanwhile, Qinfeng continued to advance slowly through the labyrinth, sending his summons ahead to activate traps, saving time and ensuring his own safety until, after hours of exploration, he finally reached the end of the labyrinth, remembering his past life when crossing a similar structure would have required killing countless players in fierce disputes. Making his devotee open the large doors, Feng observed that the poor follower couldn't even move the heavy structures, so with a simple touch of his own hand, he opened the entrance as if by magic, revealing a huge, hidden garden, and in the center, a treasure guarded by a female figure who looked like a priestess. There was no visible information about her, no name, no level, no rank, and when she tried to interact, the priestess uttered a few words in a language Feng didn't understand, and disappeared amidst an intense glow, also making the thorns protecting the chest disappear. Feng, still suspicious of a possible trap, ordered his follower to open the chest, and the moment he did, an intense light appeared, revealing a very rare skill book, a divine-level skill for assassins, which granted a passive ability that made it easier to find weak points and doubled the damage applied to those points, as well as an active ability that allowed him to attack the enemy's throat directly, causing 100% additional damage for 3 seconds as a bleeding effect. Qinfeng was deeply impressed, because on top of everything else, this skill was already at the legendary level, which made it incredibly difficult to evolve further, but it was still an absurd gain, insanely multiplying all the damage potential he already possessed. With his inventory full, Qinfeng decided to return immediately to the city, to sell the surplus items, telling Black Plum that he was returning, to which she replied that she would also be back quickly, eager to see what else she could get. As soon as he arrived, Qin Feng saw a real crowd gathered waiting for him, players from every city, each wanting to buy items, make friends, or simply be close to Shadow, as his fame had already spread all over the world, boosted even more by the activation of the teleport formations between cities. Feng, observing the confusion, knew that now he could finally make his way to Songfei City. But first, using his invisibility, he simply disappeared from the square, causing the crowd, confused and frustrated, to start fighting among themselves for no reason. Qin Feng, invisible, went straight to where Little Black was, thinking that perhaps her captain was nearby. And when he arrived, he saw his sister Xiao and wondered why she was now in Wang Meng's team, imagining that they had probably almost been destroyed because of her. Feng knew he couldn't reveal himself, because now everyone knew of the legendary Shadow's existence, and if he couldn't take his skills and equipment into the real world, his own life would be at risk. Meanwhile, Xiao, totally impressed by Shadow, decided that she would do anything to be carried by him, believing that she could soon be in the arms of Song Fei. Completely blinded by her obsession, Feng began selling some very powerful items and skills to Wang Meng, applying the promised discount and allowing him to pay in installments, leaving Wang Meng extremely grateful, promising that if Shadow needed anything in the future, they would be ready to help him. Thanks to this new equipment and skills, the group was now able to face any initial challenge in the game. But Xiao, realizing that there was no item reserved for her, asked directly if there was anything she could use, even trying to add Shadow as a friend, only to receive a cold, dismissive stare that made her wince, while Feng silently reaffirmed that he didn't intend to carry dead weight this time. The people around commented loudly that Xiao had been completely ignored by Shadow, and of course, on hearing this, Xiao felt deeply humiliated, unable to hide the shame that dominated her face, while Qin Feng, watching from afar, thought that he actually had a gold-level priest scepter in his inventory that could be extremely useful to her, but even so, he would never consider handing over something so valuable to Xiao, as he wouldn't waste his resources on someone so useless. In addition, Qin Feng still had many rare skills to sell and was trading them all with Wang Meng, accumulating life expectancy in return, and at the same time, strengthening his influence and gradually gaining the trust of that group, consolidating his position as a powerful ally. But even while carrying out these transactions, Feng had an even more important goal in mind. He needed to find a perfect priestess for Wang Meng's group, someone he knew well from his past life. A young woman called Gu Yichui, a member of the legendary Guild of Godslayers, a player with a hidden class called Priestess of the White Bird, capable of defeating epic-level bosses on her own, something that put Xiao in a pathetic position of comparison. Knowing this, Qin Feng knew that in order to find her, he would need to use the teleportation formation and head to the City of Fireflies, where, as well as Gu Yishui, he would also find Song Fei, another character he needed to keep a close eye on. When he arrived in the City of Fireflies, Feng realized that the atmosphere was very different from what he had expected, because the place was silent and desolate, with very few people wandering the streets, and the few that remained seemed completely disoriented and in chaos. Looking closely, Qin Feng saw a group where a single player was surrounded by countless low-level kids, and he immediately recognized the scene, because he knew who the individual was who had managed to attract so many people. It was Song Fei, much easier to find than he had anticipated. Slipping through the shadows invisibly, Qin Feng walked through the pipes in the area and made his way to the area called the Valley of Lamentations, a level 5 area where he knew flaming spirits and the fearsome chained ones lived, monsters that caused serious problems for unprepared players. While observing discreetly, Qin Feng saw a group of players taking a real beating from a two-headed flaming spirit, a silver-ranked boss, and realized that the situation was chaotic not only because of the monsters, but also because the players themselves were fighting among themselves, killing each other, forming makeshift factions that tried to control the area. In the midst of this pandemonium, Qin Feng noticed that Song Fei was at the center of all the confusion, protected by a group of fanatical girls, who threw themselves in front of him to defend him from ambushes, traps, and attacks coming from all directions, while other groups tried to eliminate him to steal his resources. Feng knew very well that, despite the impressive title of Magician God, Song Fei was nothing more than an ordinary player with the Magician class, and that in his past life he had tricked hundreds of girls into choosing Magician classes, and then appropriated all the best equipment and skills they could get, accelerating his own growth at the expense of others. Knowing that a group made up only of mages would be vulnerable, Song Fei manipulated these players to invest massively in strength and life attributes, making them shields of flesh that could withstand attacks, while he strengthened himself. And Qin Feng, observing all this, thought coldly that, in the past, many of these girls died in real life trying to protect someone who never intended to repay their sacrifice. Songfei kept complaining, saying how bad it felt to see his sisters working so hard for him. He kept wishing that boss would die soon, just so everyone could rest. Deep down, he wanted a world full of peace, love, and no violence. But even with this speech, he was the first to tell his sisters to kill that ugly beast right away. Despite all this talk, Songfei's sisters didn't seem to be that weak. However, the boss was also very powerful. A fireball almost hit Songfei directly, but one of the girls threw herself in front of him, sacrificing herself to the game. At that moment, he felt sad, but it was all just an act. They kept fighting, saying that all they had to do was push a little harder and the beast would die. They were all extremely motivated, even using high-level spells. They attacked that flaming spirit with lightning bolts straight to the head. Songfei thought that the monster was finally going to die. He thought it was absurd that even a silver tier boss was so difficult to defeat and wondered how anyone had managed to kill a gold tier boss on their own. In his mind, it had to be a bug. Surely that guy had several people helping him, and yet he was only at level 7. He wondered how that shadow guy could level up so quickly. He imagined that by defeating that boss, he would rise straight to level 8 and be able to pass Shadow, who had been stuck at level 9 for a long time. In his mind, it was only a matter of time before he became one of the kings of this game. But suddenly, Shadow appeared as if the whole thing was nothing. He simply grabbed Songfei's head and decapitated her using his instant shadow cut. Soon afterwards, when all the little sisters tried to react, they were also beheaded, one by one. In the end, Shadow earned 1,500 XP, not only for killing everyone there, but also for defeating the boss, who was that two-headed flaming spirit. The players nearby were shocked, wondering who this powerful guy was. Some said he killed everything in sight. Others were trying to confirm whether that killer was really the legendary Shadow, the one who managed to defeat the first gold tier boss. Most of them were already running away, but some of the braver ones stayed to admire him, saying that he was incredible, that he had killed Songfei and saved a lot of people. However, Shadow thought that these people were only saying this because they were scared, afraid that they would be the next victims. If this had been his past life, all these people would have gathered to hunt him down and steal all his loot. Meanwhile, back in the city, Songfei received notification that he had been killed by Shadow. He had lost days of exchangeable life expectancy and a further 18 years and 113 days of non-exchangeable life expectancy. He was confused, wondering if he had really died. He couldn't understand how Shadow had ended up in Firefly City. The sisters were also indignant, not understanding why, among so many cities, he had appeared right there and wondering if Songfei had really died too. Songfei, annoyed, commented that in the end he just wanted to kill that silver tier boss. People began to say that he was a disgusting man who had ambushed them. Then another little girl appeared, apparently very silly and cross-eyed. It's not a criticism of cross-eyed people, but in that game, the design of the silly characters was represented just like that, which seemed a bit strange. Songfei's sisters said that they only accepted mages in the group, but he ignored them and said no, that it was one big family. He said he loved everyone and could win anyone's heart. He said he could feel the girl's passion, even though she was an archer, and assured her that she could join the group without a problem. The girl started crying, almost drooling, and said she loved him. Soon, other girls began to join in too. Assassins, mages, archers, and warriors gathered around Songfei, who took advantage of the fact that he was in the starting city to win over even more players from there. The group of girls in love with him grew a lot, and now they were all declared enemies of Shadow. They were completely focused on hunting him down and trying to kill him. Not Sonic's Shadow, but Shadow the Killer. They all wanted to take revenge on him. In the midst of this, some players, curious about the movement, asked what all the noise was about. Another replied that it was just a new celebrity appearing there. Some commented that it was great when Songfei died, but found it strange how he managed to die, considering that he was surrounded by so many girls protecting him. They soon discovered that the killer was Shadow himself. There was nothing more to say. Some said that he was crazy to mess with those girls, that they were completely insane. But for Songfei, that was fine. The more witnesses, the better, because when he finally managed to kill Shadow, everyone would understand that going it alone was nothing compared to having a big group, especially against fragile killers like him. Songfei wondered how a frail and dirty assassin like Shadow could compare to a noble mage like him. Meanwhile, Shadow was enjoying all the loot from the battle. He used his skill called Greedy Hand and gained 16 evolution points, 217 days of exchangeable life expectancy, as well as 6 silver level loots and 1 gold level loot. He spent the evolution points to improve the skill Grant Mercy, which was upgraded from epic to legendary. This increased its damage when hitting weak points from an extra 100% to an extra 200%. The effect of the Cutthroat skill, which previously dealt 100% attack damage, has now been increased to 150%. In addition, the cooldown of this skill has dropped from 22 seconds to 18.5 seconds. seconds. Shadow also noticed an improvement in the enemy's weak points. Before, the weak point was just the head. Now, it also applies to the neck and chest. Of course, the greatest damage is still to the head, but the weak point bonus works from the chest upwards. Even your instant shadow blow now deals weak point damage, making it even more deadly. Cutthroat's damage has become absurd, and with the reduced cooldown, he realized that he was now even able to defeat a gold-level boss with just one well-timed blow. He reflected that a skill that starts out epic only costs 1 evolution point to upgrade to legendary, but to upgrade from legendary to mythical, the cost is 100 times higher. And from there, the costs only multiply exponentially. For example, your Greedy Hand skill, which is currently at epic level and cost 210 points to get there, would need more than 3,400 points just to evolve to legendary. At the moment, he only had 9 points left, which wasn't enough to upgrade any of his main skills. So he decided to spend 8 points to upgrade a skill that was at a very low level, back attack, which went from gold to platinum. The damage of this skill increased from 30% to 40%. Now there was only 1 evolution point left. Shadow found it impressive how a simple silver tier boss, faced by a group of players, gave him more than 100 days of exchangeable life expectancy. With everything settled, he thought it was time to go back. But at that moment, he was surprised by an assassin who appeared in front of him trying to kill him. As expected, he dodged the blow as if it were nothing. The assassin tried to escape using stealth, disappearing soon after. Meanwhile, Songfei's sisters were already on the scene, shouting that ugly Shadow had to die immediately. And of course, there was the cross-eyed archer again. It's no criticism, but in that game, the silly character was represented with just that trait, which made the situation a little funny. When they realized they were about to be attacked, Shadow quickly activated his stealth. The archer, who had the ability to detect stealth, tried to find him, but his stealth was of such a high level that, instead of detecting him, she ended up detecting only the same girl who had tried to attack him earlier. Songfei's sisters, not realizing their mistake, went all out on the girl, blowing her up in the process. Only then did they realize that it wasn't Shadow. The fat girl in the group, seeing the mistake, commented that it was okay. After all, the girl wasn't even a real mage, and said that she didn't really like Songfei, so it was okay. They could start again. It was at this point that Shadow used his Ghost Bells ability, then activated Soul Shock, which immobilized anyone within a radius of 100 meters for 3 seconds. That was enough to paralyze everyone, completely defenseless, and then he killed them using his instant Shadow Slash. Taking advantage of his invisibility, Shadow approached Songfei, who didn't even notice him. Songfei was confused, wondering what had happened so suddenly. He couldn't understand how he had been attacked if he hadn't even seen anything happening. It was then that Shadow, in the utmost silence, whispered in his ear that he was already dead. He just didn't know it yet. Songfei tried to react by activating a magic shield, but it was no use. A poison dart hit him directly in the head, and he died slowly, suffering as the poison took effect. Shadow, observing this, commented to himself that Songfei really did have a lot of life expectancy built up in that body. Originally, he had about 2,000 days, but after dying to him for the first time, he had lost a lot. He also realized that Songfei's fangirls had almost no life expectancy left. This confirmed that they were transferring their exchangeable life expectancy to him. Shadow thought that, after all this time, that game abandoned by its developers was just a game. But it was still frightening how he managed to brainwash his fans. Without wasting any time, Shadow decided it was time to continue farming, hunting some more monsters in the area. Back in the original city, they were reviving once again. Songfei complained that he now only had 500 days to live. He wondered why, even with the detection skill, Shadow had managed to kill them while invisible. The archer replied that she had used detection, but had only managed to locate the assassin friend who was with them. The mage explained that Shadow's stealth level was probably too high. Their detection was only at level 1, so it wasn't enough to find someone with stealth much higher than that. Songfei was desperate, saying that Shadow appeared and disappeared without a trace. He had no idea how to defend himself against it. He complained that he hadn't even provoked Shadow, and yet he had stolen the boss that was his. He tried to console himself by imagining that maybe Shadow wouldn't show up again, unless he was being chased just because he was so handsome. The girls, his fans, said they weren't going to let that happen. They were going to farm even more to protect him. Sometime later, while he was in the city, Shadow appeared again. He noticed that Songfei's group had disappeared and wondered if they had left the game or gone to another town. Walking through the square, he appeared out of nowhere next to a player, coming out of stealth and scaring the boy. He asked him directly if he knew where Songfei was. The player replied that he did, that he had gone in that direction, and even asked him if he was going to kill him to spare his girlfriend who was in his group. Shadow, without much interest, replied that it would be easier to find a new girlfriend. He thought that his girlfriend was probably the same cross-eyed archer who had tried to detect him earlier. The guy even commented that it had taken him a long time to get a girlfriend, but before he could finish, Shadow disappeared, leaving him talking to himself. Shadow knew more or less the direction they had gone, but he didn't have the exact destination. Searching blindly would be a waste of time, so he thought that if he could find Gu Yixue, he could sort it out. And as if the universe had heard, she appeared right in front of him, saying Gue. He approached her and bluntly asked if that pretty girl could help him. When she realized who it was, Gu Yixue was surprised and recognized that it was Shadow himself. He commented that he had heard that her ability allowed her to search for people in a large area and said that he wanted to find Song Fei, offering a gold tier staff in exchange. Gu Yixue became suspicious, asking how he knew about her large area search since she didn't usually tell many people about this ability. Shadow told her not to worry about it and asked if she would help or not. Without much thought, she accepted immediately. The deal was done. The transaction was a success, and she was left drooling over the golden staff she had received. Shadow, impatient, hurried her along, saying that he didn't have all day. Gu Yixue, somewhat at a loss to understand, realized that even though it was the first time she had met Shadow, he felt strangely familiar. She even asked him if he wasn't afraid that she would just take the staff and leave the game. Shadow replied by asking if she didn't hate Song Fei too. This surprised her, and she wanted to know how he knew that. She even asked if they were friends in real life, since his voice sounded a little familiar. Shadow, maintaining the mystery, only replied by asking if she wanted to hazard a guess. Soon after, Gu Yixue activated his ability, sending his owl to search. From the owl's view, it flew over the barren fields until it managed to locate Song Fei. She told him the coordinates were 386-9527, but warned him that they wouldn't be there for long. Shadow asked her to add him as a friend and to update their location constantly. She explained that her ability didn't last that long, but he replied that it would be quick. A short while later, Shadow was approaching the location of the coordinates. Gu Yixue, who was still with him, asked why he had stopped at that particular point. He asked her to take a good look and said that there were other trees exactly like the one they were in. She confirmed that in fact, there were 3 in total. It was then that Shadow leaned against one of the trees, exactly where there was a kind of carved seal. Gu Yixue, curious, asked what that symbol was. Shadow, maintaining the atmosphere of mystery, told her she could try to guess. As soon as he touched the 3 seals on the trees, a tiered jade chest appeared in front of them. Shadow was surprised, saying that he never thought he would find a blessing from one of the gods in the original village. He thought it was absurdly lucky, since it even generated a treasure chest for him. He explained that the blessings of the ancient gods can appear anywhere in the god-forsaken lands. Basically, certain areas have strange symbols. If someone activates all of them, they unlock a blessing. Some of these blessings summon monster bosses, others generate hordes of weaker monsters, but they can also generate treasure chests, or even unique rewards. Gu Yixue was shocked and said that this was insane because that chest should be worth at least 10,000 days of life expectancy. Shadow thought that this estimate wasn't wrong. In his past life, the exchange rate for negotiable lifespans was 1 to 10,000. Only now, on the second day, that rate was already going from 1 to over 50,000. Meanwhile, Gu Yixue was trying to memorize the symbols he had just touched in the hope of getting a blessing for her later. Soon after, Shadow managed to obtain the skill called Jade Level Fluorescent Curse, which was in the Universal Skill Book. When he used this skill on the corpse of a player who had been dead for less than 15 seconds, it would cause a cursed flower to bloom on the body. This flower would continuously drain the target's negotiable life expectancy until it was completely zeroed out. Shadow remembered that he had heard of this ability in his past life. He knew that it was extremely stolen, he just didn't know that it was called Fluorescent Curse. Without thinking twice, he learned this skill. He thought that from now on, every time he killed a player, all he had to do was wait for the corpse on the ground to suck all the negotiable life expectancy out of him. So he decided that Song Fei's glory days would end now. He was determined to hunt him down until he logged out of the game. After that, he would run straight to level 10, extract all his skills for real life, and kill him for good. Meanwhile, Song Fei and his group were busy defeating various monsters to farm. Song Fei believed that Shadow didn't even know where he was now. Even though he'd been killed twice and had his boss stolen, he thought that should be enough, and that Shadow wouldn't follow him there. But he made it clear to himself that when he reached the highest level, he would settle the score with that bastard. In the middle of the hunt, one of the sisters spotted a group facing a boss, and Song Fei wondered if they weren't Shadow fans. The sisters immediately became angry and decided that they were going to kill them all. Without a second thought, they ran up to the group and started attacking. The people who were facing the boss thought they were reinforcements, but realized too late that they weren't. Instead of helping, they started attacking. Instead of helping, they began to massacre everyone. The first, a chubby girl, crushed the skull of one of the players, while the others asked in fright what they were doing and if they were crazy. She replied that this was the fate of Shadow fans. One of the players didn't even understand what was going on. She had no idea who Shadow was, but she was still killed by a shower of arrows launched by the slimy girl in the group, who shouted that it was all for Song Fei. The carnage was so great that even the boss was afraid. The group of humans was being completely exterminated, and even the boss was trembling before them. Everything in sight was mercilessly destroyed, leaving blood everywhere. In the midst of all this, Song Fei thanked his beloved family with emotion, saying that he had almost been killed by those cruel players, but thanks to them he was safe. The sisters replied that he didn't need to thank them. Only while they were celebrating, Shadow was already preparing to do what he did best: murder. In the blink of an eye, he whispered in Song Fei's ear that he was already dead, and without giving him a chance to react, cut off his head. The little sisters had no time to do anything. Shadow then used the fluorescent curse, creating a large red flower on Song Fei's body, which began to drain his life expectancy. The frightened fans wondered what the hell that was all about. Shortly afterwards, when Song Fei came back to town, he was indignant and thought that Shadow had to be crazy. He concluded that he must have been jealous because he lived surrounded by women, and the other guy didn't. Even so, he didn't stop cursing. Even so, he didn't stop cursing his own fans, calling them completely useless. Then he realized something very strange. The system was counting his life expectancy, which was falling by the second. He was confused, because before it had been 400, but now it was decreasing rapidly. He wondered if this was a penalty for dying too much. Soon the sisters appeared at his side, also dead, and realized that something was very wrong. They said that Shadow had used a strange ability that made a flower appear on his body, and it seemed to be sucking something out of him. Song Fei instantly realized that this was exactly what was draining his life expectancy. He thought in despair that that damned Shadow was really trying to kill him. His life expectancy now stood at 330, and without a second thought, he decided that he had to leave the game immediately. Song Fei told his family that they all needed to log out of the game immediately, because if they stayed online, they could end up being drained as well. But even disconnecting, he didn't think it would end that way. He was determined to put an end to Shadow. He believed that after training for so long to get there, it didn't make sense to accept that he couldn't crush Shadow using the money he had. Meanwhile, Shadow was quiet in his garden of red spider lilies. The place looked like a real body fest, full of corpses strewn about. The system then notified him that due to his excessive killing of players, he had become a level 4 assassin. Now, any death would cause him to lose 96% of his current life expectancy. Even so, he was pleased because he had managed to accumulate another 1,000 days of negotiable life expectancy. He also noticed that Song Fei's group had indeed farmed a lot, but the life absorption had stopped, indicating that they had probably disconnected from the game. Meanwhile, Yu's owl, who was monitoring everything, was watching carefully and thought that this was the legendary Shadow, the top 1 player, completely terrifying. Shadow asked her if Song Fei had left the game, and she confirmed that he and all his fans had. Shadow replied that it was fine, but asked to be notified immediately if any of them logged back in. Soon after, Gu Yixue suggested that they could leave, but Shadow replied that he still had a sword of sacred judgment there and asked if she didn't want it. Gu Yixue, of course, replied that she did. So Shadow asked her to wait for him in the city. Later, he suddenly appeared there, even giving her a fright. He said that he had a skill book that was worth around 500 days of life expectancy, but that he would sell it to her for half the price, as long as she accepted one condition. Gu Yixue, suspicious, replied on the spot that she wouldn't sell her own body. Shadow, not quite understanding where she was getting that from, explained that it was nothing of the sort. All he wanted was for her to join a team for a certain period of time. Gu Yixue accepted, but warned that the group couldn't be weak. Shadow replied that she didn't need to worry about that, because she was going to contact everyone right now. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a group was facing a boss and managed to defeat the monster, but the captain ended up getting poisoned. Desperate, he asked Xiao Yu to use the poison cleansing skill on him quickly. Xiao Yu, a little lost, asked if she was really supposed to use it. The captain confirmed it, pointing out that every priest had this ability. She answered yes, found the skill, and asked everyone to watch. But when she used it, she missed her target and ended up hitting a tree instead of the captain. She apologized, but it was too late. The captain died of poisoning. When they all returned to the city, the captain was indignant. He thought they had put a healer in the group, but it wasn't working. He wondered if she wasn't from a hidden class, and even so, how she could be so bad. She concluded that the really good healers were probably already busy in other groups. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu thought that reaching level 4 had been easy, and now she could finally find her brother Song Fei. At that moment, moment, Shadow contacted Wang Meng, the captain of that group. He said he had a friend who was a priestess of the White Eagle, a hidden and very powerful class, and asked if he would like her to join the team. Wang Meng said that if Shadow himself was recommending it, then he believed it. He said that of course he would accept the new member. Shadow replied that she was in Labarita City, and as there were few people farming there, it would be very easy for them. Wang Meng commented that they were about to change locations because that city was getting too crowded. He then approached Xiao Yu, telling her that they were going to a much higher level city and that it would be too dangerous for someone of her level, so they weren't going to take her. But Xiao Yu replied that she knew how to turn around. Even so, Wang Meng and his group ran off, leaving her behind. Xiao Yu was disgusted, thinking that that bunch of idiots knew they were abandoning her, but they still made up excuses. She also thought that she had had enough of them and decided that she would go and find Shadow, because she knew that he could carry her through the game. Soon afterwards, Wang Meng arrived in Labarita City. At that moment, he was settling the debt he owed Shadow and told him that Captain Enyu would show up later to pay the rest. Shadow wondered if that Enyu was the same person he knew, but replied that it was all right. He then introduced Gu Yixue and said that this was her new captain, Wang Meng. Suddenly, someone came screaming out, and of course, it was Enyu herself, who was dressed very strangely, in an outfit that was half armor and half almost naked. Shadow wondered if that was really the Enyu he knew. He remembered that her title was Execution of Justice, a hidden and unique class. She was a draconic knight, and in his past life, she was part of one of the 20 major global powers. She was also one of the pillars of the official forces of the Grand Xiao, responsible for fighting hostile foreign factions. Enyu was very excited to meet Shadow, saying that she was a big fan of his and had always admired him very much. But Shadow answered simply with a hello. He thought that this was the first time he had met someone who, in his past life, had beaten him at the god-forsaken game. Enyu said she was impressed by the speed at which he was leveling up, and even joked, asking if he wasn't a time traveler or someone who knew about the future. Deep down, she was right, but Shadow wouldn't admit it. Shadow wondered because in his past life, he remembered that this woman was not part of Wang Meng's team. Soon afterwards, Enyu settled her debt with him, paying for 500 days of life expectancy. Shadow realized that she had actually accumulated quite a lot of life expectancy. He knew that the Draconic Knights had a high capacity for survival, and that the authorities felt safe storing life expectancy with her. Enyu then said that if he had any equipment to sell in the future, they could buy it all. She also commented that the entire life expectancy of the city of Shanghai was concentrated in her, and asked a little suspiciously if he wasn't going to kill her. Shadow replied that, of course, he wouldn't do that. He said that what he wanted was mutual cooperation, where they would both help each other. And Yu replied that she knew he was very intelligent. Shadow thought that with every sentence she said, it sounded like an explosion of feelings, just as the rumors said. She acted innocent, but was actually as sharp as a blade. Being by her side would be a great advantage and would save a lot of trouble. Meanwhile, in the real world, some girls were completely desperate when they realized that life expectancy in the game directly affected life expectancy in real life. In other words, if they reset their game, they would die in real life. The little squirrel, terrified, asked if it wasn't just a game. She said that she had given her entire life expectancy to her brother Song Fei and now had almost nothing left. The other was crying because she realized that she also had very little left. One of them revealed that because she had killed many players, she had acquired the status of assassin. Now, if she died, she would lose twice her life expectancy. The other was indignant, not understanding how she had lost so much if she hadn't even died that much. The fat girl explained that, as she was always on the front line, she had died several times. Now she only had 1 day of life left, but she still insisted that if she died in the game, she wouldn't die in real life. She didn't want to believe it. It was then that they saw a news report that Song Fei was buying life expectancy. Right away, she decided that she would go there, because he would surely help her. She said she would put on her best clothes to meet her beloved Song Fei, so she put on her fan outfit, which even had his face printed on it, something completely ridiculous, and ran off determined to help him. Meanwhile, at Qin Feng and Qin Xiaoyu's house, Xiao Yu was waking up, leaving the game. She thought she was now back in reality, but she realized that she couldn't even tell what was reality and what was a game. Xiao Yu realized that the exchange rate for a day's life expectancy was currently 15,000 in real life. Looking at her balance of 200 days, she realized that if she wanted to, she could become a millionaire. But suddenly she saw a piece of news that made her desperate. Shadow was massacring Song Fei, and he had already been killed 3 times by him. Immediately she began to cry, trembling with worry for her brother Song Fei. Soon afterwards, another piece of news appeared confirming that lifespan in the game directly affected lifespan in real life. She was shocked to realize that Song Fei probably had only 12 days left. Desperate, she wondered why Shadow was killing him so often and how he could be so powerful. Then she saw a message on Song Fei's worship group. There, they were all commenting that he was doing a life expectancy sale at Dong Plaza, where he was paying 10,000 for each day. They were all excited, saying that they could become rich with this opportunity. And of course, Xiao Yu, in her clumsy way, ran off to go there. Meanwhile, Shadow was farming an absurd number of monsters in one go. He had finally reached level 10. By leveling up, he gained 2 attributes from the 4th dimension, 5 free attribute points to distribute and unlock career advancement. The system announced that he was the first player to reach level 10, which earned him 7 reputation points in Shanghai, 14 points in the country of Xia, and 21 points globally, adding up to 42 reputation points in total. He also unlocked the teleport function to the abandoned continent of the gods. This global announcement had a huge impact. Everyone commented that, once again, it was Shadow. They said that he was always first in everything and that there was no explanation. With more than 1.5 billion people playing, no one could overtake him. Everyone wondered how it was possible for someone to be so far ahead of everyone else. Soon after, Shadow consumed 13 evolution points, resetting his bar. His backstab skill, which was platinum grade, evolved to emerald, increasing its damage by 50%. However, he realized that he still only had 7,000 days of exchangeable life expectancy, which wasn't enough for his next plans. He knew that in order to leave the starting city, he needed to gather 7 level 10 players to open the teleport function. But currently, apart from him, the highest was level 8, so he understood that he would have to wait a little longer, which would actually be a good thing, as he still had things to sort out. It was at that moment that he woke up in reality, no longer being Shadow, but Qinfeng again. The system asked him if he wanted to use up his exchangeable life expectancy in the real world, and he said yes. He first used 1,000 days to extract his class. In this way, he brought the Shadow class into real life, which increased his strength by 3 points, his constitution by 3, his agility by 8, and his spirit by 5. He then used another 1,000 days to extract 2 levels, becoming a level 3 human in reality. This increased his strength by 4 points, his constitution by 4, his spirit by 4, and his agility by 14. Qinfeng realized that, according to the logic of the system, the higher the degree of the skill, the more life expectancy it would take to extract. However, he was surprised to discover that the calculation was based on the initial level of the skill, not the evolved level. This was a great relief. Its main skill cost just 900 days to extract. The skill came synchronized with the game and was platinum grade. He was pleased, finding it comforting. Soon after, he consumed another 900 days to extract the Shadow skill, which granted him practically absolute stealth, and he used another 2,262 days to extract the Poison Dart, an extremely lethal skill. In the end, Qinfeng was left with 1,292 days of life expectancy remaining, which, for the time being, wasn't enough to extract any more skills. Even so, he considered that extracting his class and a platinum grade skill was already an excellent deal. Now Qinfeng was practically a superhuman. His agility had reached 32 points, something far beyond human limits. With unlimited invisibility and poison darts that could be launched from 14 meters away, he knew he could finish Song Fei off like it was nothing. He realized that Song Fei was buying life wildly, probably planning to finish him off in the game. Song Fei was in Dajiang Plaza, about 7 or 8 kilometers away. At his current walking speed, it would take him about 10 minutes to get there. Just then, he received a message from his company's supervisor, an extremely arrogant guy, who asked him if he had lost his mind, since he wasn't even answering his phone anymore. The supervisor told him to call back immediately, but Qinfeng simply ignored it. He threw his cell phone away and activated his stealth mode, thinking that people would soon find out what the godforsaken game really was. Meanwhile, in the plaza, Song Fei was surrounded by fans screaming for him, and of course the idiot Xiao Yu was one of them. He was sitting on his throne, accompanied by another woman. She commented that she had heard that he had been killed 3 times in the game by Shadow, but asked him not to worry, as they would soon discover this Shadow's real identity. Song Fei asked what they had found out so far, and she replied that they had already sent someone to Yinghuo City to approach him. They offered him a sum of money that no one would refuse, and all they had to do was wait for him to come back to reality and then capture him. Once he was captured, Song Fei could teach him a good lesson. Song Fei commented that they should have done this before, as he had heard that Zhang Industries used this same method to control several players and make them work for free. The woman said that these people are such useless idiots that they can't even live any longer. In her view, Song Fei was in a much better situation, surrounded by girls who were even willing to die for him. And indeed, some of them were about to. Suddenly, a guy from the audience stood up and shouted for no one to sell more life to Song Fei. He asked if no one had seen the official announcement, saying that if someone's life reached 0 in-game, they would die in real life. He accused Song Fei of killing people just to stay alive. Hearing this, Song Fei thought it was about time someone came to cause trouble with him. So he took the microphone, stood up, and told everyone there that he was the great star Song Fei. He said that he had noticed the debates going on and was sorry that his acquisition of lifetime in the game had ended up taking up some public social resources and causing trouble. He apologized for this. His fans immediately shouted that he didn't need to apologize, that he hadn't done anything wrong. Song Fei then continued his speech, saying that he was very grateful for everyone's support and affection. At the same time, he sincerely asked that this love become something positive and uplifting for everyone. He said that during this special period of the God-forsaken game, as long as they could protect themselves, everyone should work fairly and unitedly. He said that even though the whole nation was affected by gambling, he was also actively cooperating with the authorities and putting in a lot of effort. He said that even though he was just an idol, he wanted to do the right thing. Immediately, they all started crying, saying that they would always support him. Of course, in the end, he made all those Kataro fans cry for him. They started swearing at the guy who had criticized him, calling him a savage and telling him to get out of there. That's when the fat girl got up on stage and started shouting for no one to listen to the nonsense they were saying about Song Fei. She asked how they dared to question him. She said that these people believed any lie and any fake news. Song Fei, looking at her, wondered when she had taken the stage, and she replied without hesitation that she would happily sacrifice herself for him. He said that even when he disconnected and saw that his life had dwindled to less than a day, he was still there, steadfast. Everyone started shouting that they loved him, and Song Fei replied that he loved them too. He said that he was especially grateful for the fat girl next to him. She replied that it didn't matter, even if she died, as long as she had the affection and love of her idol. Just as Song Fei was about to say something else, his head was pierced. Everyone was in complete shock. Unable to say a word, they could only stare at Song Fei's body, which had half its head ripped off and simply fell dead on the stage. The fans started screaming, completely panicking, desperate, unable to believe what they were seeing. Song Fei was dead. The security guards tried to get the young master out of there, while the blonde ran desperately, thinking she had to get out of there immediately. She clearly remembered seeing a sphere of light at the exact moment Song Fei died. She thought that the ball of light that came out of his body was caught by someone, probably a person who was invisible. In her mind, it could only be someone from the game, but she wondered if the abilities could even be used in real life. She concluded that for someone to kill him instantly like that, it could only be one person. However, just as she was about to say that out loud, his head was split in half. The security guards could barely see who did it, but it was obvious that it was Qin Feng, or rather Shadow, who had done it. By the end of the day, it was all being reported in the media. The celebrity Song Fei had died tragically in Dajiang Plaza, and Zhu Fei, an extreme fan, had ended up sacrificing her own life next to his body. Police investigations began immediately, and on analyzing the facts, came to the conclusion that the cause of death appeared to be supernatural. Meanwhile, inside a car, Xiaoyu was crying without believing what had just happened. She had been there. She had seen everything. She had witnessed the very moment he died. She watched helplessly as her idol died. Her friend, who was standing next to her, commented that that kind of attack, using blades or darts, was something from the God-forsaken game. She asked if Xiaoyu believed that someone had really murdered Song Fei. She said that she had even heard that he had been killed 3 times in the game, and that perhaps skills from the game could actually be used in the real world. Xiaoyu thought that made a lot of sense. After all, Shadow had already killed Song Fei several times in the game, and if anyone was going to be able to do that in real life, it would be him. Someone who attacks with knives, darts, and stealth. Xiaoyu was devastated. In her mind, her world was now without light. His idol had been killed by Shadow, and somehow he had managed to bring the game's abilities into real life. She then thought that nothing else mattered. From that moment on, she only had one goal. She was going to get stronger no matter what, and she was going to kill Shadow. Avenging Song Fei was now the only thing that mattered mattered in her life. While all this was going on, Qin Feng was quietly eating some ramen. After all, even an invincible guy like him, both in real life and in the game, needed energy. Using skills takes a lot out of his body, so he needed to eat. Just then, he started to receive more messages from work, threatening to cut his salary, give him a warning, and a lot of other things that he didn't even care about anymore. He looked at his cell phone and thought that the person sending those messages was Yang Shaya, a woman who has a good personality, but is very weak and was constantly bullied. In his previous life, she had even been part of the God Killer Guild. Qin Feng told her not to stress because it wouldn't work with him. He told her to join in the game too and make an effort together. Yang was surprised and asked if he was really playing that game. He said he'd heard that it was extremely difficult and that people were even losing time in their real lives because of it. He said it was very scary. Qin Feng only replied that no matter what class she chose, she had to invest everything in agility at the start, without exception. Yang commented that she had heard that in-game life force was absurdly expensive in real life. She asked if he was farming and how much he had already earned. Qin Feng replied that, in fact, not much. Almost all the money he made, he had already spent. Yang commented, a little shocked, that at this rate he even looked like he'd bought a house. She said she now understood why he was blocking everyone from work. Qin Feng then thought, to hell with that idiot boss. In fact, it was a boss. Shishi, the daughter of the CEO of the Qian Group, the company where he used to work, was owned by this group. And this girl, Shishi, did absolutely nothing but pick on and cause trouble for all the men below her. Shishi was doing absurd things like going into hotels with 6 different men, driving sports cars with 3 others, and now, to make matters worse, she was even after Qin Feng. He thought, if her name is Shishi, there's no way she's going to have to say Shishi anyway, so what? Qin Feng knew very well that she was someone who loved to flatter foreigners. In his past life, just after the game became really popular, she moved to North America to fulfill her dream of being part of the Alice in Wonderland Association. She was so focused on this that she caused countless problems for everyone, especially the guild he was in, the Slayers of Gods. Qin Feng thought that he needed to get rid of her before she left the country, because once she went to North America, he would have no way of dealing with her. If Shishi dies now, the Alice in Wonderland Association will never be created, and there are rumors that many of the founders were having an affair with her. As soon as she dies, those founders will cancel the project. It was then that he received a call from Xiao Yu. He answered and just said hi. Xiao Yu answered saying that she thought he had died. Without paying much attention, he heard her say that since he was alive, she wanted to let him know that she had found enough money to buy a house and that from now on he should never bother her again. Qin Feng simply asked, okay, so what? Xiao Yu then said that she wouldn't tell him where she lived and wouldn't bother talking to him anymore. Qin Feng replied that fine, if there was nothing else to talk about, he'd hang up. And that's exactly what he did. He hung up on her without caring. Qin Feng thought he would go home and continue to focus on leveling up. It wouldn't be long before people reached level 10, and when they did, everyone would discover that abilities could be brought to reality. From then on, the world would have no more peace. In the game, Xiao Yu's friend asked her if she had really cut ties with her brother. He said she could simply apologize, but Xiao Yu said no way. She said that she had sold her life expectancy to the Qian Group for 2 million, and that she now had enough money to buy a house where she and Shuyan, her friend, could live together. She also said that she would soon be connecting with Shadow. It was at that moment that a guy approached Xiao Yu, saying that she had a skill book, didn't she? He said he'd heard that she'd promised that book, and Xiao Yu confirmed that yes, when it was all over, she would pay him back. But inside, she thought that once she was by Shadow's side, she wouldn't even have to deal with little shits like that guy anymore. She was already offering her book on assassin skills, trying to get someone's attention. In her mind, this guy who had paid for that book was just a really good hustler. She thought that skill book might bring her closer to Shadow. She imagined that soon she would be by his side, silently healing, helping to kill enemies, leveling up with him, and thus making him trust her. And when he finally trusted her completely, she would personally kill him and gouge his eyes out. She swore that she would avenge Song Fei, whatever the cost. But at that very moment, she received a message back. It was Shadow, saying that this skill was crap and that she could have it. He simply refused without a second thought. Meanwhile, even before this happened, Shadow was in the field, farming peacefully, until someone shouted at him to get out of the way. He realized that he was approaching a battle against a gigantic boss. It was a huge red creature with arms and legs. The people who were fighting it had all been beaten and killed. Shadow saw it and recognized it instantly. It was a gold rank arthropod, a level 8 boss. He thought that was quite interesting. He remembered that this boss had a level 2 anti-stealth ability, which meant that his invisibility would be completely useless against it. The creature had already spotted Shadow even from a distance, but without hesitation he charged at it, using his Shadow instant slash, dealing absurd damage right away. 2 of the blows were critical. Shadow thought that even without being invisible, attacking outside the enemy's field of vision vision still caused his passives to be activated, but if he couldn't remain invisible for the rest of the fight, his damage would drop considerably. Fortunately, thanks to the legendary skill Divine Salvation, he managed to hit the boss's weak points, such as the head and heart, increasing his damage by 200%. Of the 9 slashes he applied, 3 hit directly on the weak points, causing triple and critical damage. This directly compensated for the damage he would have lost due to his lack of stealth. He thought he owed it to his little friend to give him this legendary ability. Meanwhile, half hidden, that same mage from the beginning was there, watching what he was doing, just observing. But Shadow was totally focused on the fight. His dark slash reduced a third of the boss's life, and then he threw another poison dart, but realized that this damage wasn't as effective. He thought he still needed to level up his class to become even more powerful and achieve such high stealth that even bosses like that couldn't detect him. The boss tried to hit him several times. Shadow was almost hit, and the mage even shouted, trying to warn him. But he already knew exactly what he was doing. He dodged the arthropod's numerous quick blows with precision. People watching wondered how he was so fast. They even commented that he seemed to know the boss's entire attack pattern, as if he had fought it countless times before. Shadow thought that no matter how many times he had tried in his past life, he simply couldn't defeat that boss. He understood that this boss wasn't someone you could defeat with brute force, but by feeling his rhythm and reading his movements. That's why he was considered one of the most powerful assassins in the world. The damage he caused was so absurd that he even ripped the monster's jaw off, leaving it with very little life left. Shadow thought that, compared to bosses who have attacks that are impossible to dodge, like the boatman, this was a piece of cake. The mage even wondered if the boss was already dying. Then in the next moment, Shadow prepared his poison dart and ripped off the golden arthropod's head. The system reported that he had killed the level 8 golden arthropod and gained 6,400 experience points, 7 evolution points, and 497 days of exchangeable life expectancy. In addition, with his greedy hand skill, he gained another 21 evolution points and another 497 days of life expectancy. He thought that this boss alone had given him a total of 28 evolution points and almost 2,000 days, as well as a skill book. The skill was Shield of Black Light, a platinum tier assassin skill. Its effect converted the user's entire dodge rate into a shield that made them immune to damage for 8 seconds. The recharge time was 1 minute, and for every 20% dodge, the user gained a layer of shield immune to damage. However, the shield could be broken. Shadow realized that if he took this skill now, he would have a shield immune to damage with 3 layers, since his dodge rate was at 75%. Without thinking twice, he used up his evolution points and upgraded the skill directly to the epic tier. The total duration of the shield increased to 22 seconds, and the conversion rate went from 20% to 10%. In other words, he now had a shield with 7 layers of damage immunity. With this, he could start exploring much higher level areas. And even after these improvements, he still had 22 evolution points left over. So Shadow decided to invest in the damage of his poison dart. It could now hit a target 17 meters away, adding an extra 240 damage for the distance traveled. The poison's damage went up from 50% to 80% damage per second, and the duration stayed at 5 seconds. He thought that the poison dart was one of the best skills for him to level up, as it only had a 5-second cooldown, allowing him to inflict infinite poison on his enemies. In addition, he got new equipment for assassins. The Aura of Lightness, which gave 20 more agility and 20% more movement speed, and the Crimson Leather Gloves, which offered 18 more physical defense, 15 more resistance to all elements, 12 more constitution, and 588 more life points. He realized that he now had 2 pieces of the Crimson set, which increased his fire damage by 55%, as well as offering 51 more damage, 106 more physical damage, and 1,517 more hit points, all just for completing the set. Shadow was pleased, thinking that his attributes were now high enough to keep pace with his attacks. With the Shield of Blacklight, his survival was on another level. That's when Rosa of the Mist approached and commented that he had soloed a boss. She asked if he had any skill books to sell. She saw a golden skill book for mages called Ice Ejection, a group skill that launched a ball of ice that bounced up to 10 times. The price was 800 days of life expectancy. One person complained that it was too expensive, that he had seen someone selling it for much less, but Shadow explained that it was an ice skill, level 7. When upgraded to level S, it increased the damage by another 40%. So 800 days was a bargain. Without much thought, Rosa da Neblina bought the skill. They even waved goodbye to Shadow, treating him as if he were an idol, but at the same time being very afraid of him. Shadow then set off, thinking that first he would spread spread some news in the city. Then he would gather more information about the location of the next boss he wanted to hunt. That way, he would have an endless supply of bosses and his development speed would be maximized. That way, he would always be 10 steps ahead of anyone else. It was at that moment that Wang Meng sent Shadow a message, telling him that earlier Xiao Yu had said that she had a skill book. Shadow immediately thought that it must be a bronze level skill, completely useless. In his mind, it was obvious that Xiao Yu was only trying to get close to him to kill him too, since he had just killed Song Fei. So he replied to Wang Meng that she could just throw it in the garbage can. In truth, Shadow still wasn't sure whether Xiao Yu wanted to impress him or take revenge. While he was thinking about it, Xiao Yu received his message calling her skill a complete piece of crap. Shortly afterwards, Shadow commented to Wang Meng that he had some great equipment to sell. But Meng wanted to know something else first. He asked directly if Song Fei's death had been his fault. Bluntly, Shadow confirmed that yes, he had killed Song Fei himself. Shadow thought that Wang Meng was on Song Fei's friends list, so he could clearly see the exact moment when Song Fei went offline. And that time exactly matched the time of the murder, so it was impossible for him not to know what had happened. He realized that since Wang Meng was asking, it meant that the authorities had already deduced most of what had happened. That's why Shadow wondered what that question was about. Was he trying to trap him? He then thought that in about 2 hours' time, other players would also reach level 10, and the fact that skills could be extracted for real life would no longer be a secret. This made it the perfect time to test how the authorities would react, practically forcing the start of an investigation. Later, Shadow met up with Wang Meng's group, and Anyu asked him if it really was him who had killed Song Fei. He confirmed it without hesitation, saying that yes, it was him. Anyu replied that, to be quite honest, during the investigation she had conducted, he was already the main suspect. In fact, he had been on the list of suspects from the start. They knew very well that Song Fei was planning something against him and that Jiang Industries was kidnapping players, forcing these people to work within the game, obviously causing many casualties. Shadow thought that, at least for the time being, they still couldn't find out who he was in real life, so he intended to maintain this cooperation. In his past life, he worked closely with the authorities, always kept his name clean and was never blacklisted. But this time, he had directly killed both Song Fei and Zhang Li, and that obviously changed the course of things completely. Shadow wanted to see how his actions could change the future of the godforsaken game. He thought that this time, he could even sell his platinum level equipment, since the government bought a lot of this type of equipment, as well as class skills and skill books. After all, the government had a lot of exchangeable life expectancy to spend. The staff were impressed with everything he'd gotten from that place. Platinum level equipment, a platinum skill book, and they began to wonder if he had defeated a boss of that level on his own. Someone commented that he hadn't, since no global announcement was made when it happened. Shadow only replied that he had been lucky with the chests, nothing more. He even said that Yor herself saw when he opened a jade-level chest, and she confirmed it but then questioned whether getting that many items was really just a matter of luck. Meanwhile, Shadow affectionately called Yor Little Snowflake, which made Black Plum a little jealous, since he only called her Little Blackie, just because her name was Black Plum. He asked if that nickname wasn't cute enough, and Black Plum said yes, that was fine. Yu commented that comparing themselves to others really hurt. She recalled that it took them a long time to defeat just one silver boss, and out of nowhere Shadow appears full of platinum level equipment. Then Shadow explained the prices. The platinum skill book for an archer cost 2,500 days, a platinum weapon for a berserker 1,500, a skill book for a mage 3,000, and a skill book together with all the shooting equipment would cost 8,000. If they wanted everything together, he'd do it for 16,000 days, while still offering a discount. And Yu accepted the deal on the spot. Wang Meng even asked her if she was really going to settle for that price, and she replied that it was actually quite fair. This way, she had paid off everyone's debts at the same time. Shadow was pleased, thinking that she was a very decisive woman, and he liked that. He also reflected that once you've exceeded 10,000 days, the exchangeable days are converted into years. For example, 22,000 days equals 60 years, and that's around 400 million in real money. It was undoubtedly a huge investment, but the government had the power. This equipment and skill books would allow the Jiangai city government to cultivate players much more quickly, and the stronger the authorities became, the better it would be for him too, who could avoid many problems in the future, and even secure advantages on an international level. During the conversation, Anyu commented to Shadow that Jiang Industries had imprisoned many players. She said she intended to rescue them, and asked if he wanted to get involved. Shadow refused, but revealed that he had some very valuable information for her. He wondered if, at that moment, the government was also trying to recruit him, and would forget the fact that he had killed Song Fei. He then revealed his tip, confirming that it was right. On reaching level 10 in the godforsaken game, it was possible to transfer the game's powers to real life, using exchangeable life expectancy. He said that they would fully understand this as soon as the time came. And you realize that this was exactly why Zhang Industries was buying life expectancy in the real world. Once they too reached level 10, they would strongly resist any government operation or mission. Shadow was relieved that they still didn't fully understand this, and without saying another word, simply disappeared. Afterwards, Anyu commented to Wang Meng that their group would now split up. They were too strong, and if they stayed together, it would be a waste of damage, since they could kill many creatures with just one blow. Separately, they could level up much faster. Wang Meng agreed, as everyone's priority was to reach level 10 as soon as possible. This time, Shadow returned to the city not to sell, but to buy information. He wanted coordinates of silver and gold bosses, paying 30 days and 100 days respectively for each piece of information. That's when that ugly guy, who couldn't even remember his name, realized that Shadow was there again. The man's wife said that if he agreed to help her, she would give him 300 million in Jiang shares alone. She said that this was an opportunity that didn't come along every day, and that he should take it right away. But someone commented that that man probably hadn't even logged off yet, so he didn't even know that Shadow had killed both Song Fei and his own wife in real life. He was shocked when he asked if it was true, and someone else replied that yes, it was a great loss, because that little girl was quite pretty. Then he wondered if Jiang Li really was dead. He remembered that at first, she had offered Shadow 10 million to carry her. He refused, but ended up being tempted by the money and went after her, thinking he'd make an easy buck. Only when he went to collect it in real life, they finished him off. When he woke up, he was tied up in a basement, spending days being whipped, forced to fight for them, and even having to attract more victims. He wondered if Jiang Li had really died, and thought that, in the end, she had gotten what she deserved. He used to laugh at Shadow, thinking he was silly, but in the end, the real idiot was himself. The people around him commented that he had probably kidnapped a lot of people. He swore that it was forced on him, that he had no choice. But Shadow didn't care. He thought the authorities would take care of him and do what had to be done. Soon after, someone appeared offering him boss coordinates. Meanwhile, in town, everyone was talking about a player known as the Swordswoman, who in real life was called Shishi. People said to stay away from her because she was a player killer. She killed everyone and stole days off their life expectancy. Shishi said that the game wasn't that impressive. According to her, all you had to do was spend a bit of money, buy equipment and skills, and off you went, killing everyone. But she was extremely angry because this damned game had made her miss her flight. She should be in North America right now, enjoying life, but she was stuck here, unable to leave the country, surrounded by bugs inside this game. She then told Tony that she found his men much more charming. Tony replied that she had good taste, that they were naturally superior to the men in this place, and even commented that she could try them later if she wanted to. The situation was already getting very awkward, but Shishi continued, saying that she'd heard that useless Song Fei had died. She said that she had even played with him once, but that he died quickly, calling him a piece of trash. She had been told that he had been killed by Shadow, who was now considered the most powerful player of all. She thought that if Shadow killed Song Fei, then eliminating any other ordinary player would be child's play for him, and she really wanted to take advantage of this opportunity. Shishi then logged out of the game and ordered his men to find Shadow anyway. She believed that perhaps money wouldn't be enough for him, but an offer of 3,000 days might convince him. She imagined that, with that, he could snap his fingers and kill anyone she told him to, and she would never forget his face when he rejected her in the past. The problem was that she had no idea that the Qin Feng she wanted dead and Shadow himself were the same person. Meanwhile, one group was defeating several creatures at once, and who was now part of that group was Xiao Yu, who had been kicked out of the previous group, but at least was now helping out as support, healing. One of the players complained that the next time she healed him, she should put a little more life into him because he had almost died. Xiao Yu responded by asking why he was complaining, since he hadn't even died. She then said she was hungry and logged off, along with her friend Xuan, who was also in the same group. The two of them were kind of working together. The guy went on to say that Xiao Yu was now a bit of a mess, and that when he had the chance, he was going to break up with her. Only when she logged off, she realized that her new apartment was a complete mess. She was starving, but the delivery apps were full because practically everyone was into this damn game. She thought that X always cooked for her, and she never had to lift a finger to do anything. But now she had to forget about it. She was free of him. She was strong, she was the best, and she could do it on her own. She also thought she needed to get rid of her brother once and for all. Meanwhile, in a cave on the beach, a huge crab was trying to escape, but was easily split in half by Shadow. He commented that he had killed 4 silver-level bosses in just 1 hour, and thought that was a great result. Each kill gave him 16 evolution points. rewards, and by adding up all the loot, he got another 3,500 days of exchangeable life expectancy. His equipment was now completely gold tier, or even higher. The recharge time reduction jumped from 55% to 75%, and the recharge time of Shadow Instant Cut dropped from 12 seconds to 6.8. Even so, there were no platinum bosses near the city, so gold level equipment was still the limit for the time being. The only way to advance now was to move up a class. All future platinum bosses had at least level 2 stealth detection, so he needed to evolve quickly to get level 3 stealth. He still lacked 20,000 experience. Only with stealth level 3 could he remain completely invisible in front of the platinum bosses. In his past life, it took 20 people to kill a platinum boss, but this time he planned to do it alone. So he decided to return to the city and sell all his equipment to the government. The plan was to stay 10 steps ahead of everyone and become the first to defeat a platinum boss on his own. Later, back in the city, Shadow had an incredible 105 years of exchangeable life expectancy. Several people were watching him, wanting to sell equipment too, but Shadow knew that he had almost 40,000 days of accumulated life expectancy, which was simply excellent. It was then that a man approached him, asking if he was Shadow and saying that he had an offer to kill him in real life. The reward was very good, but Shadow just ignored him at first. Only the guy insisted and revealed that the target was a certain Qin Feng, saying that if Shadow had already killed Song Fei, that would be easy money for him. Right away, Shadow thought, they killed Qin Feng? He wondered if this guy's head was really worth that much money. The man replied that the payment would be 3,000 days, which would be around 50 million in real money. Shadow reflected, wondering who wanted him dead for that kind of money. Probably someone he hadn't met yet in this life, and he realized that the man making the offer was probably just a messenger, not the person who wanted him dead. He thought it was too early to be creating unnecessary enemies, especially within the game, because that left only one possibility. There was only one person who would have enough motive and motivation to want to kill him, Shishi. Only she would be able to order Qin Feng's death. But then he reflected that if she had wanted to kill him before the game, she would have done so already. So there was another reason. She probably wanted to get involved with him inside the game. As for wanting to kill Qin Feng, it was clearly because he had rejected her several times. Ironically, she ended up hiring him herself, since Qin Feng and Shadow are the same person. Shadow accepted the proposal, but demanded half of the payment up front. He also said that the execution time and how it would be done was his problem. The man replied that he needed a permit, got it, and then transferred 1,500 days to Shadow. He thought that this was an excellent investment and that he would soon be going after Shishi himself. The man then passed on the target's details, in this case Qin Feng, along with his address. Shadow immediately realized that this was indeed the address where he lived. They even knew that. He then replied that it was fine. He would let them know as soon as he had results. The man thought that this Shadow guy was very arrogant, full of himself, but after all, he was working for the same woman as him. That's when a woman came up to talk to Shadow. She said she had heard that he was buying gold tier boss coordinates. She said she had one. Shadow replied that he would only pay if the information was confirmed. She asked him to follow her, as it was north of the city. Shadow asked which boss it was, and she replied that it was the Plague Bearer. Right away, Shadow realized that she knew the name, so it seemed that she had indeed found a gold tier boss. She asked him if he didn't need a healer, since that boss had area poison, but Shadow refused, saying that he just needed her to guide him there. He thought that one of the items that boss could drop was the poison ring, which drained HP per second from anyone within range. He also knew that in order to deal with that boss, it was essential to kill it quickly. And that's it, folks. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to leave a like. It really boosts the channel. If you're not already subscribed, subscribe and activate the bell so you don't miss any of the next videos, because there's a lot of great stuff coming up. And if you want to support the channel even more, become a member. Upon arriving at the designated location, Shadow saw that it was a cave where the boss was hiding. The woman explained that her team had already defeated all the smaller monsters inside the cave until they reached the deepest area, where the real challenge awaited. The environment there looked like a swamp, completely tainted by a deadly mist, capable of killing any creature that breathed it in. After observing the place, Shadow paid the woman the agreed amount, the equivalent of 100 days of negotiable lifespan. He reflected that, according to the game's rules, he might be able to avoid the poison, thanks to his high dodge rate, which reached 75%. He believed that would make things easier, but the woman revealed something important. She warned that the place was actually a trap set for him. As soon as he started fighting the boss, several people would appear to kill him. She knew they had level 2 anti-stealth items, which made the situation even worse. She confessed that she had been sent to kill him, to lure him there, gain his trust, and discover who he really was in real life. She admitted she didn't want to do it. She said the people behind the trap were threatening her in real life, and begged Shadow to eliminate them as well. She explained that the mastermind was Dongfeng Xian, whom Shadow had already killed before. He found that revelation odd and recalled Dongfang as someone who had once tried to steal one of his bosses in the past, but ended up giving him a skill book as an apology. The woman insisted that if Shadow had truly killed Song Fei before, then he could also defeat Dongfang. For her, if Dongfang were eliminated, her life would be safer. Shadow thought the plan sounded childish and reflected that, in his past life, he had never even heard of that man, perhaps because someone had already taken him out. Still, he told himself that he might consider killing Dongfang later, but for now, his priority was defeating the boss. He understood that the woman's role had only been to carry out the plan to lure him there. Without wasting any time, Shadow decided to head straight for the boss. The woman tried to warn him that he was walking to his death, since Dongfang's group had over 18 people waiting for him. Even Shadow, the strongest player, wouldn't be able to handle them all at once. Meanwhile, Shadow prepared for battle. He used all the enchantments available to him and launched his most powerful combo, combining the throat slash and backstab attacks. The first strike dealt more than 50,000 damage points, making the boss's health bar drop like water. The woman couldn't believe that a single combo had taken 2/3 of a gold rank boss's HP. Shadow then retreated and repositioned himself beside her. He knew his divine empowerment skill had a 25-second cooldown, but thanks to his reduction stats, it went down to 14.3 seconds. He concluded he couldn't kill the boss without using that skill again. It would be better to wait for Dongfang's group to arrive first, kill them, and only then finish off the boss. Suddenly, another group appeared in the cave. They were likely allied with Dongfang and entered ready to kill anyone they found. The only person they immediately saw was the woman. Shadow wondered if she could defend herself until he saw her reveal a gold rank shield. He realized it wasn't by chance that she had been part of a team that nearly defeated that boss. She really did have skills. She had probably found some rare chest from an ancient god in another adventure. As the enemies attacked her, Shadow emerged, using his Shadow Instant Slice ability, cutting the opponents into several pieces. He then unleashed the Curse of Blooming Death, absorbing all the lifespan points from the fallen bodies. The woman was completely shocked, both by how fast the enemies died and by the eerie sight of black flowers blooming from their corpses. She was grateful she hadn't followed Dongfang's plan to the end, otherwise she would have died like the others. Before leaving, she asked Shadow to add her as a friend in the game. She promised that one day she would tell him Dongfang's real address so he could take revenge. She also offered to help him for free whenever he needed any special service. Shadow thought to himself that it was no wonder she always got into trouble. She was far too naive to survive easily in such a cruel world. Then, taking advantage of the opportunity, he launched the same devastating combo against the boss. This time, he managed to kill the creature, the level 10, gold rank Plaguebringer. Upon defeating it, he gained experience, 7 evolution points, and 55 days of negotiable lifespan. Shadow was satisfied to see that the boss granted more lifespan than killing 10 ordinary players at once. As the woman walked away, he discreetly used his secret ability that no one knew about, the Hand of Greed. Finally, after a long time, he obtained an assassin skill book, something rare and extremely valuable to him. After leaving the cave, Shadow analyzed the new skill he had just learned. It was called the Darkest Moment. This technique caused his blade to release a burst of dark energy, blinding all enemies within a 20-meter radius. The base duration of the effect was 10 seconds, although it could be reduced if the targets had high spirit attributes. Thanks to his cooldown reduction, the skill's recharge time was only 34.3 seconds. He was thrilled by the acquisition. He realized that even without stealth mode, he could use the skill to blind enemies and then deal double damage, as if he were invisible. His stealth level wouldn't matter as much anymore, since his damage efficiency would remain extremely high. In addition to the new skill, Shadow also obtained a new weapon, the Plague Blade, classified as Platinum rank. It was an assassin's weapon with 216 power and 42 agility points, increasing weak point damage by 1.3 times. Its unique effect caused Shadow's attacks to carry a deadly toxin that exploded inside the enemy's body after 3 seconds, dealing 50% of his attack damage as bonus damage. Shadow reflected that the day had yielded great rewards. His evolution points now totaled 98. He was close to upgrading his Hand of Greed skill from epic rank to legendary. As he exited the cave, he realized he still needed a bit more experience to level up, so he decided to hunt some small monsters which, upon seeing him, ran away in terror. He even laughed when he saw a monster that looked like SpongeBob running along with the others. After the final kills, Shadow finally leveled up. This advancement allowed him to promote his Shadow class to the first tier rank. His attributes received major boosts. Strength went from 3 to 9, Constitution from 3 to 9, Agility from 8 to 24, and Spirit from 5 to 15. With that, Shadow gained the ability to use stealth skills while already in stealth, allowing him to refresh his invisibility without reappearing. He also gained 2 more levels of stealth, and his damage against unsuspecting enemies previously doubled was now tripled. He realized he could now remain practically invisible at all times. He truly felt his class deserved the title of the most powerful in the game. While reflecting on these changes, a global announcement appeared for all players. It informed them that 7 people from the city of Shanghai had reached level 10, which would open the portal to the god-abandoned continent in 10 minutes. Even Shadow was surprised by the news. He hadn't expected so many people to reach level 10 so quickly. When checking the world rankings, Shadow recognized several familiar names from his previous life. He felt that his influence selling rare skills and equipment was finally beginning to show concrete results. He hoped that the future would unfold very differently from what he had experienced in his past incarnation. Meanwhile, in the real world, the police were organizing a major operation. An entire battalion was mobilized to arrest a single person. One of the officers informed the captain that most of the criminals had already been captured, but 3 of them were still inside the game. They were awaiting instructions on how to deal with those players. One of the captains suggested forcing those criminals to log out of the game, arguing that even if they were in safe zones inside God-abandoned game, their real-world bodies were still vulnerable. Without food or water, they would eventually have to log out to eat or drink, and at that moment, they could be arrested. Another captain agreed with the plan. They commented that their success so far had only been possible because of Shadow. He had provided the police with all the detailed information about the criminals, warning them about the skills those players could use, and explaining how the game's rules worked, including the fact that some abilities could be transferred to reality. Without his help, the officers would have been completely unprepared. However, everyone knew that soon more people would reach level 10, which could lead to total chaos if not controlled early. They acknowledged that maintaining ties with Shadow was essential, since he was an extremely powerful and useful player. Later, Shadow logged into the game again. The same black-haired woman from before appeared to speak with him. She said she hadn't known he was so benevolent, praising him for having defeated so many villains. In fact, she admitted she admired him even more because of it. Shadow pretended not to understand why she was complimenting him so much, but she insisted, saying he didn't need to be so modest. She had seen the news and knew that Dajiang Industries, which had conspired alongside Song Fei, had been completely destroyed. To her, all of it had happened thanks to Shadow and the impact of his actions, both in the game and in the real world. Shadow reflected that the police probably didn't blame or judge him for the assassinations he had committed, because they wanted to keep him as an ally for the future. He understood that, to them, he was far more valuable as a partner than as a target. He asked the woman whether she had managed to locate Dongfang Xian in real life. Since Dongfang hadn't appeared in the game since the previous day, Shadow told her to inform him as soon as she learned anything. For Shadow, nothing else mattered much at that moment. His main goal was finally to reach the god-abandoned continent. Many people were already using teleportation portals to move between cities, but no one yet knew how to access the continent directly. Shadow did. The area that had long been considered just a beginner's village was, in fact, the direct entrance to the continent. When he used the teleport while in stealth, people were startled. They thought the portal had simply vanished into thin air, not realizing that Shadow, completely invisible, had entered it. Only later did they understand what had really happened. Upon arriving on the other side, Shadow confirmed that it was the same continent from his previous life. He recognized the ruins of the ancient city of Jiangnan. Players from different cities arrived in the god-abandoned continent through the ruins of their own cities. The geography of that continent was identical to that of the real world, which was why it had always been shrouded in mystery, something most people still hadn't realized. As soon as he arrived, a massive creature greeted him with a sudden attack. Shadow dodged easily, using his high evasion rate, and with a swift, dark strike, killed the monster. Soon after, another one of the same species appeared, an earth-shaking worm. To deal with them, Shadow activated Divine Empowerment and used Instant Shadow Slash, killing all of them at once. He knew that in the god-abandoned continent, there were no truly safe zones where monsters couldn't appear. You could be attacked anywhere, anytime. Still, there were shelters and sanctuaries considered relatively safe, and he knew the best one was north of Jiangnan. In his previous life, that place had become the headquarters of the powerful God Slayers Guild. Meanwhile, Wang Meng's group also arrived on the continent. They were amazed to see that the place was identical to Jiangnan City, with the same buildings and streets. Haizi was particularly eager to find out where Shadow was since they had heard he had come there too. Yushui tried to calm him down, reminding him that Shadow had a habit of vanishing into thin air. Then, 2 more earth-shaking worms appeared before them. Shu cast her buffs on Wang Meng, who managed to hold off both monsters at once, even while taking damage. Yushui provided cover by continuously healing his wounds. The group's archer pinned the monsters down, allowing Haizi to unleash his massive fire spell, burning and defeating both worms with relative ease. After the fight, Yushui used her owl to scout the area, discovering that there were still many monsters nearby, but at least they were all the same type they had already learned to defeat. Even so, they were shocked to realize there were no safe zones in that place, and no signs of other survivors. Using the owl, Yushui found a clear trail of destruction and dead monster corpses. corpses. She concluded that it had probably been Shadow who passed through. They decided to retreat to the area Shadow had already cleared, knowing it would be safer there. They followed the path of destruction and dropped loot, certain that they would eventually find him. Instead of fighting every monster they encountered, they ran along the path, chasing after Shadow, who, at that moment, was still killing countless earth-shaking worms. He thought that even without using divine empowerment, he could now kill several of them easily, realizing just how much stronger he had become compared to his past life. Moving through the ruins, he finally reached the hideout he had been searching for. Beneath those ancient structures lay a massive underground palace, something that, in his previous life, had only been discovered long after players first arrived on the continent. That place had eventually become the base of the Godslayers Guild, but before it turned into a safe zone, it had been a deadly dungeon that had to be conquered. In Shadow's past life, it had taken 18 elite players all level 15 to clear it, and several had died in the process. This time, however, Shadow entered alone, without hesitation. The place was known as the Land of Soul Purification. He believed he was more than capable of handling it by himself. He knew that to claim the territory, he would have to defeat the area's guardian. As soon as he advanced, all the elemental spirits guarding the area rushed toward him. Each had a distinct color, representing a different element, and all were level 12. To deal with them, Shadow used his new skill, the Darkest Moment, making his blade explode in dark energy that blinded every enemy around him. With them unable to see, Shadow swiftly killed them all, taking advantage of his triple damage bonus against unsuspecting enemies even without being invisible. The first 15 monsters fell almost instantly. Still, he knew the place was full of corridors packed with creatures, and clearing everything wouldn't be easy. On the other hand, he saw the bright side. The more monsters he killed, the more evolution points he would gain. And now that all the lesser creatures in the area had been defeated, it was clear that the Guardian would soon appear to challenge him. Meanwhile, players from different parts of the world, such as the United States, France, and England, began entering the so-called God-abandoned continent. They soon realized they were being transported there, and could even recognize transformed versions of their own homelands. Upon arrival, they faced the first local threats, the earth-shaking worms, enemies common to everyone venturing into that land. In the ruins of Jiangnan, Wang Meng and his team were catching their breath after a series of intense battles. They acknowledged the effort Shadow had made alone to clear the area, and Yu commented that it was no wonder he was the leader. Even though they considered themselves strong, they were still far below his level. Wang Meng urged caution in their words, while Heisei admitted that without Shadow's cleanup, they would probably all be dead. Despite the relief, she showed curiosity, wondering where they would be sent if they died there. Wang Meng explained that they needed to wait until all their team members reached level 10 before venturing deeper into the God-abandoned continent. Meanwhile, Yishui was conducting patrols with her owl. During her inspection, she noticed the corpses of monsters neatly arranged, all killed by Shadow. There were many items and gold scattered along the way. Although she wanted to collect the treasures, Meng preferred to act cautiously and decided to contact Shadow first to ask if he wanted any of the dropped items or if they could take them in exchange for lifespan. At that moment, Shadow was in another part of the palace, fighting elemental spirits. He had already cleared 4 large halls and many smaller rooms, totaling over 400 defeated enemies. He was only 5 points away from evolving his Hand of Greed skill. During the hunt, Wang Meng contacted him through the chat, saying they had found the items he dropped along the path. Meng asked whether they had any value to him, and if they could keep them by paying with lifespan. Shadow agreed and even mentioned that he had other items to sell. While they were dealing with that, a new creature appeared before him. Shadow immediately recognized it as the Guardian, the Soul Purifier, a level 15 platinum-ranked creature. He knew that if he could defeat it, he would gain control over that land. But he also remembered well that this was the most powerful monster in the area, not only because of its level but also because of its absurd endurance, 750,000 health points. He also knew that its lightning attacks were lethal, capable of killing even him if they landed directly. Despite being aware of the risks, Shadow struck first, using his Shadow Instant Slash and landing a backstab bonus hit. The Guardian retaliated with a rain of thunderbolts. Shadow knew that with his current defense and resistance, he couldn't afford to take a single hit. Even with his agility, the Guardian's attack accuracy was extremely high, at least a 25% chance to hit him, since he could only maintain a 75% dodge rate. Even so, his agility of 182 points allowed him to move at 40 meters per second, roughly 144 kilometers per hour. That incredible speed made it possible to dodge every bolt as long as he stayed focused. In his past life, his former guild, Godslayer, only survived that boss fight thanks to tanks and priests who absorbed the attacks. But this time, he was alone and determined to give the Guardian no chance. At the start of the battle, Shadow managed to reduce about 1/3 of the creature's health, dealing roughly 250,000 damage with his combo. However, the Guardian then entered its second phase. In that form, it became invulnerable and generated lightning orbs throughout the area. To end that phase, all the orbs had to be destroyed. Shadow remembered that, in his past life, the group had failed at that part, which caused a huge argument. Xiao Yu had quit the game in anger, swearing never to return. Only on their second attempt did they manage to defeat the Guardian, and that time, without her. Now, Shadow was determined not to repeat that mistake. He used poison darts to destroy the orbs from a distance, as each destroyed orb inflicted direct damage on the Guardian. When he managed to eliminate them all, the second phase ended, and the third began. In this phase, the Guardian unleashed a continuous area of effect lightning storm. In the past, his old guild had nearly been wiped out by that very attack, even with lightning-resistant gear and multiple healers. This time, Shadow had a different plan. He knew the attack only hit the ground, so he moved to the ceiling, activating his special shield, which completely negated all damage. He prepared for a decisive aerial strike. With Divine Empowerment active and the Blacklight shield engaged, he unleashed his max-level Shadow Instant Slash, decapitating the Guardian in a single blow. Thus, he killed Fa Yi Sa Er, the Soul Purifier, a platinum-ranked enemy. As a reward, he leveled up to 11, gained +4 to all attributes, 10 bonus attribute points to allocate freely, and 20 evolution points. He also earned 10 reputation points for being the first player in the world to defeat a platinum-level boss. To him, it was clear that the hideout wasn't just a shelter, it was a valuable vault. Most importantly, everything stored there could be taken into the real world. In Shadow's past life, when God Abandoned became reality, modern weapons lost all usefulness. Future wars were fought using equipment and weapons obtained within the game itself. The way those items crossed between dimensions was through hideouts and special shelters. Shadow had fond memories of that base, but was determined not to repeat his past path. This time, he wanted to become the strongest while the game still lasted. Elsewhere, Xiao Yu's group was fighting a massive creature wielding an axe. However, she was cleaved in half during the fight and respawned in the starting village, losing 2 days of tradable lifespan. Her teammates criticized her, saying it was easy to dodge such a large axe. Meanwhile, one of her friends, distracted by sending Xiao Yu a message, took a direct hit to the head and also died, returning to the starting point. Shu Yuan expressed her concern, asking how long they would have to keep killing monsters to reach the necessary level. She was afraid her lifespan was running out. At that moment, a global message was sent to all players, announcing that Shadow had been the first in the world to solo a platinum-level boss. The news shocked everyone. Upon hearing it, Xiao Yu reflected on the situation, realizing that the people around her couldn't even defeat a silver-level boss. She wondered how Shadow could handle a platinum one, thinking that for him, it seemed almost easy. Meanwhile, Shadow was assigning his new attribute points, putting everything into agility to increase his speed even further. He believed that with enough agility, he could defeat bosses without ever being hit. He hadn't expected a platinum-level boss to grant 20 evolution points, enough to evolve his Hand of Greed skill from epic to legendary rank. The upgrade increased his bonus rewards to 500% and granted him a new passive ability called Greedy Space, which added 100 extra inventory slots. When he used his enhanced Hand of Greed, he instantly received 100 evolution points. He also obtained 2 assassin-type items and a skill book from the same class. He decided to analyze them later, as his priority was to claim the territory and its exclusive abilities. To speed up the looting process, he created a devoted follower who went around collecting all the items scattered throughout the palace and brought them back to him. Noticing he still had leftover evolution points, Shadow decided to use them to further improve his abilities. He extended his stealth duration and increased the bonus damage dealt while attacking from stealth. His backstab bonus damage rose from 50% to 75%, and his Darkest Moment skill reached epic rank, now covering 50 meters and blinding enemies for 16 seconds. He also upgraded his Blooming Death skill, which now caused the target's body to completely vanish, while also allowing him to absorb 50% of the enemy's non-tradable lifespan. In high-level or enraged boss zones, this life drain could multiply hundreds or even thousands of times, making it essential to secure non-tradable lifespan first. With that, Shadow knew he would never again run out of life expectancy. As he finished those adjustments, he received a message from another player, congratulating him for being the first to defeat a platinum-level boss. She also said she had good news. She had finally discovered Dongfang's real-world location. She explained that he had purchased a massive amount of lifespan to exchange for real-life abilities and needed to be stopped before he became a threat. Shadow replied calmly that he would take care of it without worry. Once his servant had gathered all the loot, Shadow noticed he still had plenty of inventory space left. He then went to meet Wang's group. When he arrived, Yu tried to hug him, only to get slapped in the face. Even so, she explained that they had collected around 2,000 days of tradable lifespan in items along the path Shadow had cleared. Shadow also had many items, including platinum grade ones, which he could sell to them for a total of 18,000 days. And Yu was thrilled by the chance to see those high-level items, while Heizi wondered how Shadow's inventory could possibly be so large. He didn't bother explaining he never revealed his secrets. Still, he gave them a valuable tip about a portal that could teleport them back to the starting village. And Yu, upon hearing that, remarked that only a reincarnator could know such hidden information. And Wang jokingly told her not to scare him, even suggesting half-seriously that she try flirting with him, which the group didn't take too well. After that, Shadow used a massive amount of lifespan, totaling 27,000 days, to synchronize his level and class in the real world, ensuring that nearly all his abilities reached their maximum rank. He discovered that even his undead servant was practically immortal in reality, making him almost as powerful outside the game as within it. Even so, he knew he would need more lifespan to reach 100% synchronization. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, upon returning to the real world, grew concerned. Remembering that Xiao Yu knew where he lived, he decided he needed to move as soon as possible. But before that, he wanted to secure more points, so he planned to create a temporary base. Using his hand of greed, he absorbed all the furniture in his house straight into his inventory, finding it extremely convenient. Then, he rushed toward Dongfang's address, moving at over 200 kilometers per hour. At that moment, Dongfang was in a restaurant, attending an important family meeting. He explained that because of the so-called God-abandoned game, where certain powers could be brought into the real world, they now had a huge opportunity to strengthen the Dongfang family. He had been working hard to increase the family's power, considering it his duty. Dongfang's grandfather expressed pride in his grandson's progress, recalling how much they had invested to increase his purchased lifespan. To them, the goal was simple. Dongfang needed to reach level 10 inches the game to bring those powers into reality, something that would make the family stronger than ever. Even so, Dongfang harbored dark thoughts. He believed the old man only cared about his own immortality, and that his time would soon be over. He planned to take his grandfather's place, gain real-world powers, and make everyone bow before him. The grandfather asked about the mission to capture Shadow. Dongfang assured him that there was nothing to worry about. He had hired a very reliable woman to deal with the target. The old man emphasized that it was crucial to capture Shadow alive, as he held many valuable secrets that should serve the Dongfang family. As they toasted to the family's future success, Shadow was already on site, moving into action. He had neutralized the guards at the entrance and reflected on how he hadn't expected the Dongfang family to be so well armed. He knew the situation was dangerous, especially since he hadn't brought strong defensive gear into the real world. With his dodge rate imperfect, there was still a real chance he could take a bullet. To protect himself, Shadow decided to summon his devoted follower, an extremely durable ally, capable of absorbing even the deadliest attacks so that Qin Feng, Shadow himself, wouldn't die. This devotee was a silver rank boss with remarkable endurance. As soon as it was summoned, the devotee entered the room where all the members of the Dongfang family were gathered. The guards reacted immediately, firing non-stop at its head, torso, and legs. Even so, the devotee didn't fall. It killed the first guard blocking its way and charged straight toward the grandfather, the current head of the family. The old man died the next instant, while Dongfang fled in panic. Dongfang thought he had to stay alive in order to keep playing. Reaching level 10 was his only hope to bring game abilities into the real world and survive. But he didn't have time to do anything. In the blink of an eye, he saw Shadow standing before him. The next second, his vision flipped upside down, his head had been torn off. Still in stealth mode, Shadow used his ability called Bloom in Death. He absorbed a total of 27,000 tradable life expectancy days from his victims. For him, it was an excellent harvest. He knew that in moments like these, his skill became even more valuable. Not only did it erase every trace of the bodies, but it also absorbed the life expectancy of anyone nearby, even those who had never played the game. As a result, Shadow's non-tradable life expectancy reached 2,300 years. He believed that later, in the violent zone of the God-abandoned continent, he might not even feel anything anymore. Meanwhile, the police arrived quickly, drawn by the gunfire. But when they searched the VIP room, they found nothing, no bodies, no evidence. They then began checking the other rooms. During that time, Shadow used his invisibility to escape unnoticed. Shadow's next target was the Qian group. Their main headquarters had moved to the United States after the game began. However, Shishi was still trapped in China, and he intended to eliminate her before she could flee the country. He estimated that searching the entire city for her would take 2 to 3 hours, a waste of time, in his opinion. So, he decided to stay in a hotel and log back into the game. Once online, he remembered that he still had several silver and gold rank ruins to explore for resources. But then, he received a message from Anyu with great news. The group had found the entrance to a gold rank tomb. However, they had been unable to defeat its guardian. Shadow wanted to know exactly where the tomb was, and Yu explained that on their way back to the teleport leading to the main village, they had to take a detour to avoid monsters. During that detour, they noticed Heizi had vanished. She had fallen into a pit which turned out to be the entrance to the tomb. The group went in but had to flee in terror. Now, they were all back at the starting village, and Anyu promised to send Shadow the coordinates. He thought Heisey was truly lucky to stumble upon secret places like that by accident. He also acknowledged Anyu's cleverness and agreed with her to sell any rare items they found together. When Shadow arrived at the tomb entrance, he noticed it looked like a strange well in the middle of the city, very suspicious. Upon entering, the system notified him that he was now in the Tomb of Resentment. Inside, all long-distance communications were blocked. Soon he encountered an enemy, an undead butcher, a vengeful gold, tier level 12 phantom. Shadow analyzed the creature, realizing he had never seen anything like it, not in this life nor his previous one. It was a ghost that attacked from afar with powerful physical strikes, which explained why Anyu and the others had fled so quickly. Their equipment wouldn't withstand even one blow, but Shadow knew that if he could land a single precise strike, he could kill the monster. So he used his ability, Shadow Instant Slash, slicing the enemy into multiple pieces and securing his victory. Even after using the Shadow Instant Slash, Shadow had to activate another skill to finish off the boss. The initial attack had dealt 80% of its health a lot, but not enough to kill it outright. So he used the Throat Cutter skill to deliver the final blow. However, something unexpected happened. As soon as the boss's body died, its limbs exploded into chunks of flesh and blood, a skill called Corpse Explosion. Thanks to his quick reflexes, Shadow dodged just in time. He remembered facing a similar boss with his old guild in his previous life. Back then, when the monster died, everyone rushed to grab the loot without realizing the danger, and many teammates had died in the same explosion. He never imagined he'd encounter such an enemy inside a tomb. After confirming he was safe, Shadow used his greedy hand skill to collect the rewards. He obtained 110 tradable life expectancy days, 20 evolution points, a skill book called the Blade of the Knight's Shadow Ring, plus 630 additional life expectancy days, and even a platinum level armor. Shadow was pleased with the results. He had finally obtained both a rare piece of equipment and a combat skill he could actually use. The new skill was designed for assassins. It allowed him to coat a sharp weapon with dark power, attacking all enemies within a 5-meter range, and adding 500 extra points of dark element damage. Thanks to an item that reduced cooldown times, he could reuse it every 5.7 seconds. Shadow realized this was perfect for him, since the skill's magic damage scaled with the spirit stat, which he had more of than strength. He then invested several points to upgrade the skill to epic level. Its range increased from 5 to 12 meters, and its bonus damage rose from 500 to 1,300. Although it dealt less damage per target than a single strike, it was ideal for wiping out groups of enemies at once, especially if he was surrounded. He also tested his new armor, the Platinum Grade Armor of Resentment. It provided plus 55 physical defense, plus 45 resistance to all elements, plus 42 damage block, and plus 777 extra HP. Additionally, it had a passive effect. Every time Shadow took damage, his power would increase by 30 points. Although not ideal for his evasive combat style, he still considered it a useful bonus. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Xiaoyu was once again being killed by a creature that wasn't even that strong. One of her teammates was furious, criticizing her for having a pretty body but, according to him, no brains. He reminded her that she was a priestess and couldn't even heal properly. That player, who only had 2 years of life expectancy left, lost his patience. He shoved her to the ground, yelling for her never to show up again. Xu Yuan tried to help, inviting Xiaoyu to go with her to the city where her parents lived. There was a place there that specialized in helping players who struggled to progress. However, Xiaoyu was crying so much that she chose to log out of the game without saying a word. In the real world, at her new home bought with the life years she had sold, Xiaoyu received a message offering to help her level up. But the man who sent it had ulterior motives and made it clear he wanted something in return. She then tried contacting another player, but he also refused, telling her he didn't want any part of that and even told her to go find a real job. Desperate, Xiaoyu felt utterly alone. She began to lose control, shouting that no one wanted to help her, that Song Fei was dead, and that she couldn't reach Shadow to get revenge. Then she thought about finding her brother. She believed he would never abandon her. She went to his old apartment, convinced that if she apologized sweetly, he would forgive her. She planned to act obediently for a while, until she gained enough power to take revenge. She dreamed of the day she would have enough money and strength to sever all ties, including with Qin Feng. When she arrived, she knocked several times with no response. She ended up kicking down the door, only to find the place completely empty. No furniture, no sign anyone lived there. When she tried calling him, she discovered the number was disconnected. Meanwhile, deep inside the Tomb of Resentment, Shadow kept moving forward. He had already slain around 200 lesser monsters along the way, and was finally nearing the end, ready to face whatever came next. Some of the enemies in the tomb were silver rank, others bronze rank. Shadow was almost level 12 and eagerly awaited the moment his summon would open the coffin, hoping the final boss would be platinum tier. When the devotee opened it, a dark energy surged out, engulfing him instantly and killing him on the spot. Shadow quickly realized it was the miasma of death, a gold tier boss, completely immune to physical attacks and lacking any solid form. He remembered the last time he had released that creature. Back then, it had escaped, invaded a guild base, and killed many people, so he knew he had to exercise this threat immediately. Fortunately, Shadow had a magic attack capable of revealing the monster's true form. Using the Shadow Ring Strike, he exposed the real body of the miasma of death, a small root spreading deadly mist. Once revealed, he destroyed it easily with a single blow. He understood that even though the miasma of death was officially a gold-level boss, its power could surpass platinum-level opponents if one lacked the proper method to fight it. Victory was only possible thanks to the ring's magic skill. After defeating the boss, Shadow used Greedy Hand to collect a rare item, a mount bell, and thought to himself that traveling with Heisey always brought him luck. With this bell, he could summon a level 11 ghost wolf, which would serve as both a mount and a combat companion. The wolf was enormous, with a strikingly spectral appearance. Its attributes were impressive: 148 strength, 155 constitution, 1 agility, and 135 spirit. It also had several special abilities: active swift movement, which increased movement speed by 245% while Shadow was mounted, and Night Wanderer, which granted permanent stealth at night. This stealth would break upon attacking, dealing an additional 120 damage, and could only be reactivated after 60 seconds. Another skill was Triple Strike, which could hit a single target 3 consecutive times with bonus damage. Finally, the wolf possessed Wolf Howl, which granted all allies an additional 35 points to attack, physical defense, and elemental resistance for about 5 hours. This ability had a cooldown time of 10 minutes, but if the cooldown completed while the effect was still active, it could be maintained indefinitely. Shadow recognized that these advantages made him incredibly powerful in a short time. After taming the mount, he left the tomb, testing the wolf's speed and feeling deeply impressed with its performance. Shadow decided that his next goal would be to reach level 15, as he needed enough lifespan to bring the mount into the real world. He planned that once he returned to reality, he would eliminate Shishi, someone whose name he found far too ridiculous to take seriously. He knew that the Zhanghai arena was massive, with 2 underground floors and a vast complex full of monsters, which he saw as an advantage since it would allow him to level up quickly. As soon as he arrived at the arena, he encountered giant gladiators and advanced without hesitation, slaughtering them all with his instant slash technique, always accompanied by the wolf. Meanwhile, Wang Meng's group was exploring the god-abandoned continent, defeating various creatures. One of the members, Nailiang, the son of a company director in Zhanghai, was very impressed by Anyu's power. He thought her hidden class, Dragon Swordsman, was extremely strong and began to develop a personal interest in her. However, Anyu wasn't satisfied with the group's performance. She commented that she hadn't even used her full strength, yet the gold-ranked level 8 boss they fought had still taken more than 10 minutes to defeat. She couldn't understand how Shadow had managed to kill a platinum-level boss all by himself. Nailiang believed Shadow was just a sneaky assassin who dishonorably took down bosses slowly, something he claimed he would never do because he was honest. He also said that Shadow was notorious for being a bloodthirsty psychopath who needed to be controlled. Heisey and Meng, on the other hand, laughed at these criticisms and argued that Shadow was the most powerful player on the server, the one who had single-handedly defeated the first platinum boss. They even joked that it was cute how Nailiang tried to insult him just to later curry favor. The conversation went on until Wang Meng changed the subject, revealing that he had other concerns in mind. Wang Meng mentioned that it might just be paranoia, but there had been a case at a restaurant where an entire family mysteriously disappeared. He said that many believed Shadow was behind it, so he thought the group should be careful about trusting him. Still, he admitted that none of them really knew Shadow's personality and couldn't entirely rule out the possibility that he was a serial killer. And Yu replied that many people suspected Shadow, but there was no proof against him. Even so, she quietly admitted to herself that, even if it were true, she would still choose to stand by him. Wang Meng asked why, and Yu avoided the question, telling them not to try to suck up to Shadow since that's what everyone seemed to be doing. At that moment, another member of the group appeared, saying he had found a gladiator-style arena nearby. However, all the monsters there were already dead, and Yu decided they should check it out. When they arrived, they found piles of scattered life expectancy days and various items on the ground. She remarked that this was definitely Shadow's doing. Nailiang asked why she was so sure, and Yu replied that it was obvious he was the strongest of all players. If anyone could pull something like that off alone, it would be him. Liang retorted that he could also do it with stealth, it would just take longer. While the group talked, Yu took the opportunity to send affectionate messages to Shadow, asking if he was still around. He gave the clearest possible answer when he suddenly appeared behind Liang, mounted on his wolf. Liang was so terrified that he wet himself, something everyone could see, causing collective embarrassment. Yu was fascinated by the wolf and asked where Shadow had found such a creature. He explained that it was thanks to the coordinates the group had provided, which had allowed him to find it in the tomb. He made a point to thank Heisey in particular, calling him his lucky charm. Then Shadow began trading items and lifespan days with the others. Humiliated by what had happened, Liang was furious and swore to himself that he would take revenge one day. Meanwhile, the system showed that Shadow had accumulated an impressive 245 years of lifespan and 255 evolution points. From his last sweep through the arena, he had also obtained a new gold tier skill called Silent Stealth. With it, he could remain permanently invisible as long as he didn't move, gaining over 300 bonus damage when breaking stealth. Its cooldown time was 120 seconds. He spent 11 of his evolution points to upgrade this gold skill to Epic, increasing its bonus damage to 800 and reducing the cooldown to 60 seconds. He also upgraded other abilities and was eager to test the necklace he had obtained in the arena, the Liar's Pendant, a platinum tier assassin accessory that granted plus 45 physical attack, plus 20 strength, plus 20 constitution, and a unique effect that increased stealth level by 1. He had also obtained the Veil of Darkness, another assassin accessory that provided plus 5 constitution, plus 5 spirit, and a 32% increase in dodge chance. With all these items combined, Shadow now had an incredible 83% total dodge chance. Suddenly, in the distance, he spotted something that put him on alert, an Iron Maiden. He wondered who the fool was that had started a fight with that boss. In his past life, this creature had appeared in the Jianghai ruins, where over 1,000 players had participated in the hunt. Across countless attempts, with players dying and respawning, the total number of deaths exceeded 4,000. Seeing the Iron Maiden roaming free was concerning, but he knew it too had emerged from a tomb. Back then, it had guarded the Holy Church, one of the largest ruins in Jianghai. Originally, Shadow had planned to deal with Shishi first, but upon realizing this unexpected opportunity, he decided she could wait. As he got closer to the Iron Maiden, he saw clearly that it was slaughtering a large number of players at once, confirming how dangerous it was. The Iron Maiden's attacks were wide and hit multiple players simultaneously, killing anyone nearby. Shadow watched from a distance, wondering why those players insisted on fighting it now. To him, they were being arrogant and underestimating the danger. While assessing the scene, Shadow recognized who the players were. Among them, riding a tiger, was Chen Wuming, whose hidden class was Templar Knight. Chen Wuming was an old acquaintance of Shadow's from his past life. They had fought each other before, but without a decisive outcome, as Chen Wuming always resorted to dirty tricks to escape when he was about to lose. In Shadow's previous life, the Iron Maiden had been defeated by Wuming's guild, the Knight's Sanctuary. That victory was one of the reasons people said that the West belonged to the Blade God and the East to the Knight's Sanctuary, as they were the strongest guilds of that era. But Shadow knew that the Sanctuary used cruel methods. Its recruits were forced to sign near-slavery contracts, offering protection in exchange for 50% of their lifespan. Many members were, in practice, slaves sold on the black market. For Shadow, this was the perfect moment. He decided that this time Wuming wouldn't escape. Remaining invisible, he approached the chaos of the battle against the Iron Maiden and used the Ring of Shadows, killing all surrounding players instantly. The group was bewildered, unable to understand what had just happened, since it wasn't the creature that had killed them. Wuming tried to find out if it had been Shadow, saying there was no bad blood between them. But Shadow didn't care for explanations or excuses. He simply executed him with instant Shadow Slash, spreading destruction all around and ensuring everyone died. Naturally, they all respawned at the game's starting point. Among the dead was also Xiao Yu, whom Shadow had noticed before. It seemed that every group she joined ended in tragedy. She herself wondered why Shadow insisted on hunting her down, as her lifespan was already at its limit. Shadow realized that by defeating her, he had gained 4 tradable lifespan days and 1 non-tradable year from her. To him, that proved she had truly hit rock bottom. He considered it a harsh but necessary lesson. After that, he turned his attention to the Iron Maiden, which tried to strike him directly. He dodged easily, remembering that the boss's first phase wasn't that difficult. When he disappeared from her sight, the creature went into a frenzy, spinning her blades in all directions, desperately trying to hit him. Shadow was ready, staying above her and landing precise aerial attacks. Using his combo along with the plague poison from his new dagger, he dealt massive damage. Then Shadow noticed that the Iron Maiden had entered her second phase. Now, instead of spinning blades, shadowy hands extended to grab anything alive and drain its life force. Moreover, he knew that in this form, the creature reflected part of all damage it received, making her even more dangerous. There were rumors that a hidden portal existed inside the Iron Maiden's stomach, capable of swallowing players and throwing them randomly anywhere in the world. But Shadow had never been able to confirm that story in his previous life. To him, it was probably just something a confused player had mixed up with another similar game. While he fought, a small group of players watched how Shadow was handling the Steel Saint. It took him only a single blow to push her into the second phase, which left them stunned. Shadow knew that the boss had a very specific weakness in that phase. When she started an attack, the reflected damage effect was temporarily disabled. Thus, if a player could strike at the exact instant she attacked, they could avoid being hurt in return. However, there was a problem. Most of Shadow's abilities dealt continuous damage. If he made even one mistake, he would take all the reflected damage and end up dying to his own skills. Knowing this, he decided to act strategically. He also noticed that players had been observing him for some time, and figured it was best to start using that to his advantage. Amid the crowd, a player began shouting for everyone to move aside. He wanted to see up close what was happening. This man was known as Brother Safety, since he always repeated that safety should come first. The group watching the battle explained to Safety that they had been there for a while, analyzing the Steel Saint's movements. In the first phase, the boss had only a few attacks, and they had already memorized all of them. However, after losing half her HP, the Steel Saint's body changed form, and she probably gained new abilities. Safety wanted to confirm whether it was really Shadow who was fighting the boss, but he had vanished. So, he asked a green-haired girl known as Bunny to activate her red eyes to locate Shadow. She immediately used her detection ability and reported that she couldn't find any trace of him anywhere. It seemed he really had left. Bunny's anti-stealth detection was level 3, and everyone trusted her precision. With that information, Safety descended into the arena and asked Bunny to notify him if Shadow reappeared. The group thought Safety was insane for trying to face the boss alone. Still, they remembered what he had done in the starting village. Back then, Safety had defeated a gold-ranked boss without taking a single scratch. That was why he was known as the legendary Safety First. Many rumors circulated about him. They said he was of the spiritual warrior class and that when he rolled, he achieved 100% evasion. He was also considered one of the world's top spiritual game streamers, known for his perfect reflexes and control. When the Steel Saint hurled her chained axe, Safety managed to dodge it. Realizing that the attacks wouldn't stop, he began performing a series of rolls. The group watched excitedly, amazed by his agility. More players began to gather and started cheering for Safety. However, something strange caught everyone's attention. With each roll, the boss's HP decreased, despite there being no visible attack. Bunny explained that Safety's true strength lay in the attack that followed his evasion. Whenever he performed a perfect roll, his next strike ignored 50% of the enemy's defense. As the battle went on, Safety prepared a new attack. The visual effect of the skill caught everyone's attention. Bunny believed the damage would exceed 1,000 points. The skill was called Dancing Moon. A blade sliced through the gaps with meteor-like speed, creating 3 afterimages, and at the peak of its power, it struck the enemy before they could even react. The blade gathered energy and finished with a single decisive blow. Bunny clapped in admiration. The attack was so powerful that almost no one noticed the Steel Saint's HP had already dropped below 1/3. The path of Safety's sword was known as Moon's Shadow, between the gaps, a rare and precise technique. However, before he could repeat the sequence, he was struck brutally. His death was instant, leaving everyone around in shock. No one understood what had happened. Safety had dodged every attack, and his abilities seemed to be working perfectly. But the truth was that Shadow was still there, completely invisible. He had used Safety's battle as cover to continue attacking. While everyone was focused on the legendary warrior's performance, Shadow remained hidden, gradually whittling down the boss's HP. In reality, Safety had served as a shield and a distraction. Although the spiritual warrior class had high offensive potential, it had a fatal weakness against the Steel Saint. Dodging during rolls worked fine, but once he attacked, the boss's second phase reflection damage returned at full force. Safety ended up dying from the backlash of his own strike, a tragic end for someone so skilled. The Steel Saint, now with extremely low HP, began to retreat. Shadow quickly realized what she intended. If she managed to return to the cathedral sanctuary, she would fully regenerate. If that happened, all his effort would be wasted. The death of Safety First deeply shocked everyone nearby. The rest of the group looked visibly terrified, and Shadow knew that from that moment on, no one else would dare to face the boss. Yet there was a problem. For the reflected damage effect to disappear, the boss had to attack. That meant someone had to force her hand. There was no other way, it had to be done the hard way. Shadow refused to let the Steel Saint return to the cathedral. When he reappeared, everyone present realized he was back. Those who had once admired safety first now understood that the true monster among them was Shadow. The former hero now seemed like nothing more than a joke in the presence of that dark, dominant player. Bunny started noticing something strange. She couldn't detect Shadow's stealth anymore, and after thinking it through, she realized he had already surpassed level 3 anti-stealth. A player spotted the orbs. Safety had dropped and tried to pick them up. However, Shadow acted first. He used his skill Darklight Shield and positioned himself between the Steel Saint and the orbs. When she tried to strike him, he took advantage of the opening and activated Shadow Slash. With every strike, layers of the shield were consumed. Even as the boss attacked, the fight seemed to function like a constant counterattack. Without the Darklight Shield, Shadow would have already been defeated. Suddenly, the situation escalated further. The Steel Saint unleashed a burst of fire so powerful that it completely destroyed the last layers of his shield. Fortunately, Shadow didn't delay even half a second longer in his actions. Any hesitation would have been fatal. Meanwhile, one player thought he could be clever and tried to steal the orbs during the chaos. Shadow didn't tolerate that. He swiftly struck the man directly in the head and, without hesitation, used the Curse of Flowers skill. The curse began draining everything the player had. Safety First had been spared from this curse because Shadow had found him interesting, but now he noticed that the man still had plenty of life left. Perhaps he hadn't truly died after all. The Steel Saint approached again. Shadow understood he would have to keep wearing her down using the Darklight Shield and Shadow Slash combo, since she had entered her normal phase, where there was no more continuous damage. It was a slower method, but far safer. The spectators couldn't quite grasp what kind of technique Shadow was using, but they began to understand how he was able to defeat bosses alone. When the right moment came, he finished off the Steel Saint with a precise strike, completely slicing through the enemy. The system rewarded him with 48,000 experience points, 120 evolution points, and the Cathedral Sanctuary key. Everyone was stunned to see that he had truly defeated the boss solo. Shadow then activated Hand of Greed and obtained an Emerald rank frozen leather armor, which was incredibly powerful. The armor came with an effect called Gift of the Black Flames. This effect applied layers of black fire to enemies when attacking or being attacked. The layers could stack up to 5, and each one reduced the target's defense and elemental resistance by 7%. Additionally, he received a new skill called Assassin's Intuition, also of Emerald rank. This ability allowed him to partially see the silhouettes of invisible enemies. It was an anti-stealth skill that upgraded directly to legendary level. With all these abilities combined, Shadow could now strike at enemies' weak points, even with his eyes closed. He still had some evolution points left, so he decided to raise Phantom Shadow to legendary level. At that moment, Yu appeared, frantically asking if any good items had dropped from the battle. Shadow was puzzled. She always seemed to appear at the most convenient times, like a bloodhound trained to track him down. And Yu noticed that Shadow was already level 13 and was completely shocked at how fast he had progressed. Meanwhile, Wang Meng's group had spent the entire night grinding points and were still halfway to level 11. Shadow's speed was something everyone could clearly see. However, Yu smacked him on the head and scolded him for his choice of words. To her, saying that a man was fast was inappropriate, and it seemed she had completely misunderstood his meaning. Shadow dropped some items on the ground, all already priced. Without even looking closely, Yu immediately made the purchase. She acted like a dog following Shadow's scent always behind him, guided purely by instinct. With his natural salesman instinct, Shadow asked if they had ever heard about hideouts, and Yu confirmed, explaining that in the ruins of Jianghai City, although there were no safe zones, players could conquer hideouts and use them as bases. They also knew that smaller hideouts could appear after defeating gold-ranked bosses, and Yu's team, however, still hadn't found any. In Shanghai, the local administration had managed to secure a medium-sized hideout. Shadow already imagined that they understood the true value of such a place. He then revealed that the boss he had just defeated had dropped a key to the Cathedral Sanctuary hideout, a structure spanning 533,000 square meters. At that moment, Shadow started acting like a real estate agent, showing interest in selling the hideout to Yu. She and Wang Meng were shocked by the size of the property. The larger the hideout, the stronger its defenses and the sturdier its basic structure. With that much space, it would be easy to accommodate her entire team. And Yu wanted to know how much Shadow intended to sell such a massive structure for. Shadow suggested that they all go to the location first. Only after seeing it with their own eyes could Yu decide how much she was willing to pay. He clearly remembered that, in his previous life, a hideout of that size had been valued at around 2,000 years of lifespan. If he managed to sell it to the government, along with what he had already accumulated, he could transfer all his equipment, skills, and levels directly into the real world. Soon after, Yu said she needed to report a new situation immediately and asked Shadow for help. She explained that they had received intel that 7 gold-ranked bosses had appeared simultaneously in Dark Moon Village. Many people had already died, and they were now offering 10 years of life for Shadow to go there and eliminate the bosses. Shadow understood how serious that was. He knew the government had the resources to handle it, but the fact that they were asking for his help meant the situation was out of control. And Yu was thrilled by how quickly Shadow grasped the situation and couldn't stop praising him. She explained that her team had tried to eliminate one of the bosses separately, but it had not only revived, but returned with boosted stats, instantly wiping out the entire party. Shadow began reflecting on these traits. He suspected those bosses were puppets created by one of the cursed tablets of the ancient gods. If that were true, he couldn't afford to miss the opportunity. A tablet of the ancient gods was an extremely valuable artifact. With that in mind, Yu completed the transaction, and he immediately asked for the village coordinates. She wished him good luck, while Shadow thought she was truly a good person. With the resources those bosses would drop upon death, he could gain 40 years of life or even more. On top of that, Yu paid 10 years in advance, which made him think she was quite generous. What he didn't know was that the girl was completely obsessed with him and would do anything to get closer. Mounted on his riding creature, Shadow set out on his journey until something in the distance caught his attention. Qin Xiao was being beaten by 3 girls. All of them were furious with her. The reason was simple. Qin Xiao had just joined the guild and already seemed to have her eyes on the president. The other girls saw this as outrageously bold behavior. Even while trying to defend herself, Qin Xiao kept saying she hadn't done anything. One of the girls made it clear that she wasn't blind and demanded Qin Xiao stay away from the president or else she'd get beaten even worse. The assault continued as Qin Xiao begged them to stop, saying it hurt too much and she might die. The girls, however, were more concerned with leaving marks on her so she'd never forget that certain boundaries were not to be crossed. Shadow watched everything unfold and saw that his sister had gotten herself into an internal guild dispute right after joining. Power struggles like that were things he'd grown tired of dealing with in his previous life. In the end, it was always him who ended up saving his sister's skin. This time, however, he merely watched from afar, wishing she would use the experience to grow up. Shadow remained invisible, along with his mount, and pretended not to know anyone there. Without drawing attention, he looked under the giant statue at the center of Jianghai's ruins. Beneath it was a secret chamber, and inside, a special teleportation device that led back to the starting village. Most players had no idea that path even existed. However, using the portal wasn't free. The first activation cost 500 days of life, the second cost 1,000, the third 2,000, and so on, always doubling. This increasing cost existed because, over time, the starting village evolved into a higher level area, where monsters became bosses and hidden treasures began to emerge. One such treasure was the stone tablet of the ancient god, an item Shadow couldn't afford to ignore. He quickly used the teleport to return to the land forsaken by the gods, specifically to Black Moon Village. He found it odd to have been sent there, but decided to continue anyway. Upon arrival, he noticed something unexpected. The place was crowded, and to his surprise, most of the players were elderly. As he walked through the village alleys, he spotted a group talking. Among them was an old lady, tearfully grateful for having reached the safe zone. The young players accompanying her had helped her reach level 3. During her evolution process, the woman had gained 72 days of life, and the young players simply wanted her to transfer that amount back to them. Apparently, that had been the agreement. But the old lady seemed quite upset. She didn't like the idea of having to pay, and thought their help had been out of kindness. The young players tried explaining calmly. They weren't charging her group formation in the game, automatically shared part of the life obtained from monsters among members. In this case, since the life had gone entirely to her, it was only fair to return it. Even so, the old woman accused them of being shameless, claiming they were trying to rob an old lady. They kept explaining that their help had been genuine, and that without the party system, she wouldn't have gained any life or experience at all, but she wouldn't listen. Instead, she began screaming for help, accusing the River of Dreams Guild members of trying to extort her. That was when Shadow, still invisible, grabbed the old woman forcefully and slammed her to the ground. Without hesitation, he attacked with full strength. In seconds, the woman's life orbs were scattered across the ground. The young players considered picking them up, but one of them hesitated, unsure who exactly had helped them. Shadow then revealed himself, saying he had merely given them a hand. With that, the group recovered the 72 days of life. Shadow found it annoying that he couldn't freely fight within the village. He also discovered that Black Moon Village was where the River of Dreams Guild had first been founded. The guild had become famous for its charity work, helping the elderly survive in the land forsaken by the gods. Over time, it gained official support and recognition. In terms of members, it was now the largest guild in China. In such a chaotic world, players like them truly made a difference. The scene then shifted to an ongoing battle. The player Chu Yan was fighting alongside her parents. The girl asked her mother to use a lightning spell, and the woman cast it straight at the monster. Shu Yan's father, wielding his sword, finished the creature off with a direct strike. Together, the three managed to defeat the enemy. Shu Yan was amazed by her parents' strength. As they walked, her father asked if it was true that her friend Qin Xiao had really joined the Templar Guild. He had heard rumors that the guild imposed heavy taxes on its members. Shu Yan confirmed it and added that she had even recommended Qin Xiao to join River of Dreams instead, explaining that it was a more supportive guild. Even so, Qin Xiao had refused. Now, even after reaching level 10, Qin Xiao was just another player the Temple of Knights had helped. Shu Yan's father thought that wasn't enough. According to him, despite her progress, Qin Xiao was still just a disposable tool. Shu Yan mentioned hearing that the contract with the Temple of Knights lasted 3 years, and anyone who signed it basically became an indentured servant for that entire time. Shu Yan's mother believed it was much smarter for someone without special abilities to focus on defeating weaker monsters, slowly accumulating life and experience just like their family was doing together. Shu Yan understood her parents' point of view, but Qin Xiao considered herself special because she had a secret class. In that regard, she truly was superior to the other three. Suddenly, several arrows were fired toward Shu Yan's family. Her father was hit and died instantly. The attacks came from a group of thugs who were amused by the situation, mocking the strength of the Dream River Guild. They believed no one there was powerful and called everyone trash. One of the attackers, noticing there were only 2 women left, began demanding that they hand over their tradable life points. Shu Yan couldn't understand what was happening. Up to that point, killing outside of cities was forbidden. She wondered if those men weren't afraid of being hunted down. But the bandits didn't care about the rules. The archer in the group, confident that he would never be found, gave the 2 women 3 seconds to surrender their life points. Shu Yan's mother began accessing the system panel, but Shu Yan didn't want her to do that. She begged her mother to call for help through the guild channel. The bandits thought Shu Yan was joking and decided to kill her mother first, just to scare her and have more fun. But when one of them stepped forward to attack, Shadow's wolf suddenly appeared and bit the man like he was a piece of meat. Shu Yan was startled by the sudden appearance. One of the other bandits, barely able to see because of the hair covering his face, was confused by what had just happened. However, within seconds, he lost his head literally, and Shadow was holding what was left of it. The long-haired man finally realized who was behind the attack. After dying, the bandits respawned elsewhere. The long-haired one was furious and couldn't understand why his lifespan had dropped so drastically. They were unaware of the flower ability's existence. His life force was draining away grotesquely, and he panicked, desperate to hunt monsters quickly to recover time. Before they could do anything, all of them were smashed into the ground and restrained. Official hunters had appeared. They were aware that this group had been looting and killing players around the world. The hunters demanded that the bandits hand over their real-world information, as they were to be arrested according to global laws. If they resisted, their remaining lifespan would be drained on the spot. The scene then shifted to Chu Yan, who was thanking Shadow. Thanks to him, her mother hadn't lost her tradable life points. Shadow hadn't expected that his sister's friend would be such a kind girl. Shu Yan had a gentle heart and was brave, very different from Qin Xiao. He didn't even know how the two had become so close, but he was glad to see they were following different paths. Then, Chu Yan saw an orb lying on the ground, and realized it was the life her father had dropped when he died. Her mother, looking around, noticed that Shadow had vanished suddenly. She was curious, wondering what had happened. Deep down, Chu Yan would never have imagined that the legendary Shadow, the world's top-ranked player, could be so generous. Soon after, a group of people appeared confused. They had received a report from Captain Anyu that Shadow would arrive within minutes, but they still didn't know what was going on. Some began to question whether Shadow could handle the bosses inside, since those bosses had the ability to resurrect. Suddenly, Shadow appeared. He remembered that the ancient god's stone tablet granted special bonuses and unique purposes to equipment. If he was lucky, the bonus could even alter the characteristics of his class. There was a rumor that the world's 7th best player had once summoned 7 stone tablets during a battle, allowing him to call forth a projection of the ancient god to defeat a legendary boss. These bosses, created by the stone tablets, had unique mechanisms. Each one possessed a special ability. Sometimes, they became so invisible that a player could die without ever realizing why. In other cases, the real boss was actually a hidden summon somewhere in the area when that happened. The main boss would just keep resurrecting endlessly. What was known was that when defeated, each boss returned with an accumulated rage attribute. If they were killed one by one, they would all revive stronger. But Shadow didn't know what would happen if he killed them all at once, and that was exactly what he intended to test now. Before starting the fight, Shadow decided to equip the Devout Pendant, wanting to test it with a summoned devotee. He made the summon right away, and ordered the devotee to attack the bosses before him. However, the devotee was killed instantly. All of those bosses were level 10, lacked any reflection effects, and their stats were about about twice that of an ordinary gold-tier boss. In response, Shadow used the Night Circular Blade along with the Throat Slash, executing both attacks simultaneously. He managed to eliminate all the enemies, but something puzzled him. None of the defeated bosses dropped any items. Then a new creature appeared, confirming his theory that killing them all at once was the correct method. The next stage of the challenge had begun. The new boss was gigantic, covered in mysterious symbols. Those markings belonged to the language of the ancient god. Shadow rearranged them and translated the words based on his prior studies. The translation revealed the name Utuos, the ancient god of calamity. Using that knowledge, he began attacking the boss's body parts in the order indicated by the symbols. He felt proud that he had invested so much time and money studying the ancient god's language to explore such ruins. During the battle, Shadow dodged the boss's blows and destroyed its body parts one by one. When he finally defeated the colossal enemy, several crates emerged from the water. Each crate bore a symbol corresponding to a monster. He understood that he had to kill each enemy near the crate with the matching symbol. Scanning the scene, he finally spotted the ancient god's stone tablet and realized he had reached the final stage. Without hesitation, he decided to finish the job. A sudden tremor shook the area, and Yu's team didn't understand what was happening. They thought the area boss might have entered rage mode and wondered if they should check on the situation. At that point, no one had realized that Shadow was already there. They wanted to locate him, but when they arrived, the ground was cracked open. They even speculated that the boss might have been crushed by the earthquake. Then Yu informed everyone that they could fall back. Shadow had defeated the boss. The news left everyone stunned. They had doubted his ability, but now they saw that in just 10 minutes, he had solved the entire crisis without anyone even witnessing how. They couldn't comprehend how he had managed to kill the bosses that could revive. Only then did they understand why the higher-ups had summoned Shadow. The scene then shifted to Shadow, who was holding the ancient god's stone tablet. He reflected on how fruitful the adventure had been. He had reached level 14, and the 7 defeated bosses, combined with the Greedy Hands effect, granted him 294 evolution points. On top of that, he had obtained the stone tablet, an extremely rare and powerful item. From the way it worked, Shadow believed the developers wouldn't realize how broken it was for at least a month. That tablet contained the cursed power of Uthos, the ancient god of calamity. When applied to a piece of equipment, it added a curse that granted a random bonus based on the item and the user's class, but also imposed a negative effect. Shadow decided to apply Uthos's curse to his Frosthide leather armor, which possessed the Black Flame Blessing effect, an emerald tier ability that reduced a target's defense and elemental resistance by up to 35%. After applying the curse, the bonus granted increased the maximum number of Black Flame stacks to 15. The downside was that the equipment's base attributes were reduced by 31%. Still, as expected from a plate of the ancient god, Shadow believed that the positives far outweighed the negatives. At that moment, he also evolved a skill called Instant Shadow Strike, raising it to the legendary level. Now, each slash made with this skill granted him a shield equal to 100% of his maximum health, stacking up to 9 layers that lasted for up to 1 minute. Shadow's survivability had skyrocketed. The way things were going, he believed he could reach level 15 inches just 5 hours. For that reason, he decided to head toward the Magic City. As he passed by the girls who were beating up Qin Xiao, he was surprised to see that they were still fighting. It made him think those women were truly relentless. Meanwhile, they continued insulting Qin Xiao with every curse imaginable. One of them got tired of hitting her, and the other's hand was burning from the repeated blows. They decided to stop there, saying it would serve as a lesson. Before leaving, they even spat on the girl lying on the ground. Qin Xiao was being humiliated cruelly. Trembling, she struggled to get up. Deep down, she blamed her brother for everything that was happening to her. She believed it was his fault just because he had taken seriously her words about wanting to cut ties. In her mind, men were supposed to know that women always said the opposite of what they felt. Even so, Qin Xiao felt relieved that she had signed a contract with the Sanctuary of Knights. With that contract, she didn't have to worry about survival for the next 3 years, even though she had lost 50% of her lifespan. To her, that didn't matter. The most important thing was that she believed she would grow faster than Chu Yan. Using her holy healing skill, she promised herself that when she reached the top, everyone who mocked her would pay the price. She wanted Qin Feng to wait for her, and she wanted revenge on those women as well. But the reality was that she was still extremely weak, and in the end, it had been a waste for her to receive a hidden class. She was so useless that she ended up making a grave mistake. She accidentally used her regeneration skill on Shadow himself, completely surprising him. When she realized the mistake, she was completely drained. Still, she wanted to understand why her holy healing magic hadn't worked properly. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the ruins of the Magic City, where a team was fighting a gigantic monster. Xian Shishi was there with 2 young men, watching the battle. Once again, she criticized the men of Daxia, complaining that it had taken 18 of them to fight a single boss. She called them a bunch of cowards. One of her companions asked her not to speak like that, reminding her that the team was fighting for their sake and at least deserved gratitude. Qian Shishi found his attitude cute, but still despised the men of Daxia, judging that they dealt too little damage. When the boss's health bar got low and the players prepared for the final strike, Tony suddenly appeared and used his spear to stab one of the men from behind. He thanked them for their help and mocked the whole group, calling them weaklings. They had been hiding until then, just watching. That was when the players realized they were facing the Ace of Spades gang, a group known for being led by a mysterious woman from Daxia who traveled with foreign mercenaries. The players were outraged that she brought outsiders to kill her own people. Still, the team didn't hesitate and charged at the gang. Seeing their willingness to fight, Qian Shishi grew irritated that they still dared resist. She declared that they would all die right there. One of her companions used the Thundershock skill, while Qian Shishi drew her twin daggers and attacked. After defeating her opponents, she boasted that they were all weak. In her view, the Daxia government had leaked their information, but she didn't care, considering that country a dump full of garbage. She believed that ordinary players would never stand a chance against them, since her group had real-world backing. As their identities were still protected, she decided it was wiser to leave Daxia and move to North America. Once there, she wanted to found a guild with a single goal to hunt down the pigs of Daxia. The foreign mercenaries liked the idea and asked what name she would give the new group. Qian Shishi then chose the name Alice's Wonderland. She felt she had done enough for the day and decided to log out of the game to celebrate. She really wanted to celebrate the founding of Alice, saying she would even hand out free snacks. The scene then shifted to Anyu, who was talking with Shadow. She had received an offer regarding the price of the hideout and wanted to know if he could negotiate right then. Shadow asked how much they were offering, and Yu replied that the initial offer was 1,500, which he found far too low. She knew that as well, so she kept pushing until she managed to raise it to 2,000. Shadow found that amount more acceptable and said he would meet her at the central statue in the ruins to close the deal. At the same time, he thought Anyu was too clever and suspected she might be trying to take advantage of him. The scene shifted to the meeting place with Anyu. She was already there, surrounded by several heavily armed soldiers, all well equipped. And Yu looked a bit embarrassed, not wanting Shadow to feel uncomfortable about the situation. She explained that she had accumulated too much lifespan, and that made the higher authorities nervous, so they sent an escort to protect her. However, Shadow didn't mind at all. He knew those people had no idea of his true power. Deep down, he was sure that the soldiers around Anyu couldn't withstand even two of his skills. They completed the transaction as agreed. Shadow handed her the key, and Anyu was thrilled to hold it in her hands. She looked at it as if it were a sacred relic, marveling at what it represented. Without wasting time, Shadow turned around and announced he was leaving. The soldiers, upon seeing the absurd amount of lifespan transferred to him, were stunned. However, Anyu knew the hideout was worth every second of lifespan, as it could safely shelter hundreds of people. Shadow believed that payment had come at the perfect time. He could now use that lifespan to prepare himself before heading to the Magic City. Without delay, he began extracting various abilities from the game into the real world. Even though he couldn't bring any physical equipment, all his skills and levels were perfectly synchronized. At that point, his strength in reality was almost identical to that in the game. Then the system alerted him that his hunger had reached 90%. He realized he hadn't eaten for too long and needed to feed immediately. Responding to the warning, he logged out of the game and woke up in the real world. But when he opened his eyes, he noticed something strange. There were metal bars around him. A strange-looking man noticed that he was awake and quickly called the boss. Soon, the gang leader appeared. He wanted Qin Feng to hand over his accumulated lifespan. If he refused, he would suffer the same fate as the other victims in the hotel. Those men were enjoying the chaos of the apocalypse, taking advantage of the situation to kill whoever they wanted. Qin Feng just watched silently. His calmness infuriated the thugs even more, who began threatening to kill him if he didn't comply. As Qin Feng remained motionless and silent, the goons began to think he had gone catatonic. But suddenly, they were struck by one of Qin Feng's devastating abilities, which wiped them all out instantly. The destruction was so great that the entire hotel collapsed. And as the debris fell, Qin Feng calmly ate his bowl of noodles. He knew that the more power he brought into the real world, the more energy his body needed. At his current level, ordinary food was no longer enough. Once he finished dealing with Qian Shishi and her guild, he would need to find the Codex of Divine Grace. The biggest problem was that Qian Shishi was extremely cunning. Tracking her down was even harder than finding Song Fei. Riding his creature, Qin Feng reflected on the mission he had accepted, the one to kill himself. Now, he could use that mission as bait to lure Qian Shishi out. However, his hunger was becoming unbearable. He needed to reach the Magic City as soon as possible, and hopefully find something to eat along the way. The scene shifted to the Magic City. Qian Shishi was praising all the men around her. They had been incredible for her. After that intense session, she felt satisfied and just wanted a deep sleep. She was excited to log back into the game, feeling refreshed, even though she was trembling from having handed out so many snacks. The men around Qian Shishi thought she was incredibly fun. Some even had to help her walk since she had worked too hard, distributing snacks. Suddenly, she received a message saying that Shadow had reported Qin Feng's death. He said he would meet her in the Magic City to deliver Qin Feng's head and collect the rest of the payment. Qian Shishi thought meeting Shadow in person was extremely dangerous, so she replied that there was no need to meet. He could simply send a photo of the head. At that moment, she began to suspect that Shadow might also be against the government. The crackdown on them had worsened significantly in recent weeks. She believed that if she could lure Shadow into joining the Alice's Wonderland Guild, the people of Daxia, whom she considered pigs, would no longer stand a chance. With that in mind, she sent the coordinates to a subordinate and explained that she wanted to meet Shadow inside the game. Her plan was to stage a fake scenario to test his loyalty and find out which side he was really on. Then, she sent a message to a man named Tian Xingjian and offered him a job, promising the reward would be generous. The scene then shifted to Shadow, who had just received messages from Qian Shishi's subordinate. He immediately realized she was incredibly clever and noticed that the coordinates she sent led directly to the Phantom Academy. Since he wasn't far from the area, he decided to log into the game right away. He wanted to see with his own eyes what tricks she had prepared. The narrative then moved to the ruins of the Magic City, inside the Phantom Academy, where the Royal Hunters were confronting the former Ace of Spades gang. They were demanding the group's immediate surrender. However, Qian Shishi summoned Tian Xingjian and ordered him to loudly declare that this group was no longer the gang, but the new Alice's Wonderland Guild. She made it clear that the guild's main goal was to wipe out the entire population of Daxia since, to her, they were nothing but pigs. Her audacity caught the attention of several of the men present, who warned that the Daxia government would make her pay dearly for her words. Even so, Qian Shishi showed no concern. She provoked the hunters, taunting them to attack, since all of it was part of her plan to observe Shadow's reaction. On the other side, Shadow recognized Tian Xingjian, a bespectacled man known as a traitor. In the game Shen Qi, he had betrayed the nation and leaked information to the Alice's Wonderland Guild, only being exposed in the game's 7th year. Now, Tian Xingjian was giving a passionate speech before Qian Shishi and her allies, swearing to destroy the guild completely. Shadow quickly realized that it was all staged. The entire scene was an act designed to test his stance. If he helped Qian Shishi, he would be branded an enemy of the authorities, but if he sided with the government, she would probably never agree to meet him in the real world. Faced with that, he chose to show his sincerity directly. He unleashed his Blades of the Shadow Ring skill, striking multiple players at once. Qian Shishi was confused by the sudden attack. She couldn't understand what had just happened. Moments later, Shadow appeared before her, greeting her and her subordinates, addressing them as the Ace of Spades. He introduced himself as Shadow, and Qian Shishi, who at that moment was proudly showing off her curves, found him incredibly stylish. She was the type of woman who loved strong men like him. At the same time, she lamented the fact that he was from Daxia, since in her eyes, that was a waste. To her, someone that powerful shouldn't have come from a place she considered inferior. The foreign mercenaries present, speaking in English among themselves, were shocked by the sheer damage Shadow had dealt. They tried to talk to him, but since Shadow didn't understand what they were saying, he thought they were insulting him and killed them instantly. Qian Shishi was startled and hurried to explain that they had only been offering polite greetings. That was when Shadow realized he had been rude, and concluded that, to avoid misunderstandings, it would be best if everyone spoke the Daxia language. Even so, he didn't want to waste any more time, and asked Qian Shishi to begin the negotiation right away. The woman, completely unhinged, wanted to know where Qin Feng's head was. She was utterly fascinated by Shadow's mad demeanor. He explained that he did have the head, but couldn't bring it into the game, that he could only show the body in the real world. Qian Shishi saw no problem with that. After witnessing Shadow's power firsthand, she believed he wouldn't lie to her. She then completed the payment, 1,500 days of tradable lifespan, concluding the deal. Shadow said his farewells, but before he could leave, she asked him to wait. She made it clear, he had the power, she had the money, so together, they could form a long-term partnership. She explained that she already had a new target to eliminate, and if he was interested, he could come to her place that very night. Qian Shishi hinted that she was willing to offer anything. Deep down, all she wanted was to have a taste of Shadow for herself. But Shadow, being cold and dominant by nature, showed no interest in women. He only wanted to know who the target was and what the payment would be. However, Qian Shishi said she preferred to discuss it in person. She revealed that the reward would be even greater than the one he had just received, and asked him to meet her at the Magic City harbor. Shadow wondered if the meeting place would be her private yacht. The scene then shifted to Tian Xingjian, who had just respawned in the game. He was furious at Shadow, certain that the man would eventually betray the government. Even so, Tian Xingjian thought he would still receive a generous reward from Qian Shishi, since she had managed to ally herself with Shadow. He then turned to a white-haired girl named Lin Qingyue. He told her there was a group of fools in Jianghai City who were constantly communicating with Shadow. Therefore, he ordered her to take some allies there and harvest the lifespan from their fallen bodies. He also warned her they might have to act again very soon. Lin Qingyue fell silent, wondering whether Shadow had really allied himself with the former Ace of Spades gang, now the Alice's Wonderland Guild. If that were true, she was determined that, even if it cost their lives, they would have to find a way to eliminate him. At the same time, she couldn't comprehend how there could be such a massive difference in power between them. After all, she hadn't even been able to see a blur of movement before she was killed. The narrative then returned to Qian Shishi's yacht, where Qin Feng was approaching the place, fully hooded. He identified himself as Shadow to the guards at the entrance, and they quickly let him through. Qian Shishi was very pleased to see him arrive. Holding 2 glasses of wine, she was impressed by how mysterious he seemed, even outside the game. However, Qin Feng wasn't there for small talk. He wanted to know who the mission target was. Qian Shishi thought he was being too stiff, believing the moment was special, the scenery enchanting, the night perfect. Considering herself the most beautiful woman in the world, she wanted him to relax and forget about business for now. She proposed a toast to the special night they were about to share. Shadow accepted the glass and drank it in one go. Immediately, Qian Shishi began to laugh, pleased with the result. Shadow collapsed onto the couch, and she approached him, curious to know if he was feeling anything yet. Then she revealed that the drink contained a secret recipe, her own exclusive formula. She said that anyone who drank it would obey her every command. She believed that, in the end, Shadow was just another man. As he remained still, she told him to relax. Taking advantage of the situation, she leaned closer, intending to remove his hood and finally see his face. She was sure he was absurdly handsome. Meanwhile, she began preparing a milkshake, thrilled by the moment. But what happened next took her completely by surprise. Shadow unleashed flames toward her, leaving Qian Shishi stunned. In the heat of action, Qin Feng managed to grab the protective crystal pendant she wore, something he hadn't expected her to have. That item ended up saving her life. At that moment, Qian Shishi realized she was facing Qin Feng himself. Confused, she demanded to know why he was there. She explained that she had believed Shadow had killed Qin Feng, so she had been completely mistaken. Without hesitation, Qin Feng revealed that he was Shadow. The revelation left Qian Shishi in utter shock. Now that she knew who he really was, she wanted to know who the hooded man had been earlier. Qin Feng explained that he had used a summoned devotee in his place. Meanwhile, the real Shadow was right there, calmly enjoying the milkshake she had made for him. Qian Shishi quickly threw herself to the ground, bowing deeply before Qin Feng. She called him daddy, trying to show remorse and beg forgiveness for what she had done. She made it clear that he could do whatever he wanted with her. She admitted she was wrong and declared that from that moment on, her entire life belonged to him. She was willing to be his slave forever, and to endure whatever mistreatment he desired. Even with all that submission, Qin Feng remained cold. He wanted information about the 5 foreigners who had been with her, but Qian Shishi hesitated and asked if he would forgive her if she told him everything. Without replying, Qin Feng brutally twisted her neck, ending her life on the spot. To him, the 5 foreigners had probably already escaped, and since they weren't nearby, it was better to secure an immediate benefit. He took Qian Shishi's smartphone, and the system confirmed that her death had granted him 659 years of tradable lifespan. Although he thought it was a pity, he decided to use her phone to contact the authorities and try to capture everyone involved at once. The scene then shifted to a police boat speeding across the sea. They had received a report of a massacre on a yacht, and one of the victims was an heiress of the Qian group. According to the report, the killer's abilities matched those of a player known as Shadow in the game. Based on this information, the criminal's identity was almost confirmed. The search team was en route to the crime scene, and with them was Tian Xingjian, who believed that Shadow had gone too far. Killing so mercilessly was a direct challenge to the nation's laws. Determined to avenge Qian Shishi, Tian Xingjian ordered everyone to open fire upon spotting the target. To locate Shadow, he would use his tracking ability through the victims' corpses. Once they arrived at the yacht, the forensic team identified an unknown DNA sample in the victim's mouth. They also discovered burn marks on Qian Shishi's body. Preliminary examination revealed that the cause of death was a broken neck. Furious and resolute, Tian Xingjian approached the corpse, intending to bring Qian Shishi to justice through his skill, Testament of the Dead. By touching the body, this ability allowed him to witness the victim's final moments, about 5 minutes in total. When he activated the ability, Tian Xingjian's eyes widened. He had seen something grave. He immediately ordered everyone to stay alert, declaring that Shadow was still nearby. But before he could act, he was struck violently in the head, by a poisoned dart fired by Qin Feng. Lin Qingyu, seeing the lead investigator drop dead, was stunned. She wondered if Shadow had truly decided to turn against the government. All the task force agents activated their shields, preparing for the worst. But Qin Feng showed no hostility. He told them not to panic and explained that he had killed Tian Xingjian because the man had been selling classified government information to Qian Shishi for personal gain. To Shadow, such a man was a traitor. As for proof, he said it could all be found on Tian Xingjian's own phone and suggested they investigate carefully. One of the agents retrieved Tian Xingjian's phone and confirmed to Lin Qingyue that they had found message logs between the investigator and Qian Shishi. Similar conversations were also stored on the heiress's phone. That was when Lin Qingyue realized that Qian Shishi was actually the player known as Ace of Spades in the game. The revelation shocked her, and she grabbed the phone from the soldier's hands. The man tried to stop her, warning that there was highly inappropriate content inside. She insisted, however, and ended up watching a recorded dance session, blushing furiously. Now she understood why the soldier had tried to stop her. Despite her embarrassment, Lin Qingyue had no more doubts. Everything Shadow had said was true. Back in the game, Shadow had theatrically killed everyone, just to deceive Qian Shishi. It had all been part of a well-crafted plan to gain her trust. Once she believed him, he met her in real life and killed her. Then, he deliberately called the police to lure Tian Xingjian to the scene. The entire plan had been executed in a single move, eliminating two major threats at once, a traitor and a criminal accomplice, while doing a great service to the government. Lin Qingyue was utterly awed by Shadow's coldness and intelligence. To her, he was truly terrifying. She felt relieved that he wasn't an enemy of the government. If he were, the outcome would be catastrophic. She also remembered that she had fired at him just minutes earlier. If he held any resentment over that, she would understand, but she didn't want the misunderstanding to affect his cooperation with the authorities. She felt both grateful for his help and remorseful for shooting at him. Acting on impulse and without thinking, Lin Qingyue shot herself in the leg. She believed it was a way to atone. The other officials were horrified, but even while crying from the pain, Lin Qingyue told them not to worry. She said it was merely repayment for what she had done to Shadow, and pleaded for him to continue working with the government. No one could understand such an extreme gesture. Deep down, however, Lin Qingyue didn't truly know Shadow's personality. She just wanted to make sure she wouldn't become his enemy. Qin Feng, still invisible, watched from afar. He knew her true name was Rainy and Silent Night. She was one of the future leaders of the Magic City authorities, and that was why she had acted so drastically. She understood that if she ever became Shadow's enemy, there would be no turning back. The scene then shifted abruptly to a ruined city. A group of players was surrounded by monsters. It was the Temple of Knights Guild, and one player, wielding a shield, shouted for healing from Qin Xiao. She quickly cast a spell, but once again, it was the wrong one. The man was furious as he was being devoured by a giant carnivorous plant. Her healing did nothing. The enemy boss, who had just recovered part of his health, easily finished off both players. Both respawned shortly after. Qin Xiao began crying, upset over dying again. Looking around, she saw no other players nearby. She started blaming Shadow, convinced he was behind all of it. She thought he might know she wanted to avenge Song Fei's death, and was always one step ahead. Before she could continue, however, the player next to her punched her in the head, calling her useless. He made it clear that Shadow wouldn't waste his time on someone as dumb as her. He explained that the one who had defeated them was actually a platinum-level boss known as Headless Assassin, whose name was Xia Luo. The attack had been so fast that they hadn't even reacted. The player complained that Qin Xiao never paid attention to the system messages and said her wrong healing spell had allowed the boss to recover and defeat them. He added that if the guild leader ever put her on his team again, he would quit himself. As she cried from the pain while a huge lump formed on her head, a gigantic monster appeared before them. It was the same boss that had just defeated them, ready to attack again. The scene then shifted once more. A plate of fruit crashed to the floor. A red-haired woman was shouting furiously into the phone. She believed this had been the perfect opportunity to kill Shadow, but the officers had failed at the critical moment. After years of infiltration, they had botched it when it mattered most. To her, there was no excuse. Shadow had wiped out the entire Dongfang clan, and their blood couldn't be ignored. She wanted revenge at any cost. Then her son appeared. He displayed psychopathic tendencies, tormenting a woman as if it were a game. With a sinister smile, he told his mother he had a plan to kill Shadow. His name was Nantian, and his mother asked for details. She reminded him that only adults were allowed to enter the Shen Qi game, and that he wasn't old enough yet. But Nantian, cold and arrogant, replied that even if he couldn't play the game, he still had something important, a brain. Nantian believed that Shadow was someone who enjoyed killing. Therefore, his plan was to lure him with false targets. He would send a few men to provoke Shadow and draw his attention. Those men would wait at his father's fireworks factory. When Shadow came to kill them, they would detonate the entire factory. In Nantian's mind, all those fireworks lighting up the sky would be the perfect spectacle to mark Shadow's funeral. Even if something went wrong, he was sure that Shadow would never discover that the Dongfang family was behind it all. Hearing her son's plan, Nantian's mother felt proud. She believed she had raised him well. During a call with Chu, she remarked that his son was far more useful than he was, comparing the boy to a Chucky doll for his creepy and terrifying nature. Chu listened and made it clear to the woman that the plan must remain absolutely secret. At that moment, the authorities were still trying to recruit Shadow, and Chu's elder brothers would likely not approve of such an operation. The woman understood and promised to handle everything herself. Shortly after, she went to check on her son and noticed that the woman he had been tormenting hadn't yet surrendered her lifespan. Nantian apologized, saying he had lost control for a moment and that, by accident, the woman had died. The scene then shifted to the game Shen Qi, specifically to the ruins of the magical city. Qin Xiao was being torn in half once again. Nearby, a group of players was shocked to see that everyone in Qin Xiao's party had suddenly died, as if struck by an invisible force. Panic spread quickly, and people began to suspect that it was Shadow. When another member of the group fell dead, the rest fled in terror, convinced that Shadow had gone mad and was slaughtering innocent players. But at that same time, somewhere else, the real Shadow was calm, enjoying the scenery and his own vibe. He had gone to the beach and found a spot that could serve as a new hideout. Decided, he summoned the soul-purifying sanctuary into reality, creating an underground facility right there. The sanctuary had the power to part the waters, so Qin Feng believed it was the perfect moment to retrieve the Book of Divine Grace. While working in the new location, he received a message from Wang Meng, saying that everyone was claiming Shadow was massacring players in large numbers. This confused Qin Feng, since he knew he wasn't even in the game. Wang Meng, who knew him well, also realized something was off. He explained that the real culprit was a platinum-level boss named Xia Luo, known as the Headless Assassin. Her stealth abilities were so absurdly high that no one could see her. Wang Meng was asking for help. He wanted Shadow to do something about it. The next scene showed several players lying dead, while Safety First was trying to figure out what kind of boss they were up against. He had a level 3 anti-stealth skill, yet he still couldn't see anything. He warned his teammates that he couldn't identify the enemy, and said that if only he could see the boss, he could tank her alone. Even so, he admitted that maybe not even Shadow could handle this one. Bunny Girl, one of the group members, was terrified and told Safety First to stay quiet. Any noise could attract the boss. They decided to climb to a higher point to strategize, but unexpectedly, Safety First stepped on a banana peel along the way. He slipped badly and crashed to the ground. Confused, he yelled out, wanting to know who the idiot was that had dropped a banana peel there. Because of that blunder, Bunny Girl and another warrior were instantly killed. Safety First began lamenting his fate. He found himself face to face with the Headless Assassin, but instead of fear, he felt determination. He rolled quickly to avoid an attack, but that was his mistake. He rolled too early, and even though he wasn't attacked, he tried rolling again. Since the assassin hadn't even moved yet, he ended up confusing himself. Rolling over and over unnecessarily, he grew dizzy and reached his physical limit. To make matters worse, the Headless Assassin simply vanished, and his vision began to blur. At that moment, Xia Luo exploited the opening and used a stealth-breaking skill. The strike was fatal. Safety First was killed instantly. But to the boss's misfortune, Shadow appeared out of nowhere. Without hesitation, he used the exact same move the Headless Assassin had used on Safety First. That attack allowed Shadow to locate Xia Luo, showing that he had been ready to act the moment he arrived. The scene then rewound to a few minutes before Qin Feng's arrival. Earlier, Qin Xiao had been harshly criticized by everyone. She had misfired a skill and accidentally triggered the boss, Xia Luo, who began rampaging through everything. To make things worse, Qin Xiao had the misfortune of being chosen as the boss's fixed target, and it chased her all the way to the respawn point. Crying and completely humiliated, Qin Xiao tried to explain that it hadn't been intentional. The players from the Temple of Knights Guild were furious, and told the guildmaster that they wouldn't accept someone like her in their team. The guildmaster approached and told Qin Xiao that combat clearly wasn't her strong suit. From that point on, her job would be to search for hiding spots. If she managed to find a gold-grade hideout, she would earn 3 years of lifespan. If she found a platinum, Grade 1, the reward would be 10 years. He had been fooled by the promise of her secret class, but now he realized she was useless in battle. The guildmaster decided to give Qin Xiao just 1 day of lifespan per real day. If she didn't contribute in some way, she would just keep dying meaninglessly. Even so, she was grateful for this arrangement. The other girls in the guild, however, were furious. They thought Qin Xiao had manipulated the situation to her advantage and swore they would beat her up at the first opportunity. Suddenly, Shadow reappeared and destroyed the headless assassin instantly. Everyone was stunned at the sight of Shadow. The guildmaster, overcome by an unexpected reaction, punched one of his members. Something strange began happening. A powerful pressure filled the air. Not understanding what was going on, the guildmaster kicked Qin Xiao, assuming she was the cause. As she was sent flying, 4 new headless assassins appeared out of nowhere. Safety First and his group couldn't comprehend how 4 more had spawned. In the end, they started to believe that the headless assassin possessed some kind of omnipresence ability, but in truth, they were just clones. While airborne, Qin Xiao saw Shadow and thought she was saved. She called out to him, begging for help. Without hesitation, Shadow activated his instant Shadow Strike skill, and in a single blow, wiped out all the headless assassins at once. But unfortunately, Qin Xiao got caught in the attack too. To him, it was just terrible luck. Still, he wasted no time and activated Hand of Greed. In addition to gaining 1,520 days of lifespan, the boss had dropped several orbs. Everything that had been absorbed from other players was restored instantly, without even a moment to digest. And Yu appeared right behind Shadow, as if she had been there all along. She wanted him to sell the items he wouldn't use. Shadow was shocked to see how that group seemed to appear wherever he went, but he remained composed. He said they had arrived just in time, and mentioned that there was another location with valuable loot. If the price was right, he'd sell them the items, but he made it clear that he only wanted to bring Wang Meng and the other men, leaving An Yu behind. And Yu didn't understand why Shadow was doing that. It seemed sexist to her. She watched his posture, found it oddly charming, and even began to wonder if Shadow might like men. But noticing her distracted gaze, he lightly tapped her on the head to bring her back to reality. He then explained that outside the ruins, through the northern gate, there was a structure called the Tower of Divine Authority. The rewards there were excellent, as long as the tower was fully cleared. The problem was that the NPCs in that area despised women. If any female players were present, the difficulty would increase tenfold. Completely outraged by such blatant gender discrimination, An Yu turned away and stormed off. She swore that once she reached a high enough level, she would destroy every enemy in that tower. To vent her frustration, she called Xiao He to climb a mountain and hunt some weak monsters. Meanwhile, Shadow stayed with the men and sent party invitations to everyone. The archer from Wang Meng's group was extremely nervous. It would be his first mission alongside Shadow. Wang Meng, on the other hand, believed there was no reason to be nervous. To him, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to learn from the best player in the entire game. As they walked, they noticed something strange though. Shadow appeared to be moving slowly. He was actually advancing faster than everyone else who was running. They were amazed and wanted to understand how he did it. Wang Meng concluded that Shadow's agility must be off the charts. As they moved along, Shadow picked up more than 20 items, 2 of which were usable for his class. One of them was a weapon called Forest Bone Dagger, classified as Emerald Grade, specifically for assassins. Its unique passive effect doubled the wielder's movement speed for 5 seconds after dealing damage, and granted a 30% dodge rate during that time. Comparing it to the Plague Blade, Shadow saw that this dagger offered nearly 80% more attack power, plus additional penetration, strength, and agility bonuses, so he equipped the new weapon. He also obtained a new skill called Shadow Blade, Platinum Grade. The technique involved launching a dark element blade at a single enemy within a 20-meter radius. The attack dealt 600 shadow damage and dispelled one of the target's buffs. Though its base damage wasn't very high, the buff removal effect was extremely valuable to Shadow, so he chose to upgrade it to Legendary Grade. With the upgrade, the cooldown time was drastically reduced, making it even more efficient. After testing his new acquisitions, Shadow remembered the group that was with him. When he looked to the side, he couldn't understand what was happening. Everyone had disappeared. The scene then shifted to about 2 kilometers behind Qinfeng, where the government team was observing everything in complete shock. They couldn't figure out how Shadow moved so fast that it was impossible to keep up. Some members started complaining to Wang Meng, saying they couldn't go on any longer. However, Wang Meng refused to accept weakness and began dragging his teammates, demanding that everyone give their all. Meanwhile, the scene advanced to a gigantic tower. Shadow had already arrived at the place with the others. He explained that upon entering, an NPC would appear with a challenge. He also warned that this NPC was extremely despised despicable, because the prices of the items he sold varied according to how strong the players appeared to be. The stronger they looked, the more expensive the items became. That's why Shadow declared he would only use 1% of his power during the challenge, while everyone else should give their best. The goal was merely to defeat a gold-tier boss. However, when he turned to look at the group, he noticed Wang Meng nearly collapsing to the ground, drooling and exhausted, just like the others, who were completely drained. Even so, Wang Meng tried to act fine. He wanted Shadow to rest assured, promising that everyone would complete the mission. Without wasting time, Shadow continued walking toward the entrance and explained that once they cleared the challenge, they would be able to buy valuable items from the NPC. He reminded them to communicate only through team chat, so the NPC couldn't overhear anything. As soon as they entered, the NPC welcomed the group, calling them friends of the Blue Star. He laughed and commented that the arrival of this game must have terrified everyone. Then he explained that this was the Tower of Divine Authority, and that once they passed the challenge, they could trade with him. The NPC said he would wait until they were ready. The players were surprised to realize there were truly interactive NPCs in the game. They had no idea what kind of boss they would face, but Shadow told them to simply follow his orders, assuring them the fight would be easy. Despite that, the group was nervous and started asking a barrage of questions about battle duration, boss phases, mechanics, and attributes. Wang Meng stepped in, asking Shadow not to take offense, explaining that everyone had trauma from previous missions where teammates had died. In the end, Shadow told the NPC they were ready, but clearly, the players were not. The challenge began. An obsidian skullbreaker golem appeared violently. It was level 20 in gold tier, exactly as Shadow had said before. The enemy's high level scared the group since everyone was only level 11. Even so, Shadow told them not to worry. He called Wang Meng forward with his shield. Wang Meng managed to make the golem bleed from the mouth, but was then struck by a powerful attack that launched him into the air. Instantly, Shadow caught him mid-air, preventing further injury. The other players were concerned for their leader, but Shadow told them to stay focused. He ordered the archer to use Starshot and the swordsman to execute triple slash. Everyone obeyed, performing the moves as instructed. The golem began to emanate a purple aura, a sign that it had entered its rage state. Shadow then announced he would take control of the situation. He told everyone to dodge a black oil-like substance spreading across the floor. The players barely managed to avoid touching it. Then Shadow used his Shadow Blade skill and completely dispelled the golem's rage mode. The group was confused. The damage Shadow caused didn't seem to match his supposed strength. They began thinking he must be a great actor, since he had managed to fool the NPC into believing he was a rookie player. Some even found it funny. The archer, curious, asked how Shadow knew that the stronger the player appeared, the higher the NPC's prices would be. Shadow explained that Shen Qi hid many secrets, and that a great deal of information was buried within ruins. What he found most important at that moment was for everyone to ask themselves whether they were truly exploring the game. Reflecting on that, everyone fell silent, realizing how little they actually knew about that world. Suddenly, Shadow warned that the boss would spin clockwise and breathe fire. He ordered everyone to run, since contact between the black oil and the fire could kill them instantly. The group began running immediately, but the warrior accidentally ran in the wrong direction. Shadow realized there wouldn't be enough time for the warrior to escape the flames, so he ordered Wang Meng to activate his invincibility skill to protect him. Wang Meng did exactly that, blocking the impact and saving his ally. To Shadow, that was an excellent move. He instructed everyone that once the flames subsided, they should unleash their most powerful skills and attack with everything they had. The plan worked. The obsidian skullbreaker golem took massive damage and was ultimately defeated by Shadow with the help of Wang Meng's team. The hardest part of that boss was that it entered rage mode once its health dropped below 70%. However, since Shadow had used a skill to dispel the rage effect, the golem became severely weakened, almost like a silver tier boss. The NPC watched everything with amusement. He congratulated the group for being the first to pass the trial, and explained that from then on, they could trade lifespan for books of divine blessing, exactly what Shadow was looking for. Then the NPC revealed his name, Wickley. Something strange caught the group's attention. Wickley had 6 fingers on each hand, which made everyone uneasy, especially a player nicknamed Old Dog. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave hit the ground, killing Old Dog instantly. Wang Meng, shocked, couldn't understand why the NPC had attacked a player out of nowhere. Shadow believed the issue was that Old Dog hadn't been careful enough. He explained that normally, NPCs and players couldn't attack each other unless one of the NPC's established rules was broken. Apparently, talking about Wickley's fingers was a forbidden topic, and even mentioning it may have triggered one of those rules. Worried, Wang Meng asked if there was any chance they could defeat Wickley if needed, but Shadow made it clear that was impossible impossible at the moment. He explained that the NPCs in the game had attained divinity in other dimensions, and due to ancient rules, had been sent to Blue Star, where they acted as NPCs with the role of collecting players' lifespans. Wickley allowed the players to choose freely among the books of divine blessing, as long as they traded their lifespan in return. He wanted them to choose quickly and leave. Wang Meng was shocked to learn it was possible to use lifespan to create real-world supplies. He hadn't expected it to be possible to produce food, water, and drinks using those books. That was astonishing. Even if a disaster struck the real world, with the right books, they would be safe. He acknowledged that Shadow had made an excellent choice, and that now everyone had something truly remarkable. The team understood more and more that Shadow never let them down. In the end, Shadow spent 9,000 days of transferable lifespan to acquire the 9 books of divine blessing from Jianghai City, which already covered everything he needed for daily life. There was also an achievement linked to the Tower of Divine Authority that granted reputation. Shadow needed that, so he told Wickley he wanted to attempt the hardest mode alone. The NPC mocked the idea, saying that from what he had seen so far, Shadow wouldn't even make it past the first floor. But Shadow wanted to see for himself how the advanced challenge worked. Wickley explained there were 5 floors, with the last one being the most difficult. The boss remained the Obsidian Skullbreaker Golem, but with its stats attack, health, and defense increased by 500%. The surrounding players were utterly shocked. They could barely dodge the golem's normal attacks in the previous difficulty. Knowing that the same enemy would have a 5-fold boost in everything left them speechless. Moreover, they knew they couldn't make a single mistake. One slip-up, and it was all over. Wickley warned that if Shadow died attempting it, all his lifespan would be transferred directly to the NPC. Even so, he wanted to know if Shadow was truly certain. Shadow replied without hesitation he was willing to try, unafraid. Wickley started laughing, convinced that Shadow was simply offering his life on a silver platter. He said the game had barely begun, and already someone from Blue Star thought he was the best. To Wickley, Shadow was just asking to die. And at that moment, the Obsidian Skull-Crushing Golem, now with its strength increased by 500%, reappeared before him. Shadow realized that Wickley was still capable of strengthening the creatures he summoned, and that the 500% boost was not his limit. The last time they fought, the summoned creature had received a 2,000% increase in strength. That moment seemed perfect for Shadow to test his new weapon. He used the poison dart together with the blessing of the Black Flame, which reduced the enemy's elemental resistance and defense by 7%. The effect of the Bone Dagger was also activated, increasing his speed by 100% for 5 seconds. Taking advantage of that burst, he attacked the golem from behind and quickly retreated. Wang Meng and the archer watched in shock. As Shadow moved so fast he appeared invisible. He delivered a fatal strike with the throat-slicing effect and, without hesitation, used the instant Shadow Slash, hitting multiple weak points simultaneously. The ancient god's stone tablet played an essential role, allowing him to accumulate the blessing of the Black Flame. Without it, the Shadow Slash's damage wouldn't have exceeded 18,000. Wang Meng was amazed to see that a third of the boss's health vanished with a single strike. The archer was equally impressed but could barely follow the fight due to Shadow's sheer speed. Wickley analyzed the situation and began to suspect that someone from Blue Star had accessed the game, unable to understand how anyone from that world had already reached such a level. He started to believe Shadow was a natural-born prodigy. The throat-slicing effect caused continuous damage, even stronger when hitting the golem's weak points. In no time, Shadow ended the battle and completed the Divine Authority Tower challenge, defeating the monster on the 5th floor and earning reputation for it. A global announcement was broadcast, declaring that Shadow was the first to complete the hardest challenge in that tower. Many players didn't even know this content existed, and were stunned to learn how far ahead Shadow was, making it even harder to catch up. Wickley, visibly enraged, realized he had been deceived. He thought the players from Blue Star were cunning, and if he had known earlier, he would have charged much more for the Divine Gift books. Furious, he decided to expel everyone and no longer wanted to see any of them. A bright light appeared. Wang Meng couldn't understand what the NPC was doing, while the archer suspected it was some sort of final attack. Both were at a disadvantage and braced for the worst. Suddenly, Wickley cast a lightning bolt at them, and they screamed. Shadow, on the other hand, remained calm and motionless. The next instant, everyone was at the entrance of the tower. The two players couldn't believe what they saw, but soon realized they hadn't died. They had simply been teleported out of the Divine Authority Tower. Shadow reminded them that he had warned them NPCs couldn't defeat him. With the mission complete, Shadow believed everyone should go their separate ways. He mentioned he would log off to take care of some tasks. Wang Meng expressed his willingness to help again if another similar opportunity arose. They all said their goodbyes. The scene then shifted to the real world, where Shadow appeared, extracting the 9 books of divine blessing. He had spent 106 years of life expectancy, buying luxury furniture and everyday items. He had also acquired a multifunctional mechanical maid. The maid politely introduced herself, saying she could take care of all household chores, and that he only needed to call her if he required anything. Shadow, settling into his comfort, ordered her to clean the house and prepare a feast. Without delay, the maid began the general cleaning of the residence. The scene remained in the real world, but now in Jianghai City, where a body covered with a cloth lay on the ground. Ma Naliang was investigating the scene, and the forensics team confirmed it was the 3rd female body found that week. Just like the previous 2 cases, all 4 limbs had been sawed off, and the eyes gouged out. Investigators began to believe they were dealing with the same serial killer. They discussed possible leads, believing the killer understood how the authorities operated, and knew the exact intervals when the investigators' abilities were inactive. It was precisely during that time that the body had been dragged, raising even greater suspicion. Given the severity of the case, they decided to consult in Yu regarding the possible class advancement of the investigator, as they could no longer afford to simply stand by while the murders continued. They needed to act quickly and capture the killer. Ma Naliang suggested that the person responsible for the murders might be Shadow, claiming that the times he logged in and out of the game coincided with when the victims' bodies were found. However, one of the investigators disagreed, saying that a coincidence in timing wasn't enough to justify an accusation. Even so, they decided to proceed with the investigation under that possibility, especially since rumors were circulating that Shadow was indeed a killer, and that the government was covering up his actions out of fear. The mustached investigator, however, was clearly bothered by how the discussion was unfolding. He already knew Shadow had humiliated Ma Naliang in front of Anyu and accused his colleague of mixing personal issues with work. The investigator demanded that Ma Naliang stop and focus on solving the case objectively, bringing justice to the victims' families. After saying this, he turned his back on the chubby man, leaving Ma Naliang fuming with anger. The scene then shifted back to the game, Shen Qi, in the region of the ruins of the Magic City. Shadow stood on high ground, using his invisibility skill to observe the surroundings. He had arrived at the Academy of Evil Spirits, a hideout classified as platinum level. Although it wasn't a secret location, its defense barrier was considered the strongest in Xia. Shadow had founded a guild called Shadow and intended to register the hideout under its name. That would also grant him a sanctuary within the ruins of the Magic City. Sanctuaries allowed teleportation between them, greatly facilitating his travels between the Magic City and Jianghai. As he walked around, still under his invisibility, he sensed something was wrong. The area was filled with lava, yet he had reached the last level, the 3rd floor, without encountering a single monster. That was very suspicious. He concluded that another group had been there before him, and it wasn't a weak one. Soon he heard laughter and realized someone was cornering another person. From a distance, he saw a desperate girl surrounded by several men. She was begging them to stop, almost crying, not knowing what to do. One of the aggressors said they wouldn't kill her yet, as they were acting under Madame Dongfang's orders. They planned to take her to the woman, who wanted to deliver her to her son so he could have fun with her. They threatened to drain all her life expectancy if she didn't reveal her location in the real world. They also explained that even if she tried to die inside the game, it wouldn't help. Members of the Temple of the God of War Guild were waiting for her respawn to capture her again. A man with a lip piercing said he only wanted to make a deal. The girl had killed Madame Dongfang twice in the game, which had likely cost the woman about 30 years of life expectancy. Now, they wanted to recover that time from the girl. They also demanded that she dance tango with them in exchange for her freedom. However, the girl didn't realize that this was actually a way to establish a story protection contract, making the situation even more desperate. The man even showed his weapon threateningly. Pretending to give in, the girl implied that she would dance in exchange for being released. The men grew excited and lowered their guard. At that instant, she acted swiftly. She used her poisonous dagger skill, but one of the assailants countered with a diamond charge, striking her violently in the back. She fell to the ground, wounded. The man who attacked her had his eyes completely bandaged and showed deep contempt for her attempt to deceive them. The man with the piercing approached and told her it was her last chance. But suddenly, the girl made a farewell gesture, and in the blink of an eye, one of the men was sliced in half. The bandaged man was stunned. A chain appeared out of nowhere, and wrapped around his neck, strangling him to death within seconds. Shadow, watching from afar, identified the weapon as a chain blade. He concluded that the girl's class was most likely Underworld Blade. As the men fell one by one, she remained merciless. Now, she was determined to go after the red-haired woman of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Yue, vowing to kill her. The Underworld Blade, also known as the Phantom Flames of the Beyond, was a hidden class exclusive to assassins, just like Shadow's. In his previous life, he remembered her clearly, for she had once risen to become one of the world's 10 strongest players. However, after becoming an enemy of the Chu family in the demonic capital, her true identity was exposed. From that point on, she was hunted by countless factions. Even though she killed thousands of enemies, she eventually died from exhaustion. When the Shadow Guild learned of her death, everyone mourned deeply. Shadow never imagined he would meet her there. He revealed himself suddenly, greeting her only to test her reaction, catching her completely off guard. He wanted to know who this Dongfang Yue she mentioned was, since he believed he had already eliminated all members of the Dongfang family. But the Underworld Blade didn't recognize him. Mistaking Shadow for an enemy, she charged at him without hesitation. He didn't even have time to explain, and she clearly had no intention of listening. All she wanted was to kill him as quickly as possible. She activated the chains of the Underworld Blades, but Shadow stood still, unconcerned. When she tried to crush him with the chains, he vanished in an instant and reappeared behind her, showing he had merely been testing her abilities. The girl was startled, leaped backward, and activated a skill called Shadow Dive, turning invisible. Shadow also used his own invisibility skill. Even with stealth detection level 4, the Underworld Blade couldn't locate him, leaving her frustrated. She began to suspect who he really was until Shadow appeared again, right behind her. She grew furious upon realizing he could still see her despite her high stealth level. Then she activated Evil Soul Pursuit, hurling her chain towards Shadow. He dodged at the last possible moment, but was shocked to see that even without seeing him, her blades could still lock onto his position. Once marked by Evil Pursuit, it was nearly impossible to escape. Shadow decided to act. With a swift movement, he bound the girl using her own chains. He wanted to know if she would finally listen. He introduced himself as Shadow, making it clear he hadn't been sent by Dongfang Yue, and that if he had wanted to kill her, he would have already done so. The Underworld Blade believed him, and asked to be released. In the end, Shadow still wanted to confirm whether the Dongfang Yue she mentioned was from the Dongfang family of Jianghai, and she confirmed it. She explained that Dongfang Yue had married a member of the Chu family, severing ties with her original lineage. At that moment, Shadow realized he had let an enemy slip away. Dongfang Yue probably hadn't been present when he destroyed the entire Dongfang family. The Underworld Blade was shocked to learn that Shadow had been the one responsible for their destruction, though she also considered it a good thing. Dongfang Yue was her enemy as well, which made the two of them potential allies. She insisted once more that he release her, saying that the enemy of her enemy could very well be her partner. Shadow released her, and she collapsed to the ground. He believed they could discuss things later. For now, he wanted to understand her reason for wanting to kill Dongfang Yue. The Underworld Blade revealed that she sought revenge for her parents' deaths. Even before the game began, Dongfang Yue had run over her mother in a drunk driving accident. At the time, Dongfang Yue was completely intoxicated but faced no consequences. The Chu family hired someone to take the blame for her. The Underworld Blade's father couldn't accept such injustice. He investigated and gathered enough evidence to incriminate Dongfang Yue, but that sealed his fate. The next day, her father's body was found in a river. The official report claimed it was suicide, but she knew it had been staged. The Underworld Blade went to Dongfang Yue's house, demanding answers, but was brutally beaten by the Chu family's guards. She nearly died that day, and in her despair, she even considered ending her own life. It was exactly at that moment that the game Shenqi launched. The first thing the Underworld Blade did upon entering the game was hunt down Dongfang Yue. She managed to kill her enemy, but in the game, true death only occurred if all of one's life expectancy was consumed. When Dongfang Yue revived, she hired countless players to hunt her down. Shadow had witnessed this entire story unfold in silence. Devastated, the Underworld Blade began to cry. She begged Shadow to help her kill Dongfang Yue, but he refused. She insisted, making it clear that she wasn't asking for help for free. She was willing to offer anything in return, even to become his loyal servant and hand over all the life expectancy she could gather. All she wanted was to fulfill her revenge. Even so, Shadow refused again. He told her he wouldn't kill Dongfang Yue for her, as that was a personal vengeance, one she had to complete on her own. Nevertheless, Shadow believed he could still help her in another way. He told her that how far she would go depended solely on herself. The Underworld Blade didn't understand what he meant, so he explained that she should join his guild. If she was by his side, he would be willing to help her along the path of revenge. Without hesitation, he sent her an invitation, and she was surprised to see that the guild had only one member, Shadow himself. Even so, she accepted the invitation immediately. Shadow hadn't expected her to accept so quickly. However, before continuing, there was something important to do. She needed to evolve her class. This, he made clear, was something he wouldn't explain. She would have to discover it on her own. He added that she should only seek him out again after achieving that evolution. If she couldn't, then perhaps it was time for her to abandon the idea of revenge altogether. After saying that, he turned and left. He knew that the underworld blade had great potential, and with some guidance, that girl could go very far. If she grew strong enough, perhaps one day she could even help him in return. The scene then shifted to the interior of the Academy of Evil Spirits. Shadow had reached the deepest part of the structure and found a boss known as Screaming Witch Stana, a level 15 platinum grade guardian. Without hesitation, he used his circular Nightblade skill, dealing heavy damage right at the start of the fight. In the first phase, only one of the witch's 4 heads was active, and it was completely immune to physical attacks. Faced with that, Shadow began using elemental abilities, even if they caused less damage. He unleashed Shadow Blade and activated Bone Blade, which increased his speed. Since Shadow Blade had the effect of resetting its cooldown after each hit, he used it repeatedly, dealing massive cumulative damage. When the second phase began, all 3 of the witch's remaining heads awakened simultaneously, and she started dancing while launching chaotic attacks in every direction. Shadow focused on dodging everything, and when an opening appeared, he struck with full force. With one decisive blow, he defeated Stana, ending the battle. As a reward, he received 50,000 experience points and obtained the key to the Evil Spirit Academy's hideout, the item required to evolve his class. Without hesitation, he used the key and advanced. His Shadow class was promoted to Grade 2, granting him a new passive ability. He could now attack while in stealth mode without breaking invisibility, triggering an additional surprise effect. His attributes were tripled, and he acknowledged that this evolution truly represented a significant leap in power. Meanwhile, outside the academy, the Underworld Blade was facing yet another challenge. She couldn't believe those men had the nerve to return. They admitted that they had been careless last time, but now they had brought the entire Temple of the God of War Guild to ensure she wouldn't escape. They launched their assault without hesitation. One of the enemies wielded an axe and used Earth Rupture, but the Underworld Blade swiftly dodged it. Then she activated her own skill, Shadow Dive, turning invisible and vanishing right before everyone's eyes. One of the enemies threw a flash grenade that exploded in a blinding burst of light, striking the Underworld Blade directly. Unable to react, she was violently knocked to the ground. The player wielding the axe stomped hard on her face, determined to teach her a lesson. Even at a disadvantage, she refused to give up. She tried to use a poison to end her own life and safely respawn far away from there. However, the members of the Temple of the God of War Guild grabbed her arm and realized they were dealing with someone far more dangerous than they had imagined. Just as it seemed she would be completely subdued, the system issued an unexpected message. The platinum-level sanctuary had been conquered by the guild called Shadow, and everyone who was not part of that guild would now be treated as an enemy and automatically expelled. The attackers were instantly purged from the area, saving the Underworld Blade at the very last moment. She was stunned to learn that the Academy of Evil Spirits was actually a sanctuary, and that it now belonged to the guild she had joined. In that instant, she realized that Shadow had killed the Guardian, obtained the key, and claimed the sanctuary in mere minutes. The scene shifted to one of the items Shadow had received. He had obtained a ring called the Witch's Transmutation Ring, of Emerald grade, compatible with all classes. Its special effect increased skill range by 25%. In addition, he received a new ability called Virulent Trap, exclusive to classes such as Assassin or Hunter. This ability allowed him to set a trap with stealth level 5. Any enemy who stepped on it would take 500 additional poison damage, be afflicted with continuous poison damage, and have their movement speed reduced for a few seconds. Shadow was pleased with those items, knowing they would prove useful in critical moments. Since he still had evolution points available, he decided to enhance his backstab skill, which advanced from epic to legendary grade. His attack power and survivability were becoming increasingly formidable. At that moment, he received a message from Xiao He, who reported the discovery of a new ruin and wanted to know if he was interested in exploring it. Shadow couldn't miss such an opportunity and asked where it was located. She explained that the ruin was near the ruined city of Jianghai and that there were stone carvings around the temple, resembling those found in the starting city. Shadow was surprised that they hadn't explored the area themselves, considering that at their current level they should already be capable of handling a platinum-grade boss. Xiao He explained that their group had tried clearing the monsters and succeeded, but a teleportation sphere appeared and didn't react when touched. The system displayed a message saying that only the Chosen One could enter. She believed that Chosen One was him. Shadow decided to head there immediately, mentioning that he also had some equipment to sell. He asked her to prepare his remaining lifespan for trade, but but Xiaohei warned him that the authorities in Zhanghai were broke and suggested he sell to people in the Magic City instead. The scene then shifted to the outskirts of the Zhanghai ruins. Xiao Hu was riding a llama when Shadow suddenly appeared, asking where the entrance to the ruins was. She was startled by his sudden appearance and begged him not to scare her like that again. Shadow admitted he had forgotten about that detail. The entrance to the ruin was beneath a cliff, and Xiao Hu recounted how she had discovered it by accident. She explained that she had obtained the mount along the way, and while playing around with the llama, a silver-level boss had suddenly appeared, frightening them both. Startled, Xiao Hu fell off the cliff along with her mount. Fortunately, she was caught in a tree, and looking around, she spotted a hidden cave. Later, she climbed down and found the entrance to the ruin. After respawning, she called Captain An Yu and Wang Meng to explore the site with her. Upon hearing the story, Shadow acknowledged that only Xiao Hu could stumble upon such a well-hidden location. When they arrived at the spot, she mentioned that Wang Meng had already tried to explore earlier, but had slipped and died during the attempt. Once inside the ruins, Xiao Hu warned that there was a maze ahead. She explained that the monsters in that area had already been cleared and the entire path mapped. Shadow worried about her safety if her non-tradable lifespan reached 0. The consequences would be severe. However, Xiao Hu assured him there was no need to worry, as she had already discovered a way to replenish that kind of lifespan. Shadow was surprised to learn that they had found a stable method for it. Xiao Hu revealed the secret. Within the city ruins, they would lure specific monsters that absorbed lifespan and carried it to a hidden point. There, they would kill those monsters and collect the dropped items. Whenever someone needed to recharge, they just had to go to that hidden spot. Shadow thought the strategy was clever, and from his past life experience, he knew that the idea had come from An Yu. In the future, that method would become widely used by everyone. Soon after, Xiaohei showed him the teleportation sphere. She touched the object, and the system immediately stated that she was not the chosen one, keeping the mechanism inactive. She did that only to show that the sphere really existed, wanting Shadow to try activating it himself. She suspected that the temple was somehow connected to the starting city. When Shadow touched the sphere, a brilliant light flared, and in seconds, he vanished along with it. Seeing this, Xiao Hu was convinced they had been right. Shadow truly was the chosen one. The scene shifted to a new area called the Frozen Tide Cavern. There, the in-game chat was completely disabled. Cautious as ever, Shadow used one of his skills to guard against surprise attacks. The system-activated mission was clear. He had to protect the crystal of the Frozen Tide. Still unsure of the details, he reasoned that if the crystal were destroyed, it would unleash a devastating wave of ice. He knew the cavern's monsters would soon appear, intent on destroying the crystal at all costs. If that happened, he wouldn't just fail the mission, he'd also lose the chance to return to that area and forfeit all rewards. The only way to prevent that was to strengthen his defenses. So, he upgraded Virulent Trap and placed several of them throughout the cave's corridors. He also activated the witch's transmutation ring effect, increasing the range of all his abilities by 25%. Now, the traps covered every access point and were deadlier than ever. Any monster that tried to pass through would suffer massive damage. Soon, enemies began appearing, charging toward him only to be instantly struck by the traps. Shadow, hidden in stealth mode, knew that each strike counted as a backstab, allowing him to eliminate opponents quickly. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed through the air. He reacted just in time to block it and realized there was a hidden archer among the enemies. From that point on, he understood that ranged attackers were also part of the threat. It wouldn't be as simple as he'd hoped. The narrative then shifted to the outskirts of the demonic capital, where Dongfang Yue was meeting with the hunters she had hired to eliminate the underworld blade. She had just discovered that the guild she'd contracted had withdrawn from the mission, simply because the underworld blade was now part of the Shadow Guild. They made it clear they couldn't take on such a dangerous task under those circumstances. Dongfang Yue was furious. To her, the threat posed by the Shadow Guild was nothing compared to her own influence. Enraged, she declared that she possessed all the personal data of the guild's leader and could kill him in the real world if she wanted. But before she could finish, the mercenary leader punched her in the face. Then he drew a dagger and attacked her mercilessly. He had reached his limit. Even if he couldn't face the Shadow Guild, he knew he could kill her right there. Tired of being called trash, he made it clear he would no longer tolerate such humiliation. In the end, Dongfang Yue was defeated by him. She woke up screaming in rage back at the Chu family mansion in the real world. She couldn't believe the Temple of the God of War Guild had dared to try to kill her. Furious, she called the mercenaries vermin and rushed to contact her husband. She immediately told him everything that had happened. Her husband calmly assured her that he would deal with the Shadow Guild first, as if it were a simple task. After that, he would go after the members of the Temple of the God of War Guild, saying he had already made arrangements with the people from the Black Dragon Hall. The Chu family's plan was already in motion, and soon Dongfang Yue would have her revenge. She was thrilled by the thought, swearing that all her enemies would pay. In her mind, they should sit quietly and wait, because she would return to wipe out every single one of them. Meanwhile, inside the frozen tide cavern, Shadow was facing the mission's final enemy. A monster archer appeared but was swiftly taken down with a precise strike to the eye. Even ranged enemies posed no threat to him. His Shadow Blade skill was extremely efficient, automatically recharging after each accurate hit, and a single strike to a weak point was enough to kill any creature instantly. The protection mission was completed, and the reward became available. Still, Shadow found it strange how quickly it had ended. Suddenly, the frozen tide crystal exploded in a flash of light, and an epic chest appeared before him. That's when the system detected one last attack that nearly struck him fatally. Unsure of what to expect, Shadow carefully opened the chest. From within, a mysterious woman emerged, and he recognized her as an NPC he had met before. The most astonishing part was that she spoke in the language of the ancient gods, and although Shadow didn't know that language, he could understand every word. He believed it was the effect of the Eye of Judgment he possessed. The woman declared that he had passed through 2 divine trials and was now recognized as the Chosen One. She explained that the ancient gods had disappeared, but he had inherited the authority of judgment. Then, she completely changed her appearance and introduced herself as Asashis, a divine emissary who would accompany him and witness his ascension as the true god of judgment. As proof of recognition, she gave him a special item called the Asashis Summoning Bell. This bell, created by Asashis herself, could be used once at levels 25, 35, and 50. Each use would summon Asashis herself, granting the player access to a special ruin with unique challenges. Upon completing the 3 challenges, Asashis would reside in Shadow's hideout, unlocking the skill enhancement feature. When he received the bell, Shadow realized that this event was equivalent to what he had experienced at level 5, but now on a much larger scale, as he was at level 15. He remembered that Xiao Hu had found all the items related to this type of event, and couldn't help but think that she was one of the luckiest people he had ever met. Asashis explained that he had the right to enhance one of his skills to its current level. Shadow reflected on the skill system. In the game, the strength of a technique depended on 2 main factors: quality and minimum usage level. Quality was fixed and generally could not be improved, except through methods like the infinite evolution system. The minimum level, however, determined the power of the skill. Therefore, a common technique like Shadow Step could theoretically be evolved to the mythic grade if he wanted. However, finding skills that were simultaneously high quality and high level was almost impossible. That's why he chose to enhance his highest quality skill, Fatal Strike. Calmly, Shadow knew that in the future, this type of enhancement would become more accessible, simply by using lifetime to level up techniques. Asashis then fulfilled his request. Fatal Strike, which was at level 10, was upgraded to level 16 and reached the mythic grade. Immediately after the enhancement, Asashis bid farewell, and an exit portal appeared right before him. Before passing through, Shadow noticed that there were still more items inside the chest. Upon searching, he found an orb and received an item called Baffic's Equivalent Exchange Protocol, an epic grade artifact. Additionally, he obtained special armor for assassin classes, whose main effect was to provide resistance to whisper-type skills. He also found an item known as the Art of Equivalent Exchange, which allowed sacrificing an epic equipment, without skills, to obtain another of the same grade compatible with his class. For Shadow, that item was a true treasure. He had accumulated several emerald-grade books and equipment, and now could convert them into useful resources for his own class. That raid had been extremely profitable, and he felt he owed a sincere thanks to Xiao Hu for discovering that place. As he stepped outside, Shadow saw Xiao Hu yawning near the entrance, accompanied by her loyal llama. He found it strange to see her there, as he believed she should have been leveling up at that moment. However, Xiao Hu appeared excited to see him back, and explained that she preferred to wait for him, not wanting anyone to surprise him upon exiting. As a token of gratitude, Shadow gave her a skill book he had found in the ruins. Xiao Hu was ecstatic to see that it was a platinum-grade magical shield, suitable for level 13. That skill would greatly increase her chances of survival. With that, she quickly mounted her llama, sincerely thanked him, and left enthusiastically toward her next challenge. Meanwhile, Shadow decided to log out for a moment to eat something. The scene then shifted to the ruins of Jianghai City, inside the newly discovered hideout of the Temple Knights Guild. The guild leader was visibly enthusiastic, calling all members together. He said that day would be remembered as a significant milestone because, even if this new home wasn't grand, it still represented a great start. With that hideout, the guild members would no longer have to fear the sudden appearance of a deadly boss, as they finally had a safe place to rest after long periods of battles and leveling up. Despite the leader's excitement, most members maintained apathetic expressions, as if enslaved by the structure. Still, the leader credited the entire achievement to a single person, Qin Xiao. For everyone there, it It was almost unbelievable that this girl, previously considered extremely useless, had been responsible for discovering that location. A true miracle. Everyone began to revere her with devotion, and she took the opportunity to make a brief speech. Qin Xiao began by thanking the master, who had always taught her not to give up, and also the friends who had extended a hand in difficult moments. However, all of this was an empty speech, a true fairy tale invented by her. The performance was evident, but, in a way, there was some truth mixed in. She also sincerely thanked those who had mocked her, as it was the humiliations and insults that motivated her to become stronger. Emotionally, Qin Xiao began to cry, saying that she wished she could thank her parents, and that if they were alive, they would certainly be proud of her at that moment. The Temple Knights Guild leader was impressed by the emotion in the speech, and asked Qin Xiao to explain the difficulties she had faced in finding that hideout. She explained that it all started with a dream. In it, a very powerful warrior guided her, and together they conquered the hideout. Although the dream was somewhat blurry, it felt extremely real to her. Therefore, she decided to go to the location indicated in the dream, and surprisingly, the place really existed. The other guild members found the explanation absurd and began laughing, treating it as a joke. The guild leader himself had to suppress a laugh, but thanked her for the beautiful speech, and asked if she had dreamed anything else that night. Qin Xiao replied that she had, saying she dreamed of an even larger hideout, full of people, magnificent, and probably platinum grade. This made everyone laugh even more, believing she was completely deluded. Despite the laughter, the guild leader decided to reward her for her faith and dedication. He gave her 1 negotiable year of life. Qin Xiao received the reward with gratitude. Finally, the leader declared in front of everyone that she should serve as an example for other members. If everyone worked together with effort and collective spirit, the Temple Knights Guild would have great chances of growing in that chaotic world and prospering even more. After the speech, the guild leader announced that everyone could return to their activities. He encouraged members to continue leveling up and exploring new areas. He also made it clear that he wanted Qin Xiao to continue searching for more hideouts. He trusted her and had high expectations for her potential. The scene shifted to some time later, still around the ruins of Jianghai City. Qin Xiao walked alone, guided only by the strange feeling she had experienced in her dream. Despite her efforts, she could not find anything there. The place seemed empty and silent. What she didn't know was that a group from her own guild was hiding among the rubble, spying on every step she took. This group consisted of 3 members who had attended the previous meeting. They found it very suspicious that Qin Xiao went directly to that area, as if she were searching for something specific. Although they thought it was absurd, they believed she was trying to find the platinum-grade hideout mentioned in her dream. When they saw her enter an abandoned building, they decided to follow her for closer investigation. Inside, darkness was nearly total. Qin Xiao found the place frightening, yet familiar. Something in that place reminded her of the dream she had, although it wasn't exactly the same. Still, she felt a strange presence, as if she were being watched. She tried to stay calm, reminding herself that she was now an occult-class priestess. With that in mind, she believed nothing could harm her. Suddenly, a grotesque and completely bizarre figure appeared right in front of her. The creature had bulging eyes and a repulsive appearance. Qin Xiao was terrified, screamed with all her strength, and fainted from sheer panic. The creature then turned to the 3 spies. Upon noticing the monster, the 3 guild members tried to react quickly. One suggested killing the creature, but before they could do anything, the monster grabbed one of the girls, inserted its tentacles into her mouth, and drained her entire life force. Death was instantaneous. Her life was completely drained. The 2 survivors panicked and began running desperately. The sound of screams echoing through the walls caused Qin Xiao to awaken. Still dazed, she got up abruptly, screaming without understanding what was happening. As she tried to flee, she tripped and fell into a huge hole. Upon hitting the ground, she struck her head hard and felt intense pain. Struggling, she looked around, trying to understand where she was. The carvings on the walls caught her attention. That's when she realized she was exactly at the entrance of the hideout she had seen in her dream. She became completely hysterical, unable to believe she had actually found the place. She was convinced that this was the long-dreamed platinum-level hideout. Wasting no time, Qin Xiao sent a message to the leader of the Temple Knights Guild, notifying him of the discovery. He responded immediately, asking her to stay put, as he would send a team there. He also asked her to join the guild group so he could track her location more accurately. She agreed and decided to wait. While waiting, Qin Xiao heard a noise behind her. Turning around, her eyes widened as she saw that terrible creature again. The grotesque aberration now had eyes emerging from its own mouth and looked even more terrifying than before. Qin Xiao's body began to tremble. Tears streamed down her face, but even so, she tried to encourage herself. She wanted to believe she could face that horrendous creature. Qin Xiao swore she wasn't the same as before. She always relied on the fact that she had a hidden class. a life priestess. However, that meant nothing if she continued to act completely useless. Trying to prove her worth, she used the poison vine skill against the extremely strange-looking monster. The attack did some damage, but it was still very low. Even with such a weak result, she felt happy just for hitting the target and got overly excited. Immediately after, she used another skill called corrosive poison mist, hoping the monster would be corroded by the toxin. This poison was far crueler than ordinary poison and began spreading rapidly. It was then that Qin Xiao realized something was wrong. The place she was in was completely enclosed, with no ventilation, and the mist began to fill the entire room. She tried to cover her nose, but it was too late. Panicking, she ran back and forth, believing she wouldn't survive her own skill. The most remarkable thing was that Qin Xiao, even as a life priestess, had forgotten she had the purification skill. When she finally remembered, she tried to use it. However, in yet another mistake, she ended up casting purification on the monster instead of herself. The result was tragic. She suffocated and died from her own poisonous mist. Later, upon returning to the base, Chen Wuming, the leader of the Temple Knights Guild, was puzzled as to why Qin Xiao had returned so early. She explained that she had encountered a monster at the location and had died fighting it. Chen Wuming suspected she was talking about the silver-grade creature known as the soul-sucking witch, which didn't make much sense, as that creature was known to be slow and weak. However, anyone touched by it had their life drained to death. What intrigued the leader most was how Qin Xiao had survived the encounter. She then explained that, in her moment of desperation, she had preferred to be asphyxiated by her own poison rather than be captured by the witch, knowing she would die anyway. Chen Wuming was surprised by her decision, and even considered it brilliant, which pleased Qin Xiao greatly. She also believed the 3 players who had been following her earlier had died there, which she considered deserved for interfering with the wrong person. Sometime later, Qin Xiao returned to the location and informed the leader that the platinum-level hideout was behind a certain door. The leader promised that when the guild took possession of the hideout, she would be properly rewarded, and Qin Xiao was grateful. Chen Wuming then ordered a player nicknamed Da Tu, known for his oversized head, to gather a few members and clear the entire area, preventing any other players from interfering. The group advanced with full force, defeating enemies and reaching the door. However, they stopped in front of the entrance and did not proceed. The leader asked why they hadn't advanced, and one member explained that the stone door simply wouldn't open. Chen Wuming knew that in this game, every hideout was protected by a guardian. Following this logic, he concluded that the stone door itself was the guardian of that place. One player tested it by attacking the door, and to everyone's surprise, it actually took damage. With that, everyone began to admire the leader's reasoning and followed his order to completely destroy the door. During the chaos, Shadow received a system notification informing him that the soul-purifying sanctuary was under attack. The notification showed that the stone entrance door was taking continuous damage. He was confused, as he hadn't expected anyone to find the hideout so soon. The system also indicated that the regular teleport was blocked, and only war teleport was available, a skill that could be used only once per day. Even though he believed the door would hold for a long time due to its durability, Shadow didn't want to take any risks. Determined to protect the sanctuary, he mounted his new steed and set off to investigate. The scene then shifted to the outskirts of the sanctuary. Shadow, mounted, observed from afar a group of men chasing a woman. They seemed determined not to let her escape. One of them appeared directly in front of the woman and struck her with such force that she was violently thrown. Another used the skill Sacred Restraint, pinning her to the ground by her arms and legs. The group then declared that this area belonged to the Temple Knights Guild and that the woman was trying to force entry into a restricted location. The girl was outraged, insisting she was just passing by and had no intention of trespassing. To her, all this was just an excuse for the guild members to rob her. From a distance, Shadow, using his invisibility, observed the entire scene. He recognized the girl immediately. It was young Xiaoya, his former colleague, who had once given him an important warning. For that reason, he still considered her a good person. As he watched, Shadow also noticed that the Temple Knights Guild had closed off the entire region just for them. This further reinforced the suspicion that they were responsible for attacking the soul, purifying sanctuary. Now, they were also about to do something cruel to the girl. Without giving them any chance to react, Shadow appeared suddenly and eliminated all of them at once, literally making them lose their heads. Young Xiaoya was surprised to see who had saved her. She quickly realized it was Shadow, but something in his eyes unsettled her. Those eyes were familiar. Looking more closely, she was certain it was Qin Feng. Despite everything, she still tried to ask if Shadow really was him. However, Shadow disappeared quickly before answering. Even so, young Xiaoya blushed upon seeing him so close. Still, she couldn't fully believe it. She thought it might be just a coincidence. She also remembered seeing seeing Qin Xiao entering the Temple Knights Guild, so it didn't make sense to her that Qin Feng would let his sister become a labor slave. It was yet another reason to doubt that he and Shadow were the same person. Sometime later, the scene shifted to the hideout entrance. The members of the Temple Knights Guild were outside, welcoming Shadow with great respect. Chen Wuming, the leader, wished him 1,000 autumns and 10,000 generations, as if trying to flatter him into leaving the situation alive. The atmosphere was clearly one of fear. Trying to alleviate his guilt, Chen Wuming kicked one of his subordinates, calling them idiots for robbing people on the main road. He claimed that all of them deserved to die 1,000 times. Despite this, he admitted that the fault was his for not disciplining them properly, and thanked Shadow for giving them the necessary lesson. Since Shadow had saved them from the headless assassin, everyone in the guild had become his fan. The leader even pretended that everyone there followed Shadow's values, claiming they tried to be the most honorable guild in the game and rejected all that was vile and evil. While the guild members tried to prove their loyalty and show that they idolized Shadow, Chen Wuming wanted to know the reason for his sudden visit. Shadow answered naturally, saying he had only heard that someone was attacking the hideout. The leader, already alarmed, confirmed the information but also wanted to know how he had discovered it and if he was interested in the place. With shining eyes, Shadow declared that the hideout belonged to him. The statement took everyone by surprise. Chen Wuming was so shocked he went into a state of petrification. No one could believe what they had just heard. Trying to hide his nervousness, the leader mentioned he had heard rumors that Shadow's hideout was in the Magic City, and that, in the game, a player could only have one hideout. That's when one of the guild members reminded the leader that, when creating one's own guild, a player was entitled to more than one hideout. Shadow confirmed this, explaining that he had a hideout both in the Magic City and in Jianghai. With this, the members of the Temple Knights Guild realized that they had invaded a hideout belonging to Shadow. The situation had become more than delicate. Qin Xiao was in shock, as she had no idea about this, especially since Shadow had never appeared in her dreams. The guild leader quickly apologized, explaining that they truly did not know the place belonged to Shadow and that they would do anything to make up for the mistake. Shadow clarified that the hideout's door had been heavily damaged and that repairing it would be costly. He then proposed that the guild members pay 500 years of life as compensation, which would settle the matter immediately. The amount was absurd and left Chen Wuming so shaken that he simply collapsed to the ground, trembling. No one understood what had happened to the leader. Worried, one of the guild members ran to help him. Then, turning to Shadow, he explained that the master had fainted. He desperately asked Shadow to at least consider reducing the demanded amount, trying to negotiate on behalf of the fallen leader. Shadow stared at one of the guild members and wanted to know if he had any idea how much it would cost to repair the damaged gate. When the young man couldn't answer, Shadow said it would be best if he stayed silent. Meanwhile, Chen Wuming tried to understand why he was being punished with a demand of 500 years of lifespan just for a door. In a fit of frustration, he grabbed Qin Xiao and began blaming her for everything that was happening. To him, she hadn't just ruined his life, but had put the entire guild at risk. Qin Xiao, however, remained silent. Without trying to defend herself, Qin Xiao acknowledged that the leader was right. She took full responsibility for the mistake. She explained that she had dragged everyone into this mess and stated that, if anyone needed to be punished, it was her. Looking directly at Shadow, she declared that she was willing to accept any punishment he imposed. She said she could be his servant, or even his pack mule, and would give all the lifespan she earned in the future until the damage she caused was fully compensated. She did not care about being beaten, humiliated, or mistreated, as long as he was satisfied. All she asked in return was for Shadow to spare the other guild members. The request surprised Chen Wuming, who had never imagined she would take such an extreme step. When she called him by name, the guild leader was startled, realizing that she knew who he really was. Meanwhile, Shadow's eyes glowed with intense yellow light. He looked at Chen Wuming and asked if he really thought Qin Xiao was worth 500 years of lifespan. The guild leader froze in the face of Shadow's murderous intent. In a fit of rage, he punched Qin Xiao, ordering her to leave. He called her a scoundrel, accusing her of making the guild invade a big shot's hideout and now trying to play the martyr. To him, her attempt to sacrifice herself was just a ridiculous performance to win Shadow's favor. Chen Wuming thought it absurd that she believed she could gain such a benefit with such a move. Thus, Qin Xiao's plan had failed once again. Trying to change the course of the situation, Chen Wuming began to play the victim before Shadow, claiming that his guild was small and had not yet accumulated 500 years of lifespan. He begged for mercy and promised to accept any alternative within his reach. Shadow then decided to be more flexible. He said he would not make it so difficult for them. He demanded only 100 years of life, and the remaining 400 would be paid through the surrender of guild members with assassin status. Each head counted as 1 year. Since killing an assassin cleared their own status, Shadow saw this as a perfect opportunity to reduce his current penalty. Relieved, Chen Wuming explained that this would be easy to handle, as his guild had over 2,000 people. Wasting no time, he paid the 100 years of life and quickly summoned all members with assassin status. He ordered them to hurry so as not to keep Shadow waiting, while he went ahead to supervise. Shadow then decided to repair the hideout's gate himself. To his surprise, the repair cost only 7 days of lifespan. With that settled, the scene shifted a little later. Several orbs were scattered across the ground. Shadow had eliminated 400 assassins, reducing his own assassin ranking from level 4 to level 3. Chen Wuming, in turn, praised Shadow, saying that all those players had broken the guild rules behind his back, and that the punishment applied had been more than fair. However, Shadow made it clear that, from that moment on, the Temple Knights Guild would be responsible for protecting that hideout. Chen Wuming did not understand the reason for this new demand, so Shadow explained that the intention was to keep the guild's own offenders under control. They should organize guard shifts, and if the hideout were attacked again, the responsibility would fall entirely on Chen Wuming. The leader promised to carry out the mission, even though he disliked the idea of locking so many guild members in that place. Suddenly, Shadow received an urgent alert. The system reported that his other hideout, called the Academy of Evil Spirits, was under attack. Since he still had a charge of war teleport available, he could move immediately. Confused and tired from the sequence of problems, Shadow activated the teleport, determined to find out who was bold enough to mess with him. Meanwhile, Chen Wuming, still not understanding what was happening, saw Shadow disappear. He then informed the others that Shadow had left. Even so, the guild members were confused, as they had all clearly heard the order to protect the place. Chen Wuming had made it clear that Qin Xiao should stay on guard at that location. She did not understand why she was chosen for this role, but Chen Wuming explained that her dream had always been to go to that place, and now that the dream had been realized, she should remain there. She would not go anywhere. Her only task was to protect the area. He also stated that if any problem arose, she should report it immediately. Furthermore, he warned that if she tried to escape her responsibility, he would drain her life without hesitation. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the ruins of the Magic City, inside the Academy of Evil Spirits. A group of troublemakers was trying to destroy the entrance gate. The barrier's durability was already at half. From a distance, some players observed the scene, believing that the group would end up dying for provoking Shadow, as they knew the risks of crossing him. These troublemakers were part of the guild called the Black Dragon Hall, an organization from the Magic City. Using his invisibility, Shadow appeared at the site unnoticed. As soon as he saw the guild symbols, he recognized them. However, he could not recall any previous involvement with them. This puzzled him, and he wanted to understand why they were trying to break the barrier of his hideout. The group was organizing to deliver a powerful attack. The guild leader activated a skill called Dragon Strike, and the barrier weakened further. This thrilled everyone, who believed it would fall soon. They also thought that by conquering the place, each would gain 100 years of lifespan. Observing everything, Shadow suspected that the Black Dragon Hall Guild had been hired by someone to complete the mission. However, among those who still held grudges against Shadow and remained alive, only Dongfang Yue remained as a possible culprit. Suddenly, a dragon appeared, letting out a tremendous roar that stunned all guild members. No one could move. Soon after, meteors began falling from the sky. The members, in shock, pointed upwards, not understanding where the skill had come from. The leader was surprised to survive the initial impact, as the meteor caused about 3,000 damage, far less than he expected. But before he could react, he lost his head, dying instantly. The group watching from a distance noticed the guild leader fall, but did not see what actually hit him. This led them to believe that Shadow was responsible, and had somehow become permanently invisible. In fact, Shadow was very close, still hidden. Meanwhile, a girl caught his attention. She was a member of the Celestial Dome Guild, and Shadow quickly recognized that she was a hidden class known as Soul Painter. The girl's name was Zhang Jingshuan, and in the game, she was known as Ahili Qingshan Yuan. Shadow realized that the dragon's roar and the falling meteors had been summoned by her. The Soul Painter class had the ability to draw spells and summons. Unlike traditional mages, who used incantations, the Soul Painter had to create an image to activate a skill. The more detailed and precise the drawing, the stronger the effect. This class excelled in team battles, battlefield control, and defensive strategies, but was weak in direct combat and vulnerable when caught off guard. Zhang Jingshuan wanted to know if Shadow was nearby, as she wished to speak with him. When she spoke aloud, Shadow decided to respond, appearing suddenly and surprising both her and her companions. The girl explained that she wanted to enter his hideout because there was something inside that she needed to advance her class. She also assured him that she did not want to cause any trouble, and was willing to compensate him if necessary. Shadow finally understood why the Celestial Dome Guild had occupied that academy in his past life. Everything made sense now. Zhang Jingzuan had probably discovered the hideout during her class advancement mission. However, This time, Shadow had arrived before her. The master of the Celestial Dome Guild was known as Old Zhang. He had been president of the Magic City Chamber of Commerce and, after retiring, became a game streamer. At 73 years old, he broadcasted live alongside his granddaughter and was quite popular online. They played very well and had participated in several minor competitions, achieving good results. This was mainly because Zhang Jingxuan had lost her father early, and Old Zhang raised her with great care, playing alongside her since childhood. When the game Shen Qi was launched, Old Zhang seemed to have found his true calling. He founded the Celestial Dome Guild, established its base in that academy, and over time led the guild to the top, entering the top 10 guilds of Daxia. Shadow knew all these details because, in his past life, he had been extremely addicted to Old Zhang's and his granddaughter's live streams. Therefore, when he recognized the girl, he allowed her to enter the hideout so they could talk privately. The main gate of the hideout slowly opened, and the scene shifted inside, where Shadow examined a new skill called Scarlet Blade. It was a rare skill book with absurd power for single target damage. The skill was Emerald level, dealing 4,800 blood damage. He learned the skill quickly and received an additional mythical effect. While in stealth, lifespan loss was reduced by 90%. For him, this was perfect. He could now enter Fury zones without worrying too much about the cost. Shadow had reached level 17. Among his equipment, he had the Veil of the Sharp Eye, an emerald-grade assassin accessory that increased accuracy by 133%. He also wore white fragile gloves, which reduced maximum health by 12% but increased base attack by 30%. His boots, Formless Steps, also emerald grade, removed collision for 3 seconds. The Ring of Unity, of the same quality, added 179 water damage to all attacks. Except for his leg protection, Shadow's entire set was emerald quality. Since he wasn't hiding the appearance of the equipment, it looked bizarre. He knew low-level items tended to be extremely ugly, so he reverted to the standard class appearance, which was more stylish. His next goal was now to conquer a new hideout. The scene then shifted to the real world, on the outskirts of Magic City, where a group of armed subordinates discussed how little lifespan they had gained from the operation. 4 individuals stepped out of a car, one of them wore Morpheus-style sunglasses, and the group headed toward a massive mansion to meet the buyer. The buyer was Dongfang Yue, but only one of the 4 would enter. The others felt annoyed, as they were treated like filthy dogs, unworthy of entry. Dongfang Yue's armed subordinate despised the 4, considering them idiots. He believed they would soon understand what truly mattered. Dongfang Yue appeared, and knowing they were lifespan vendors, demanded that everyone convert their vital energy into orbs and place them on the ground. One of the men thought it was a joke, as she had not mentioned payment. To him, they would only give what they had after seeing the money. Dongfang Yue grew impatient, and repeated that if they did not comply, they would die. She demanded that they transform their lifespan into orbs immediately. When her subordinates began aiming their weapons, the man with sunglasses wanted to understand if this was an attempted robbery. In the next instant, he and his allies counterattacked, killing all armed subordinates in the blink of an eye, catching Dongfang Yue completely off guard. This man possessed a hidden class called Insect Master. He controlled an insect that could evolve, receive enhancements, and even act as a combat companion. He believed that this time he had struck it lucky and would take everything Dongfang Yue possessed. The large member of the group raised his platinum-grade shield, known as Metallic Barrier, while the mansion's last armed guards opened fire. He activated a skill called Metallic, which created a shockwave and launched multiple opponents into the air. Another member moved at high speed, dodging all bullets with ease. Most impressively, he could shoot with just his fingertips, like Yusuke Urameshi himself. The man with sunglasses had a hidden class known as Gunslinger, a rare class capable of firing weapons with his hands. Each finger used a different type of ammunition, making him unpredictable in combat. The only problem, according to rumors, was for any woman who got involved with him, because no one knew exactly what each finger could do outside of battles. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yue's subordinates realized they had encountered real professionals at the main gate and began calling for reinforcements. Among the invaders, there was a hooded figure who did not speak a single word. Their movements were extremely fast and precise. When they advanced toward Dongfang Yue, revealing themselves as a girl wielding 2 daggers, it became clear that this was the feared blade of the underworld. She moved with the intent of eliminating Dongfang Yue, who at that moment was holding her son. However, before she could strike, she was hit by a sonic kick to the face, sent flying several meters away. The impact was so strong that the sound echoed throughout the courtyard. The author of the kick was one of Dongfang Yue's strongest subordinates, a robust man with his neck and mouth completely covered by bandages. He warned his mistress to be careful, especially with enemies capable of of turning invisible. Dongfang Yue, impassive, wanted all invaders captured alive, intending to make them permanent slaves so she could use their vital energy to extend her son's life. However, the bandaged subordinate believed the opponents were too strong, estimating their chances of victory at no more than 50%. On the other side, the Blade of the Underworld's group also noticed that Dongfang Yue had high-level fighters. The bandaged man quickly analyzed the enemy, concluding that they used instant kill techniques, had firearms-resistant equipment, and seemed to be bandits specialized in attacking wealthy families. For him, it was clear that this group had committed several similar raids before, accumulating levels, skills, and stolen equipment. This excited him, as he believed this battle would be worth the effort. The bandaged man wanted to kill everyone at once, but the insect master acted first. He sent his insect toward the enemy, and the creature flew at an impressive speed, surpassing 200 kilometers per hour. The bandaged subordinate, however, reacted unexpectedly. He rolled on the ground, dodged the attack, and with absurd precision grabbed the insect by its legs mid-air. The Blade of the Underworld's group was shocked, as the insect was practically impossible to intercept. Then, the bandaged man held the insect at waist height and released a devastating toxic gas, similar to a gas cylinder explosion, completely destroying the creature. Everyone was left speechless. Soon after, the subordinate informed Dongfang Yue that he had erected a barrier around the area and could now sense any movement, no matter how small. His hidden class was one of the strangest in the game, called Fountain of Plague, also nicknamed Fart Master. Despite the odd name, he was a feared warrior capable of using his own body as a biological weapon. He trained beyond human limits, spreading diseases and poisonous gases with destructive power. Determined to fight at full strength, the Fart Master made an impressive leap, demonstrating unexpected agility for someone of his appearance. He activated a skill called Iron Wall Defense, creating a dense layer of energy around him. At the same time, the large member of the enemy group raised his metallic barrier, trying to block any advance. However, the Fart Master surprised him. In a grotesque and precise movement, he spread his legs and fired an air cannon directly at the opponent, followed by a brutal kick to the head, completely deforming the enemy's helmet. The impact was so strong that the large man collapsed to the ground, leaving everyone stunned. The Master of Insects, seeing the scene, became apprehensive. The enemy was advancing toward them with increasing speed and strength, and he knew they could not underestimate that grotesque man. Nervously, he shouted for the gunslinger to act immediately, before it was too late. The gunslinger would not let the enemy get close and began firing multiple shots. Even so, the Fart Master leaped straight toward him. The gunslinger thought it was senseless madness. In his view, the Fart Master had nowhere left to run and was merely surrendering to fate. However, what happened next completely took him by surprise. The Fart Master activated one of his special abilities, which he called the Little Kong's Roar. It was a nickname for his secret technique of releasing an extremely powerful gas. The sonic wave caused by that gas was so strong that it shattered the gunslinger's glasses and made his ears start bleeding. With that attack, the Fart Master killed the gunslinger directly, just from the impact of his gas. After that, he assumed the book they were protecting must be low level, not very valuable. The insect guy, who was part of the enemy group, tried to flee by any means, but the Fart Master easily caught up to him. Seeing he had no way to escape, the man began begging for mercy. The Fart Master, who always wore facial wraps to avoid dying from the smell of his own dead rat, explained that he had no intention of killing him. He had already eliminated 2 and left 2 alive, as he had promised Madame, fulfilling exactly 50% of the deal. Even with the enemy subdued, the Fart Master wanted to know about the insect guy's invisible partner, believing she had fainted from one of his kicks. However, the insect guy revealed that there was no one with such abilities among them. According to him, the 2 brothers had already been killed by the Fart Master himself. The woman who had gotten out of the car with them was actually a stranger. They were coincidentally trading lifetime together and were not real allies. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to another part of the magical city, near the streets surrounding the magic leaning tower. That was where Shadow was walking. He quickly noticed that there was a barrier at the location, and the monsters guarding the entrance had simply disappeared. This indicated that someone had already passed through there before him. Upon entering, he saw that the interior of the tower was, in fact, a massive library full of traps. The place was like a 3-dimensional maze, with corridors that seemed to shift direction. At the back of the library, there was a terrifying sealed creature, known from an ancient legend as a princess, transformed by an evil white dragon. Shadow saw that everything had already been looted and concluded that the previous invaders had probably reached the end of the tower. If he was correct, the mechanism to reach the upper floor would be there. He pulled one of the books and, to his surprise, activated the secret mechanism. The book in question was titled Postpartum Care for Sows, a very specific title, but it was precisely the trigger for the teleportation spell. Suddenly, the scene changed to another location. A group of players was fighting the Princess of Despair, a monstrous creature full of tentacles. Shadow was surprised to see that the battle against the Guardian had already begun. He could never have imagined that so many people had managed to get that far. However, he also noticed that most of the combatants' equipment was simple, and many had already died. Even so, the fact that they were there was, in itself, a great achievement. Soon, he recognized one of the group leaders. It was Huang Hufen, who was guiding the members at the back to proceed with caution. She also reinforced that no one should panic at deaths, as they could resurrect and return to the fight. It was at that moment that Shadow identified the guild as belonging to Faike Heavy Industries. Faike Heavy Industries was a group formed from the industrial sector of the magical city. When the game began, the leader Huang Huifen acted quickly and exchanged the company's funds for lifetime, founding the new guild. His class was illusionist, and his main ability was creating portals. He could generate an entrance at point A and an exit at point B. The portal connected the 2 points and could be used by anyone until it was cancelled or destroyed. The most common strategy for illusionists was to create an entrance at the resurrection point and an exit near the boss, allowing allies to quickly return to battle. This also allowed partial recovery of lifetime. Thanks to this ability, the guild adopted strategies very different from the others. In Shadow's previous life, this group grew rapidly and ranked among the 20 strongest in all of Dacia. But the major problem was the Princess of Despair. She was a level 1-8 boss of platinum grade. Against her, Faike's strategy became useless. This happened because the speed at which she absorbed and digested players' lifetime was 100 times faster than other monsters. In other words, when someone died to her, all the lifetime left became power for her almost immediately. If this continued, she would soon level up and become an emerald grade boss, with all her life restored. When that happened, Shadow already knew that all the players there would die. The amount of lifetime consumed in that battle would end up destroying the Faike Heavy Industries Guild. That's why he appeared before Huang Huifen and demanded 1,000 years of life. In return, he would ensure the boss was defeated. But he also warned that if any assassin equipment dropped from the creature, the item would be his. Huang Huifen immediately recognized the man before her. Shadow even gave direct advice. He said they had no chance against that boss, and if they refused his terms, it would be best to retreat while there was still time. However, one of the guild members, who was also Huang Huifen's son, didn't like the way Shadow spoke to his father. This young man, named Huang Xiling, was offended by being underestimated. Moreover, he found the demand of 1,000 years of life absurd, as if Faike were desperate for help. Despite the tension, Huang Huifen tried to stay calm and ordered her son to be quiet, but it was already too late. Shadow, without wasting time, threw Huang Xiling into his own portal and simultaneously activated his Nightblade ability, eliminating the young man and destroying the portal immediately afterward. Huang Huifen looked visibly concerned. While she understood that Shadow wanted to teach her son a lesson, she did not understand why the portal had also been destroyed. Shadow, however, said she would soon understand. He emphasized that, with 1,000 years of life, he would handle the boss alone. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from the scene. In Shadow's mind, it was clear that the Faike group had not realized that the boss was about to evolve. If the portal had remained open, everyone would have continued returning to the battle, and the monster would have gained even more power from the absorbed lifetimes. This would have resulted in inevitable mass death. Even if the destruction of Faike did not directly affect Shadow, losing those 1,000 years of life would be a major problem. In the end, he was completely right. The few survivors left unknowingly delivered the exact amount of lifetime the creature needed to evolve. The light that shone across the battlefield was the signal that the boss had reached Emerald Grade. Now, the rewards for defeating her would be even better. At that moment, the Underworld Blade contacted Shadow. She informed him that she had found Dongfang Yue and explained that she was hiding in a mansion on the outskirts of Fenyan Mountain. However, there was a very strong professional guarding the girl, and she had almost been killed by him. Shadow wanted more details and said he would meet her at the Cemetery of Dry Bones. He was still impressed that the Underworld Blade had managed to locate Dongfang Yue in such a vast place as the magical city. She was truly skilled at what she did. Shortly afterward, at the Cemetery of Dry Bones, Shadow asked the Underworld Blade to describe the professional guarding Dongfang Yue. She explained that the enemy fought in close combat, was fast, very strong, and his main attack involved flatulence. The strangest part was that he could see through her stealth. He remained surrounded by a constant mist, with a radius of about 10 meters. Shadow immediately understood what this meant. This man possessed a unique hidden class, known as the Source of Plague. That 10-meter mist around his body was the sign of the first stage of the class. Within that area, the Plague Ring detected all movements, completely nullifying the Underworld Blade's stealth abilities. He also explained that the Fart Master, as he was called, used the plague to strengthen his own body, and that his regeneration was accelerated. If he continued evolving, he could become practically immortal, a long-term threat. The Underworld Blade was shocked to hear this. She hadn't expected that the enemy would have no apparent weakness. This made her afraid she would not be able to complete her revenge. In the end, the Underworld Blade realized that it wasn't exactly as she had imagined. The plague did indeed strengthen the body and amplify desires, but there was a high cost. It also eroded the mind over time. This was the real weakness of the Source of Plague class. When the user's mind was weak, everything collapsed. Meanwhile, the Underworld Blades class, upon reaching level 2, would evolve into the Underworld Demon, and Shadow recommended that she advance to this second class as soon as possible. This represented the next step in her journey. The Underworld Blade understood the advice but remained intrigued. She wanted to know how Shadow knew so much about her class. He simply turned his back and explained that the Shen Qi game was vast and full of secrets. He wanted her to seriously reflect on the way she had been evolving. When leveling up, was she exploring everything correctly? Shadow further emphasized that she should focus on her own training and keep her feet on the ground. Only through consistent effort could she achieve something truly remarkable. The Underworld Blade understood perfectly. She finally realized that Shadow had reached his position purely through effort and dedication. For her, leveling up at that moment in the Cemetery of Dry Bones would be an excellent choice. Monsters appeared there in large numbers and frequently. Each defeated creature would help evolve her class, making the location ideal for advancement. The problem was that all the monsters in that cemetery were elite type. They had more health, defense, and attack. On average, they were 3 times stronger than normal monsters. Even so, Shadow explained that, knowing the right technique and hitting their weak points, it would be possible to defeat them quickly. He gave a practical example that seemed simple to him, which left the Underworld Blade impressed with the level of power he had achieved. Despite this, Shadow inspired confidence in her. He said she needed to dive in head first and trust her own path. If she did so, she would be able to advance and stay firm in her quest for revenge. Soon after, he disappeared once more. The Underworld Blade, confused, wondered if she was going crazy. When he mentioned revenge, she had the impression that he had radiated murderous intent for just a moment. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the ruins of Jianghai City. Xiaohei was exhausted, and her llama also seemed weak. Both were hungry. Still, she was nearly finished exploring the area and believed she only needed to endure a little longer. It was then that she noticed a sphere lying on the ground. She wondered if it was a fruit. It had an intense red color and shone like a giant black plum. Curiosity won, and she decided to take a bite. The taste pleased Xiaohei greatly, and shortly after, she gained some experience in the system. This made her believe she had found a miraculous fruit. She then noticed several of these fruits scattered around the area. Without thinking twice, she followed the trail and began eating multiple of these supposed plums, not even knowing what they really were. Meanwhile, Anyu was trying to contact her through the game system. The captain wanted to know her location. When she answered, Xiaohei learned through the message that Ma Naliang had been captured by a boss, and the monster was carrying over 500 years of lifespan. Xiaohei replied that she was near the corrupted coast. Anyu asked her to wait, as she was on her way. Still, Xiaohei continued eating the fruits, which she found delicious. She also thought to herself that Ma Naliang had always been dead weight, and that if it weren't for his family's connections, no one would have placed him on the team. For her, losing Ma Naliang didn't make much difference. Following the trail of fruits, Xiaohei finally encountered a monster, sitting on the ground, right in the region of the corrupted coast. The monster she found was enormous, with multiple mouths scattered across its back. She couldn't understand what kind of fat boss it was until she finally realized. Ma Naliang was nearby, completely motionless, and this was the boss Anyu had mentioned. He was known as the Spirit Devourer, level 20, Emerald grade, and before Xiaohei's eyes, he was devouring another monster entirely. The scene was grotesque. With the remains of the previous monster placed in a large bowl, the Spirit Devourer mashed the flesh with his own hands, as if preparing a dumpling. Xiaohei was disgusted by the nasty preparation process. To her, it looked like a handmade dumpling made from raw monster meat. Shortly after, Anyu arrived at the location where Xiaohei was. She wanted to know if her companion had found Ma Naliang and the boss. Xiaohei explained the entire situation while Anyu watched in disbelief as the monster prepared food with its hands. The strangest part for both of them was that the Spirit Devourer had not attacked any players yet, which made everything more suspicious. So they decided to wait a little longer before taking any action. Since they didn't have enough strength to defeat an Emerald grade boss, Xiaohei thought it might be better to call for reinforcements. However, something began to change. The boss started shaking oddly. Its posture also seemed strange, and Anyu suspected that it was defecating. Unfortunately, she was right. The spirit devourer began evacuating right in front of them. Xiaohei couldn't believe what she was seeing. She finally realized that the shiny red fruits she had eaten earlier were, in fact, the monster's feces. And Yu was even more shocked when she saw that the feces looked exactly like those giant plums, and she looked directly at Xiaohei, who had found the taste delicious. She had been eating monster poop, carefully produced by a massive creature, which resembled a duck due to the absurd amount it defecated. Realizing this, Xiaohei had an emotional breakdown. She screamed as if in a dramatic movie, in despair comparable to a scene of cosmic tragedy. And Yu tried to calm her, but Xiaohei simply couldn't accept the reality of what she had consumed. To make matters worse, the spirit devourer finally noticed their presence. It began murmuring strange words, as if whispering curses. Xiaohei felt that everyone there was doomed. It wasn't only her who was poisoned by the humiliation of having eaten monster feces. The entire group seemed affected by some invisible curse. Suddenly, the boss activated a special ability. A strange energy spread through the area, and everyone began feeling insatiable hunger. The players' eyes changed color, turning completely red. Xiaohei was confused, trying to understand what had happened to her companions. Without warning, everyone ran toward the monster's bowl and began eating the dumplings made from rotten flesh. Ma Naliang, already visibly affected, ate like a condemned man, and Yu and Wang Meng also started gorging themselves. The three behaved as if they had lost all control. Xiaohei was frightened by this. She couldn't understand why she was immune to the ability's effects and questioned it constantly. Soon after, the spirit devourer grabbed Ma Naliang and swallowed him whole. At that moment, Xiaohei understood the pattern. The monster only ate the fattest ones. If someone ate too much, they became food for it. Desperate, she knew she needed to call for help, but the problem was severe. This was the strongest team they had. With no other choice, Xiaohei decided to send a message requesting help from Shadow. He wanted to understand what had happened. Xiaohei quickly explained that they had encountered an emerald-grade boss, and that Wang Meng and Anyu were about to be devoured by the monster. Shadow found it interesting that this particular boss belonged to the lineage he had been searching for. For him, Xiaohei always seemed to bring luck. Without wasting any time, he asked for her exact location, as he was already on his way to help her at that very moment. Apart from the magic leaning tower, Shadow had already collected the keys to the other 3 platinum-level hideouts in the magical city. Defeating that lineage boss would be the ideal step before continuing his journey. Additionally, the Princess of Despair was about to complete her evolution, making it even more urgent to eliminate the Spirit Devourer right then. The scene shifted to Shadow already beside Xiaohei. He wanted to know where the boss was, and Xiaohei pointed in the right direction. She also explained that Anyu and Wang Meng had been swallowed alive, and based on what had already happened, she believed the boss was about to defecate again. Immediately afterward, the Spirit Devourer expelled Ma Naliang in the form of a giant plum. Xiaohei was completely shocked. Not only had the monster eaten her companion, but it had also transformed him into something resembling a bizarre fruit. From that moment, she assumed that Anyu would also be expelled in a similar manner. The explanation behind this was even more disturbing. The Spirit Devourer was a servant of the ancient god of gluttony, a being that devoured any living creature with lifetime. He could emit the whispers of the ancient god, which directly affected players, putting them into a state of gluttony. The more they ate, the fatter they became, and then the boss would devour them to digest the accumulated lifetime. The only way to resist the whispers was, ironically, to consume the boss's own excrement. Shadow knew this, and despite acknowledging how disgusting it was, he commented that the taste was not always as bad as imagined. Seeing that Xiaohei had not been affected by the whispers, he deduced that she had unknowingly eaten the monster's feces. Xiaohei, in tears, didn't want Shadow to continue talking about it. She just wanted him to save her teammates. Without hesitation, Shadow ran toward the boss. He grabbed the still inflated body of Ma Naliang, which was larger than normal, and used his companion's body as a weapon. With a direct strike to the Spirit Devourer's stomach, he made the monster regurgitate Wang Meng and Enyu. Next, Shadow activated his special ability called Final Strike, dealing an absurd amount of damage to the boss. Since the finishing bar was already full, he decided to follow up with the Scarlet Blade technique. The result was immediate. A global announcement appeared, stating that Shadow was the first player to defeat an Emerald-grade boss. Xiaohei found the result completely absurd. The damage he had inflicted was unbelievable. All the players on the server saw the announcement, and began to believe it was only a matter of time before Shadow became the most powerful figure in that world. As a reward, the system offered Shadow the lineage of the Spirit Devourer. This lineage was part of a special system in the Shen Qi game, where certain unique monsters allowed players to inherit their lineages after defeating them. When a lineage was compatible with the player's class, it could drastically amplify their combat power. Shadow activated it immediately without hesitation. As a result, several of his abilities evolved. He acquired a new lineage skill called Devouring Spirit, which allowed him to devour the characteristics of his own class, converting them into attribute correction. He also gained a lineage skill called Giant Mouth, which devoured enemy projectiles and recovered health based on the damage absorbed. The Devour skill provided extra attribute correction, something extremely valuable. In the Shen Qi system, attribute correction was the multiplier that defined how much each attribute point influenced stats. For example, 1 point in strength could result in 3 points of physical attack. Coincidentally, the boss also dropped a bronze-grade poison blade. Although it was a weak item, Shadow used Devouring Spirit on the poison blade skill to convert it into physical attack. The gain was small but already indicated the potential of that ability. He paused for a moment to reflect. If the Devour skill had become passive, then he could continue devouring abilities until the end of the game. And if he continued like this, his attribute correction would surpass that of any other player. Over time, he would be hundreds, perhaps thousands of times ahead of everyone else. Wang Meng and Anyu thanked Shadow. If it weren't for him, they would have ended up like Ma Naliang. Xiaohei approached Anyu and said she was beautiful, even though she was a bit overweight. He explained that beauty doesn't depend on the opinion of others. A young man informed Shadow that the Zhanghai officials were out of money. Shadow asked everyone to relax, as he only needed help finding assassin skill books. The guild agreed to help, and Anyu asked that no one talk about what had happened there. The scene shifted to the inclined magic tower. Time went back to the moment Qin Liao jumped from the tower. A young man asked everyone to hold on and told Xiao Kui to activate the life tree ability. The portal was destroyed by the Shadow, and everyone needed to survive. The ability restored the HP of allies. The fighters focused on dealing damage because they were close to winning. In the end, it was clear that they won thanks to Qin Xiao's priestess class. Because of her, they managed to clear the hideout. Suddenly, a creature attacked one ally's shield. She opened her eyes, showing she was still alive. It caused a huge scare and generated a massive explosion that killed everyone. That place was hiding the Egg of Despair, a level 30 boss of the Emerald class. The scene then shifted to Feike Heavy Industries, in a silver-level hideout in the courtyard of the Tree Faced. A desperate young man asked his mother what had happened. He wanted to know how everyone had died and if the boss had been defeated. His mother explained that they had almost killed him. He was barely alive, but suddenly recovered completely. He turned into an egg and used an area of effect ability that killed everyone. She knew that bosses only regenerated like that when they changed phases. Then she remembered Shadow. She believed Shadow already knew the boss would evolve. That's why he predicted the portal tactic would fail. It was a platinum class boss evolving into Emerald. The guild wouldn't stand a chance against it. The only option was to ask Shadow for help. The scene shifted to Shadow, who was observing the Egg of Despair. He found it strange. Evolving into Emerald class shouldn't change the appearance so much. The egg didn't even seem dangerous. He didn't know if the creature inside would be much stronger. Shadow used the Shadow Blade ability and dealt significant damage. He saw that the boss had 10 million HP and was at the level of an epic boss. He still thought it was possible to defeat it. The egg had no stealth resistance and couldn't see him. He just needed to keep using abilities until he gathered enough energy for the final blow. Next, he used the Scarlet Blade. The egg began to crack. Shadow continued attacking non-stop, believing it was only a matter of time before destroying everything. Suddenly, the egg opened. Inside was a woman named the Princess of Despair. Shadow was surprised by her appearance. He began to consider that the legend of the princess cursed by the White Dragon might be real. The princess had only 10 hit points. Defeating her would be enough to win against the boss. At that moment, a cursed white dragon appeared. It was the feared Ates, a level 100 dragon. It was a mythical class boss. Shadow was surprised by Ates' presence there. He didn't understand why such a powerful boss would appear in that place. He began to believe that perhaps the legend of the White Dragon cursing the princess was true. In the end, it all seemed like a hidden boss. Suddenly, the Princess of Despair began to levitate and quickly woke up. She embraced the dragon Ates, and the two began to merge into a single being. Shadow had no idea what was happening before his eyes. The system informed him that he had prevented the resurrection of the ancient sea god, known as Kethus, and therefore obtained the cursed heart. This heart was a curse that froze time and kept beating until the day its master returned. The item description said it could be used to become a servant of Kethus, draining the life of others until the god returned. However, if it were destroyed, time would resume flowing normally, and he would gain a mythical class item. Shadow was undecided about whether to use or destroy the heart. Using it could grant him a powerful ability, but everything indicated it was a curse or some type of parasite. He believed Kethus could devour him and didn't want to risk it. He decided to destroy the item immediately. A very bright light appeared. Shadow tried to understand what had just happened. He thought he had been teleported, but something was wrong. He was still in the inclined magic tower. He realized something had changed in his body. It seemed he had activated some kind of trial. The Princess of Despair called for Ates, who now had a human appearance. She wanted to know if he would go on another mission. Ates apologized and explained that an enemy nation had summoned an octopus monster at the port. He needed to help as he was the kingdom's guardian. The princess suspected the excuse, remembering that on that day he had promised to teach her how to control the wind. Ates asked her not to be angry. He said he would teach her when he returned. The princess believed he saw her as a child. Her father said it took 7 days and 7 nights to reach the coast, so Ates couldn't return the same day. Her father always lied, and now she wanted to know if Ates would lie too. She soon concluded that no one was trustworthy, as everyone broke promises and treated others as disposable. Ates just wanted her to stop talking so much. He didn't understand how she had learned to be so talkative. He gave her an item called the Scale of Promise. Whoever broke a promise under the witness of that scale would lose the ability to fly. The princess was desperate. She wanted him to take it back, as she didn't want him to lose his wings. But Ates refused and asked her never to underestimate his control over the wind. Suddenly, his giant wings appeared. No matter how many times she saw that transformation, she always found it amazing. Ates asked her to wait, as he would return for dinner with her. In the meantime, he left his 3 shadows as company. The princess wished him a safe journey, acknowledging that he was giving his best. She didn't want to fall behind either. She asked the shadow guards to go with her, as she wanted to prepare a banquet for Ates' return. Shadow observed everything from afar. Now he was sure that those two were the Princess of Despair and the White Dragon. Then he realized he was inside the sealed temple, accessed through the cursed heart. The Princess of Despair began collecting ingredients for the banquet. She even went fishing for some fish. The sun began to set and she felt exhausted, but managed to prepare all the dishes. Each of them was something Ates liked very much. She waited happily to dine beside him. Time passed, and she ended up falling asleep on the table. A subordinate appeared and asked her to wake up, as it was already very late. The subordinate asked the Princess of Despair to return to her room and rest, as it was already night. The bell would ring at midnight, and she couldn't believe time had passed so quickly. She wanted to understand why Ates hadn't returned yet. The old man explained that news said the battles on the front lines were intense. General Ates probably wouldn't be able to return soon. But the princess believed the White Dragon was very strong, as he was the kingdom's guardian. To her, he would be able to defeat any enemy with ease. Rumors circulated that the enemy country had sacrificed tens of thousands of lives to summon a terrifying monster. Lu Wen told the princess that the creature came from the sea. Its body was as large as a city, with over 1,000 tentacles and eyes spread across its length. An ordinary person would go insane just by looking at it. If true, Ates would have a lot of work. Even so, the princess still believed he would win easily. The scale began to crack in her hand. She was worried because if Ates didn't return before the midnight bell, he would lose his wings. She asked Lu Wen to take her to her father, as he was a dragon knight and would probably know how to undo the Scale of Promise's spell. Desperate, she dragged the old man with her, almost breaking his already frail spine. She apologized for the rush and explained that if Ates lost his wings in battle, it would be the end of everything. Suddenly, Ates appeared and wanted to know why she was running like that. The princess couldn't believe she saw him right in front of her. She was very happy to know he was fine. She immediately hugged him. Ates reminded her that they had made a promise. She explained that she had learned about the critical situation on the front lines and began imagining the worst. Lu Wen also wanted to know how things were on the battlefield. Ates replied that it had been complicated, but he resolved the situation. Now, it was only necessary to clean up the remains, and the army could handle itself. Lu Wen said that was expected of a true royal guardian. Ates was starving and thought the dishes prepared by the princess looked amazing, but she was angry because everything had already cooled. Ates didn't mind. He ate everything and found it delicious. The princess asked him to eat slowly so he wouldn't choke. The next morning, he would start teaching her about wind control. The princess began yawning. Ates noticed she was sleepy. She explained she was tired after spending the whole day preparing the banquet, so he suggested leaving the training for the next day. Even so, she wanted to know what it felt like to control the wind. She asked Ates to return to his original form and take her into the sky so she could experience it firsthand. The problem was that Ates had been forbidden by the king from taking her flying, as it was dangerous. In the end, she began blaming Ates for returning so late. She said she had prepared delicious food for him and called him a heartless traitor, but Ates just wanted her to stop. He asked that this time she not tell the king so he wouldn't get a lecture. Then Ates transformed into the White Dragon, leaving the princess very surprised. He was gigantic and asked her to be careful. The girl quickly climbed onto his head and Ates asked her to hold on tight. Then he began to fly. Ates started flying and the subordinates only watched the scene, not fully understanding what was happening. The Princess of Despair was very happy to see the world as Ates did. He also thought everything was beautiful, but the princess disagreed. For her, beautiful wasn't enough. She declared that it was all too magnificent. While flying over the city, the princess asked if Ates would protect that place forever. He seemed a bit reluctant, but assured her he would always be there to defend the kingdom. The Princess of Despair felt happy about this and was grateful for his presence. In the end, the scene shifted to the princess's room, where she slept deeply. Ates silently bid her farewell. The king saw that the guardian guardian was badly injured and wanted to know if the monster had been that difficult to face. Eights replied that it was fine, he just needed time to recover. He said he had already burned the monster with his dragon flame. The king believed that the Yellowing Empire was performing some dark ritual and that this creature was the result. He thought something big was about to happen, and that a calamity could sweep across the entire continent. Therefore, everyone needed to be prepared. Even those of the dragon race, like Ates, could not let their guard down. Ates listened carefully to his majesty's words. The scene then changed. He was without armor, coughing heavily and spitting blood. His injuries were severe, and something seemed to have taken root inside his body. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and leave a like. It really helps us keep the channel going and bring more content for you. Thank you so much, and see you next time.